Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. It's my Monday, but it is Tuesday. It's Shasky's Tuesday, and he had to work on Monday. I'm sorry about that, buddy. Good morning to everybody out there getting out their graveyard shift, and Happy New Year. I guess it's too late to say Happy New Year. The cutoff was on Saturday, according to Larry David, so no more Happy New Year's. Just good morning to all the overnight dancers, all the truck drivers. Saw a guy standing across the street walking into the studio today. This Latin kid had tattoos all over his face and his back, and he was standing in front of the Capital One building with no shirt on and some pants. And he was like hiding from somebody while sirens are coming down, cop cars and everything. So maybe he got, maybe he didn't. But it's like, oh, that guy looks interesting.
Oh, okay.
Welcome to Tuesday morning. Good morning, Chasky.
Good morning. I didn't expect that on my bingo card to start off the day.
Hey, you know me, I'm random, man. And, especially random after watching the Kings. Damn the Kings. We're going to talk about Brian Schneider getting fired late last night. According to Nick Wagner of ESPN, the special teams coach of the 49ers is gone. He's out. Don't worry about him. Brian Schneider is gone, so Shanahan makes a move. And it could be Nick Sorensen next. Could be Chris Kosaric. We'll see about that. But I was watching the Kings game last night, Shasky, and they were down 17 in the fourth quarter.
Okay.
I didn't hear from Casey and D'Lo or whatnot. Didn't hear from Drapes. And next thing you know, they rally, and here comes the tweets. They're texts from D'Lo and Casey. Like, oh, you guys are really front runners, huh? You guys really, and then, like, the way they beat the Warriors, because I wasn't in last night, the way they talked yesterday after beating the Warriors, this version of the Golden State Warriors, it was as if they did win the championship. They might as well hang the banner. January 5th, 2025, we beat the Warriors by 30 at Chase Center. Might as well hang the banner. You hang Summer League championships up. You hang California Classic championships up. You might as well hang the banner. January 5th, 2025, we beat the Warriors by 30 at Chase Center. Because the way they acted after the game, and yesterday, trust me, I heard TC. I heard TC try to clown and everything like that. It's like, geez, you guys are still under 500.
That's all they got. And now they got the A's. So, good for them. And, good luck.
Good luck. That's all you got.
Keon Ellis killed the Warriors, and Sabonis killed the Warriors. So, when a team beats you that thoroughly, you just kind of got to wear it.
Yeah, no, Keon Ellis is a good player, man. He's a good player. I don't know what Mike Brown was doing not playing him, but he's out.
You lose that game with no De'Aaron?
Yeah, no.
That
by
way?
30. By 30.
That
by
way?
30. And, Bully keeps saying that, and now I'm subscribing to it. If Fitz is subscribed to it, it is a first quarter league. So when the Warriors take on the Miami Heat tonight, the first quarter is going to be very important. Very important. How does this team start, and how do they sustain the traction after a first quarter? They were down by 15 after the first quarter. Next thing you know, Steph Curry hits a couple 4-point plays. They're down 4, and you look up at halftime, they're down 24. That was probably the most embarrassing performance of the season for the Warriors.
More so than even the Cleveland game?
Yeah, because at least Cleveland's a championship contender.
I mean, Cleveland is having a historic season.
Yeah, they're legit. The Sacramento Kings are out of the box.
Yeah.
They're not even in the box right now.
Yeah, but I just think that the Warriors, they're an average team.
They are.
I don't even know if you'd call them average. They're a mediocre team is the way I would put it.
They're mid, right? As Steph Curry said.
Yeah.
They're mid.
Well, and Steph himself needs to wear it because as great as he was on Thursday night, there are he's missed some games, and obviously the knee is obviously affecting his play, but him and Draymond with 1,000 turnovers to start that game was not great.
Yeah, no, not great. And there's a lot of mid around here. There's a lot of mid right now around the Bay Area. The Warriors are mid. The Sharks are below mid. They're bad. The Giants have been mid for years. And the 49ers ended a mid-season, 6-11. And really, I mean, look, they're playing out the string over the last 3 games. The season ended on Thursday Night Football against the LA Rams. Hell, the season ended that Sunday afternoon against the Seattle Seahawks when Gino walked off the field like he was Joe Namath or something. But the Niners were mid. And now they start the process of rebuilding and retooling. And I know there's a lot of rhetoric about Purdy's money and who's going to play quarterback and what's going to happen with Debo, what's going to happen with the defense. But they do make one move. And they fire Brian Schneider, the special teams coach. So you start right there, Sasky. And so the process of getting better in 2025 has already begun with the firing of the special teams coach.
Obviously, the kicker is an influence here. But let me just throw the kicker to the side because I've got a million different, and I'm talking about field goal kicks, not extra points.
Yeah.
Because extra points, he was 32 of 33 this year. It was the field goals. I mean, he missed basically 9 of his last 20 field goals. But to me, they were 22nd in touchbacks.
Yep.
What the hell? You got Moody to kick the ball into the end zone, all right? Your punt coverage and kick coverage units weren't good, okay? You were 37th. Your starting kicker was 37th in the league in terms of net average on those kick returns. So that's a duality. He's not kicking into the end zone. You're not wrapping up. They had the 8th most penalties on special teams. And to me, it was two things. Not being prepared for the obvious fake punts, staring them in the face, and the consistent penalties that are just backbreaking to this team that gave so much hidden yardage to the opponent. And the guy had to go. I mean, I hate calling for somebody who he was 10 years he was with Seattle. He did a really good job. That fake punt against the Rams, and then they did one with
Arizona,
DJ Dallas.
I know. The Arizona Cardinals did when I was cracking up.
Counter.
I was cracking up. By the way, I've seen some great creative fake punts. Did you see the UNLV over the holidays?
Phenomenal.
UNLV ran a fake punt against Cal. I said, I've never seen that before. It was like they pushed the line. It was like the Tebow push pass or whatever, and the guy came from all the way on the outside as a wide receiver. It came running a dragger. I fake punt. We're going to see that in the NFL soon, but no, Brian Snyder, and it started in week 3 against the LA Rams when they ran a fake punt. On the 4th and 6th, they ran a fake punt and got 7 yards.
When they were dead in the water.
They were dead. You could have ended their season. And now they're division champs. And now they're playing in the wild card game against the Minnesota Vikings at home next Monday night. So, Snyder, job number 1, done. You fired him. But when it comes to Jake Moody, because, boy, I fell for him on Sunday.
I do too.
He makes the first field goal. And even the announcer, Chris Myers, goes, that was ugly, but it goes in. It was like, look, beggars can't be choosers, dog. The kick went in. I don't care how ugly it was. It was 3 points. And then he misses the chip shot. And you're thinking to yourself, but now I want to ask you this, because I know a lot of people are going to think there's excuses or whatnot. 888-957-9570 is the number, by the way. If you want to get in on a special teams coach, are you happy about that? I'm watching Jay Feely and all these kickers online. They're talking about the holds.
Okay.
The holds of the kick. And whoever's holding the balls in Elcano, whatever, the backup punter. It wasn't even worth me remembering his name because he's going to be gone. This freaking guy is like holding the ball, and they're like, look at the holds. They're holding it to the left. The ball slanted to the left, and now the kicks are getting pushed to the left. Now, I don't know. I would love to get a kicker on to talk about this stuff because I do think it's fascinating. I'm not making an excuse. I'm not making an excuse for Jake Moody. I am not. But I did wonder. I did wonder about the ankle injury. Was he healthy with the high ankle sprain? I had no idea. But Moody, I'm not saying cut him, but you better bring in another kicker to push this guy if you're going to bring him back next year.
So here's where I struggle with this, right? Like, they got him because they want to be able to kick long field goals, right?
Yep.
Right? And I think he's got a booming foot. At least I believe that he does.
Yep.
He's awesome in practice. So you bring in let's just hypothetically, let's play this out.
Yep.
You bring in somebody to compete with him, all right? And Moody probably beats him out in practice. And then there's the first pressure kick of the year. Do you have any confidence in the man?
Personally, I never have confidence in kickers anyway.
No, I'm probably aligned with you in that thought process.
Like even Justin Tucker, I worry. I'm watching Baltimore. I'm like, man, is Tucker going to make that kick? Like, he hasn't kicked much over the last few weeks. They're worried about him. Trust me, I'm worried about any. Gary Anderson, for crying out loud, was perfect with the 98 Vikings. Perfect. You get to the NFC Championship game, and he misses his first kick of the season to go to the Super Bowl. So from that point on, we're 15, 16 years old at that point. I can't trust kickers anyway. But Jake Moody, with the confidence that he has, and they're trying to get his confidence up. I'm with you, Shasky. The first pressurized kick he plays next year and he misses it, this fan base is going to riot. They will riot. So I don't know, man. I don't know what you do about Jake Moody. I really don't.
Look, I mean, we're scarred when it comes to special teams because of all of the postseason blunders. And, I feel like Schneider and just the whole unit just didn't get over that at Super Bowl either.
No.
I mean, muffing the punt, missing the extra point. It's all come back to roost. Let me ask you this one. What was Jake Moody's long this year?
Did he have a 51-yarder?
Yeah, 2 53-yarders.
53-yarders.
Do you know how many guys in the league this year hit a 53 or longer kick?
plenty. It's been a record.
31 guys.
It's been a record. Guys are booming them.
I
watched, who's the kicker in Green Bay right now? McManus, I think? He boomed one before the Bears came down and scored. He boomed one in 7-degree weather, like 53 yards or 55 yards. And I was like, damn, this guy just booted. It was 55 up. McManus, I was like, wow. Now, Santos came down and won a game for the Bears on the other side, but the kicker in Dallas is making kicks left and right. He could kick him for 65. Easy.
The other guys that they brought in this year were hitting kicks. Yeah. The other two, one got his ankle crushed on special teams. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And then, both our kickers, or two of our kickers, got hurt trying to tackle someone on special teams, just to give you an idea of how poor it's been. And people can say, oh, it's the injuries. I mean,
yeah,
I just, like, they never look prepared for these punts, these fake punts that we know are coming. Actually, and here's the silver lining, I thought Jacob Cowing, as the year went on, became a strength on the team.
He got better and better.
As a returner.
It was hairy early on with Jacob Cowing, but he got better and better and better. But the special teams unit was all-time bad.
And then Debo was a great kick returner, and even he fumbled twice on kick returns.
But we'll get to Debo Samuel.
I got a list of questions.
Because I think Debo has played his last game with the 49ers. And I hate the way that it ended for him. But when you think about leadership, we had Cam Newton when you're out, and he went off about, like, not go off, but I asked him about Debo, and he goes, when you're a captain of the team, and you decide not to speak to the media, and you had the incident with Tabor Pepper, and then you had 5 games where you go 5 games with 101 yards receiving, and just all these little things, it kind of played out the streak. I get the sense that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan is like, all right, enough's enough. Enough's enough with this.
So my setting on Debo is I'll believe it when I see it.
You know why I think that? You know why? Because Monday Night Football against Detroit. I went back and watched the game because we had the Warriors-Cavs game, and that game was, boy, that was hideous. Debo got 1 target in that game, and it was on a jet sweep.
Yeah, I think they were facing him into running back.
Right. And Pearsall was going off. Jennings was doing his thing. That, to me, was like, oh, this is the change you got to guard. Debo can't even get a target against the Detroit Lions, who were giving up 40 points left and right until Sunday when they shut down Sam Darnold and the Vikings.
Anzalone's back.
But Anzalone's back. There you go. Maybe that's all they were missing. But he got 1 target in that game. And I thought, oh, they're phasing him out.
Look, I think this brings a bigger question about team building. If Shanahan's your coach, it's probably poor business to spend $65 million on 2 wide receivers.
Yeah.
Like, if Shanahan's your coach, especially when you see a first-rounder who I thought was on a milk carton all year come in, and it's like, oh, well, if I call his number for 2 straight weeks, he can be a productive wide receiver. And then I look at Juwan Jennings, who obviously was cut in his first year, comes back, and was on a decent deal this year. Nobody saw him having the year that he had, 975 yards. Nobody saw that coming. This is a guy who caught 19 passes last year, Juwan Jennings. Okay, 19. And then this year, when given some of that usage and then playing the X on the line, like, wow, he's a real playmaker. Now, do I want to go into a season with Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall as my 1 and 2? Probably not. But the way that they play football, they can get away with it.
No, what Cam Edmond brought up, Brandon Ayuk, that he may be ahead of schedule. He's jumping around in the locker room, playing hoops or whatnot.
I thought that with Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah, well, Dre Greenlaw was in February, and they rushed him back. It made no sense. Knee tightness in the first game. I mean, you're coming off an Achilles tendon tear. You're trying to come back in what was it? 8 months? 9 months?
Yeah,
that's absurd.
It felt aggressive.
It felt a little aggressive, but from what I'm hearing is Brandon Ayuk could be ahead of schedule. We'll see about that. Just like Christian McCaffrey. But if I got Ayuk, Jennings, and Pearsall, I feel good. I feel really good about that core because Pearsall showed me something over the last few weeks. And now he's going to get an offseason after a tumultuous. I mean, the guy got shot. The guy had hamstrings. The guy had shoulder injuries. The list goes on and on and on. But there looks like there could be a player there. Well, I was impressed with him.
I thought that was, if we're going to look for any silver linings over the last month, it's that, all right. Yeah, that's a promising way to end the season. I feel really good about Ricky Pearsall heading into the offseason.
What about Renardo Green?
Well, I think he's a stud. He made multiple plays on the ball late in the year where, to me, he is a clear-cut I hate saying this because Charvarius had such a tough year.
Yeah,
I thought he was a better football player this year than Charvarius was on the field. But it does, like, I'm baking in a lot of leeway for Charvarius. Yep. I don't want to say, I couldn't even imagine going to work given everything that's happened to him. But that being said, I thought Renardo Green outplayed him.
Yeah, I do too. So there are some silver linings here, but when it comes to Debo, I just, that's the way it's going to end for him. By the way, George Kittle wanted to end his career with the 49ers, and he may get extended or whatnot. George Kittle is an all-time Niner. He's an all-time Niner. I'm proud of him, the way he played. That was leadership that he showed all season long. Fred Warner as well. Fred Warner playing with the fractured ankle. He's not going to get surgery this offseason, which is good for him. But he also suffered the hip, and he wouldn't even leave the game. It's like, this guy's an all-time Warrior, and he was compromises. I got something with Arizona. I can't wait to see them next year.
Why is that?
They ran up the score. They were trying to get their stats, and they're doing everything to try to make themselves feel good. I'm like, okay, you want to drop
really
47? A little bit. It was like, okay, Gannon, I'll remember that. Okay. I'll remember that. You want to line it up against the scrubs. Everybody's hurt. Okay. You want to go out there and feel good in Glendale, Arizona, with the roof all open. You're going into the new year feeling good. Okay, Arizona, bookmark that. Bookmark that next year. Karma's a you-know-what.
On your George Kittle opinion, he's going to be 32 years old. He's in the final year of a contract. He's set to be a $14.4 million cap hit for next year. He'll be an unrestricted free agent in 2026. To me, this is a great opportunity for them to extend him and figure out a way to make this guy a 49er for at least the next 4 years.
Yeah, I'm with you. And
you got to find tight end too. We can't be rolling into next year with Eric Sauber. To me, they've got to find a rugged player who can take two positions, not just the tight end too, but also, fullback, like Juice's spot. I'm sorry. Like, I like you, Juice. You're a really good Niner. If I can find one player to be my backup tight end who can also run that H-back stuff, like that to me is what they should come out of this draft with.
Juice got the sense too that he may have played his last game as well as a 49er. He kind of sits knowing that the money, and you know what, Juice, he still feels like he's playing at a high level, but he felt like he's played his last game as a Niner.
Am I the only one that kind of rolls your eyes at the 8 straight Pro Bowls at fullback? It's like
nobody runs with the fullback.
I know, but like, I'm asking you, did you think he was a Pro Bowl level player this year?
He's a good blocker. He makes plays in the pass game. Here's how I look at it.
He was all right. Here's how I look at it. Like, we're going to look at his Wikipedia page. 8-time Pro Bowl.
Yeah, but you got to realize too that half the league, or maybe 20 teams, don't even have a fullback on a roster.
I understand that.
So like, yeah, he has been one of the better fullbacks. I'll give him that. I don't scoff at the fullback position. Juice has been a really good fullback. I think what bothers people about Juszczyk is all the other stuff. I think people get a little annoyed about what happened this year with the reporters or whatnot. I got no problem with Juice. The one problem I did have with Juice, I take that back, is when Trey Lance got hurt. That really bothered me. Trey Lance got hurt, and they're running to Michael Silver talking about, Jimmy came in, that was 49er football. And then you score 10 points the next week in Denver, and we're talking about the pick hate heard around the world. That would bother me. That to me was like,
He's set to make $6.5 million next year.
Yeah, he's probably gone.
$6.5 million. That's 2 backup quarterbacks.
Are you serious?
Like, depending on who you want. $6.5 million.
Matt Lively, look at him on the TV. We should get him on. He was down there in Santa Clara yesterday. We got the Purdy sound from yesterday. We have Moody Ward because you brought him up. Got Bobby and East Palo Alto. Wants to talk about Brian Snyder on the other side. We'll do that as a Niners find their special teams, because don't forget, it is a Warriors game day. So tune in live. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Street Sports for the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff, as the segment was brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting. Put your painting project in good hands.
All right, Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. Tip-off is coming later today with the great Tim Roy, and then tune into the Morning Roast tomorrow morning for the best Warriors coverage.
We'll get to the Warriors a little bit later. They got handled by Sacramento by 30. Doug Christie, they've won 5 in a row up there. They're lighting the beam left and right. They came back from 17 down on the fourth quarter. I say, damn. Christie's got them playing. They've got an attitude, and it's a little different. We're going to get back to the Niners, but it's a little different than Mike Brown. Well, Mike Brown, was trying to impart the Warriors way up there and this and that. And Kyle Draper, I heard the laugh. Trust me, Draper's been laughing. We did a crossover with him on Sunday. He's unbelievable. He's great for television. He's a great villain. And they won their championship. Again, they're going to hang a banner January 5th, 2025. We beat the Warriors by 38 out of Chase Center. Hang the banner. It's all good. You're missing some in G1C. You got plenty of room for banners. But Doug Christie is like, it's almost like that Memphis attitude where like, we don't give a damn who you are. We're going to come at you. We're going to come at you with force. We're going to pick you up full court. We don't want you helping us up. Where Mike Brown maybe was, we want to do the Warriors way. Kings fans don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that Fox is going to be next Curry. They feel like Fox is their Curry. You know what I'm saying? So Doug Christie's going to, and you know who Doug Christie was as a player. We watched him in the prime of his career. Feisty, defender, will get into you, was an agitator. Just ask Kobe Bryant. Just ask Rick Fox. So they got a little attitude up there in Sacramento now. And they're playing well. They're playing well.
I have more opinions on Doug Christie because of basketball wives than I do of anything on the floor, quite frankly.
No, his wife rides for him.
I didn't say anything about his wife. I just said I know more about him because of basketball wives.
Yeah, well, his wife was on Basketball Wives.
Yeah, my wife did not like her on that show.
A lot of people don't like her. But you know what? It is what it is. Doug is winning. Doug is winning in more ways than one.
Well, good for them.
What about Brian Snyder? Is he winning right now?
Well, I wonder is this it? And it got leaked basically late last night.
Yeah.
That sources are saying that he's gone. I personally would take it a step further, and I'd say, I think we need an entire new defense. And, to me, one of the big offseason things is, and I know Purdy, today's the day that they can extend him, and they have all offseason, and Jimmy Garoppolo got extended in February when he got his extension, and maybe Brock would get extended in February or at some point. We'll get to that. That's coming, all right? I anticipate something of a resolution with Purdy. The biggest problems on this team, and I know it's the trenches, and I get it. But the big thing is to me, they couldn't establish a consistent, good run game all year on offense, and I thought it limited them.
Well, that goes to offensive line, right?
Absolutely. Secondarily, their defense looked old, slow, and outdated. And so to me, all things should be on the table when I look at the defense, and we are revamping it. You're going to need 3 to 5 new defensive linemen. You're going to need multiple, probably new linebackers. You're going to need a new free safety. Probably going to draft another slot corner or whatever to supplement around Renardo Green and Diamond Lenore. Figure out which one of those box safeties you're keeping in Mustafa and Talanoa Hufanga, and then go from there. But scheme change and a complete overhaul of that defense should be on the table, because instead of just hiring the guy that fits this defense, you need to hire the most qualified, best candidate who can move going forward, can give you a revolutionary defense. This team never goes anywhere without a top 10 defense.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, and you're not going to go anywhere in this league without a top 10 defense for the most part. You look at these teams playing in the playoffs, for the most part, they have really good defenses. Look at Philadelphia. Look at Baltimore. Look at Buffalo. Look at Kansas City. So on the Chargers. But I am subscribing to a new scheme change. And that would be also Chris Kosert, the longtime defensive line coach. You'd have to blow him out alongside Nick Sorensen. Because I do think the wide 9, if you don't have monster defensive tackles in the middle, even when they went to the Super Bowl in 2019, they were giving up 4.7 yards a carry. It allows too many gaps. So when you got Nick Bosa out there lined up so far wide, and he's a power rusher, not a speed rusher, not only does it hurt him when it comes to pass rushing, but in the run game, there's so many wide gaps, and he's going upfield. We're creating an easy lane for running backs to go ahead and get chunk plays. They're not getting touched until they get 5 to 6 yards down the field. So I want a scheme change as well, whether it's a 4-3 or 3-4. I just don't like the wide 9 anymore. I think the wide 9 is a little outdated. Teams have figured it out. Now, if you want to go to the Y9 on, say, 3rd and 15, and you want to do it in situational settings, fine. Situational football, you want to go Y9, I'm okay with that. But every single down when you don't have speed rushers, yeah, I'm good off that. So I would like a scheme change as well.
Well, and another thing, I want to take it a step further. They can't let the players dictate which direction this goes in. And I'm not saying that the players had their thumb all the way on the scale, because Shanahan deserves, like, this is Shanahan's baby, right?
Yep.
And John Lynch to a lesser degree, but, like, this is their baby. But I do believe the players had a significant amount of influence on, A, Steve Wilks and making him bend to what they wanted to do, and then B, getting rid of Steve Wilks, and then C, elevating Sorensen.
Yep.
So to me, like, the last people I'm listening to is Fred Warner and Nick Bosa. Not because they're not great, but they are great players.
Right.
I want the best candidate who can maximize their value. And sometimes you have to look outside the building and get out of your norms and get out of your comfort zone to reach your greatest greats.
Yeah.
That's just my belief.
I wonder if Shanahan regrets not hiring Vic Fangio last year. When Vic Fangio, they interviewed Vic Fangio for the job, and Shanahan obviously was reluctant to go to the 3-4 because you look at what's happening in Philadelphia. It's worked out very well for them.
Yeah. I mean, like, but they're also, just not to be, super nuanced here, but when you hit on Jalen Carter and you maximize that, wow, it looks a lot better because they nailed that top.
But Jalen Carter didn't play well last year. Him and Jordan Davis, they weren't great.
No, but I'm talking about Fangio. Well, Fangio has made him look. I mean, he's taken a step forward.
Elevate. Yeah, no
absolutely.
doubt.
And then I look at their draft this year and all those secondary players, because they revamped their entire secondary.
They're 2 rookies.
They're hitting. So to me, like, yes, scheme change, absolutely on the table. Got to get the right guy. I need a coordinator who understands the X's and O's. You also need to continue to draft and develop, because you've missed in some spots, especially, I'd say, front 7.
They changed their scheme. They drafted players that fit that scheme, and now their scheme looks really, really good. The Niner scheme right now looks a little outdated. Let's get to Bobby and East Palo Alto real quick.
Hey, Bobby.
He's been on hold for a while. Bobby, what's happening, man? Good morning.
Congrats for Brian Schneider for being unemployed. He can take Nick Sorensen and Jake Moody with him, and don't let the door hit him on the way out. I suggest we go back to a 3-4, and hopefully Sorensen's on his way out. Fangio was never coming here after we pulled the Tom Sula over him. I mean, he's definitely got to have a grudge against us for that. As far as the Cardinals running up the score in that game, I got something. You want to call them? They tell their ass. And let's get it. Let's get it back together with some rebuilding of the core offensive and defensive line in the draft.
Yes,
that will definitely help us moving forward. Any hope on Sorensen getting the can next? Thanks, guys, and Happy New Year.
We'll see. I think we're going to find out. Last year they announced the Steve Wilks thing, I believe, on a Wednesday.
It was a Wednesday, like 3 days after the Super Bowl.
Yeah, so we'll see. You know, like, when we talk about their drafts coming up, and we have all offseason to speculate on these things. Look, I don't know what CMC is going to be, right? He's got like about a $10 million hit next year, cap hit, and then they can get out after that. But I believe they're going to roll him back.
As they should.
Agreed. Jordan Mason, Garendo, all those guys, none of them could stay healthy.
No.
And so I said this to Spadoni, and it might sound insane. Do I want them to draft an offensive lineman? Of course. Do they need defensive lineman? Of course. I'm also going to throw running back in there. I want a running back in the first couple rounds.
Well, they usually do draft a running back in the 3rd round.
And it ends up whiffing. I think they need to take a higher pick on that.
And it whiffs all the time. I don't know. I look at the trenches, and I read into a Jim Harbaugh quote that maybe we should play. But Jim Harbaugh mentioned the offensive line. He goes, the offensive line is the only position group that doesn't need other positions to make them better. The quarterback needs the offensive line. The running back needs the offensive line. The running back needs the offensive line. The tight end needs the offensive line. But the offensive line doesn't need anybody to be great. And that's when I look at this team and the injury to Trent Williams. And I think Trent Williams will be back. And I think I truly believe Trent Williams has pride.
Ponte, he's got a $57 million cap hit next year. He's coming back.
Yeah, no doubt. But I think he wants to be, but I don't think he wants to end his career the way this one.
He's still hobbling around, apparently, as what everyone said yesterday.
Yeah, so get healthy, big dog. Get healthy. But with him coming back, and you have Dominic Pooty, which is another Silver lining, Dominic Pudi, you found yourself a right guard.
Yeah, he's a monster.
You have to retool this offensive line and get better. If you're going to invest in Brock Purdy, you need to invest in the offensive line. He just gets rolled and rolled and rolled. And it's just not pretty up there. It's not pretty up front. So both sides of the trenches are here on running back because I think they need to get quicker and more explosive on the outside.
No doubt.
When you see Jahmyr Gibbs, when you see some of these running backs out there, Chase Brown in Cincinnati, you see all these guys being explosive and have speed on the outside. The Niners became one of the slower teams this season. So I agree. They need a lot more speed. However, they need the trenches to be a lot better.
No doubt. I just look at, and then going to the trenches thing, look at who's running the ball well and look who's in the playoffs.
Yep.
Green Bay, Baltimore, Philadelphia, Detroit, Minnesota, all of these teams run the ball well and have stout offensive lines. You know, Buffalo, Tampa Bay.
Bucky Irving is going crazy.
No, but you know what I'm saying? Like, if you just look at it, like the teams that can't run the ball versus the teams that can, there's a direct correlation to who makes the playoffs.
No doubt. No doubt. And so they failed up front. Up front, they got beat up this year, and we'll talk more about it. We got Moody Wardsound, Brock Purdy here, what he had to say in the locker room yesterday as the Niners trying to retool. In case you're just waking up, the 49ers have fired special teams coordinator Brian Schneider. They fired him. Who's next? Who is next? Who do you want to see go? Who do you want to see back? We got plenty of questions when it comes to the 49ers. Don't forget the Warriors take on the Miami Heat before a 4-game road trip, and they need this game tonight because playing Detroit, guess what, folks? They're 500. And Cade Cunningham is playing like an all-star. It's not an easy road trip. What's up?
Terrell Owens in studio with Willard and Dibbs today at 4?
Yeah, I'm not happy about that. And I'll explain why. Well, actually, I'll explain. I'm happy, but I'm not happy. And I'll explain on the other side. Brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to get out of your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. And that's what's coming up on the game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Vontae, you're doing great.
Our world is constantly changing. And
I can't even believe you said that.
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasta.
Good morning, guys. This segment is sponsored by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We will be carrying the Warriors game later today against Miami Heat, and Baldy will be joining us at 7:30 to get some closure on this disappointing season for the 49ers. Baldy's been all over the place. I saw him doing the splits with Jason Kelsey, late night with Jason Kelsey. How about Baldy up there with Lil Dicky and Charles Barkley alongside Jason Kelsey?
Barkley lost some weight, huh?
Barkley lost a lot of weight. Barkley looks good.
The Ozempic?
I don't know about that.
No, that's what.
What is
Kenny
that, a
Smith
pill?
was giving it.
Is that a pill?
I don't know. It's
What
some
is
sort of
Ozempic?
weight
It's
loss.
an injection.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's an
And it helps you
injection.
lose weight?
Well, I don't think it's particularly supposed to be for that. I think it was a diabetic drug at first, but people are using it to lose weight.
What's the side effects?
I'll get them for you in a second.
Oh, I thought you sound like
I
you
don't
knew
work for the FDA, Joe. I don't know. I'll find it out.
What are the side effects? Joe's thinking about taking some.
just injecting it into my jawline.
Yeah, I mean, the guy wants to do steroids right now.
I did get a good pump in today.
Common Ozempic side effects include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pain, constipation, upset stomach. You can take Pepto-Bismol for all these, by the way. Heartburn, burping, gas, bloating, loss of appetite, runny nose or sore throat, stomach flu symptoms, headache, dizziness, tiredness, and low blood sugar.
So basically, I just walk around like I have norovirus for a couple weeks.
Yeah, so it's actually not, the side effects, not that,
Just
horrible.
take some Tylenol, some Excedrin,
Sure.
some Pepto-Bismol, you'll be all right.
Well, that might counteract the Ozempic that's working at the time.
Yeah, all right.
But so you just got to take it on the chin, Bonte Hill.
Gotta just take it on the chin. Just take.
But it'll turn into a chin, not chins, if you take the Ozempic. So don't worry.
Ooh,
There we go.
ooh, I kind of like that.
As a man with a rooster gullet, let me tell you, I'd do anything to get rid of that.
Got to grow the beard then.
I can't grow a beard.
You can't grow a beard?
Not really.
Why?
It's just like patchy and itchy, and
Those are cool. I wish I could do that.
No, I just
get the
can't
Dan
do it.
Lanning beard going on.
I can't do it.
Joe Lacob's beard. You see his beard right now?
Oh, I seen Joe Lacob.
You see his beard?
I didn't check out his beard per se, but I saw him at the game the other day. I love because you see his wife always comes
Where'd you
in kind
sit?
of first. No, just like from up top. I'm way up high and he's way down low.
Come on, man. You weren't sitting with Jesus, were you?
No, I actually sat in those box theater seats.
Oh, yeah, those are pretty sweet,
They're
huh?
really cool.
Well, how'd you got the theater box seats?
Yeah, a friend of a friend of a friend.
Damn.
they're very
Yeah,
nice.
no, he was flexing yesterday, Bonte. You're missing
was
it.
not
No,
flexing.
he said he has to drive to a special location, take an
Yeah.
elevator.
It's cool, yeah.
No, it's nice.
No, I
it's
was
like,
saying
it's
that
like the Bat Cave.
If you're looking for a nice fun
Yeah.
date, like with you and your significant other, it's a great night because you can eat. They have all the food and stuff, and as long as you're having beer and wine, which they have high end wine and
Right.
stuff, it's all included in your ticket.
So,
Really cool.
so it's funny because Anna got to sit in those seats during the Cavaliers game.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, no, I was like, oh, Anna, you want to go to a game? And I was like, damn, somebody offered me 2 tickets. Like, well, I'm working. And so Anna got to sit in the theater box. She's like, oh, yeah, let's chill. Blah, blah, blah,
It is
blah.
cool.
Yeah,
It's a great
good.
angle.
It's
It's
legit.
a lot of really good people that work up in
Yeah.
there. And there's actually a couple of different people. One man with his daughters and his wife. And he was like, yeah, I listen every single day. I'm a basketball coach. His daughter was on crutches. And I said, hey, man, make sure you guys text in. She's in 8th grade. She's a big time hooper. And I was telling her, look it. I know you think your dad's, stupid and the dummy and this. Be thankful that your dad's coaching you right now. Like you're going to look back on these days and you're going to say, one day, today it won't register, but one day you'll say, you know what? My dad was a good guy. So I always say to all the kids,
Hopefully.
like, be thankful that your father is there coaching and in your life because it's going to be the best years of your life.
Well, unless they're overbearing coaches. And
Well,
then,
there's always.
Yeah, Tom Marinovich on line 1.
Yeah.
Real quick, to put a bow on this Ozempic thing, there is a big side effect, guys, called Ozempic face. That's what doctors are calling it. So the side effect can cause sagging and aging of facial skin.
Well, then I'm out.
So I'm just saying. Well, is it worth it if you want to get that chiseled six-pack, but you have some lines under your eyes? Right?
Yeah, I'm good off that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good off that.
I've
Black
been
don't
working
crack
hard the
anyway.
real way, and it's taken a long time.
Well, you guys look great on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter right now, all
we?
powered by First North Credit
Oh,
Union.
is your chat back up?
No.
Oh, damn. All right.
He got so excited.
I thought the chat was back. New year? New chat? No?
Fire
Done?
the chat coordinator.
Damn.
Whoever the coordinator is of the
Damn.
chat, we need
No,
a new schematics
I watched-
on the chat.
I
You're a
watched a
high
little-
level loser,
I
bro.
watched a little KC and D-Lo yesterday, and I happened to catch TC's call. Speaking of high-level loser, I happened to catch TC's call, and they were talking about, like, I
What's up,
95.7
bro?
Game's too good to have a chat. They're too good to have a chat. I'm like, damn, I miss the chat. They were D-Lo and KC and everybody in their chat. No, I do care. No, a lot of people do care, Sasky. I remember everything. I disagree with that.
King.
TC went up there, dude. He calls every show. Dacre in the city. Dacre, what's happening?
Happy New Year, gentlemen.
What's up,
New
buddy?
Year. It's
Happy
too
New
late.
Year.
Hey, Dacre,
What's
it's
up,
done.
y'all?
We're done with the Happy New Year's, according to Larry David. That was done on the 3rd.
Oh, well, according to Larry David, doesn't really impress me, so Happy New Year.
All right. Anyway.
Anyways, this is the thing. I don't like to pile on. There's a reason I've been a little quiet the past couple of months. This O-line's been an issue. Since the Super Bowl, we were like, ugh, this defense is putting real pressure on this line. And then if you want to run a wide 9, you need the actual players that can make that flow correctly. And we just haven't had that defensive tackle that really owns the middle, that forces them to flow to Bosa. And Bosa's is getting double teamed. I mean, it goes back to middle out, and I think that's where we're at now. So, like, I would love Scadaboo, someone like that, but we don't want to beat him up either. We got to reinforce the line, keep CMC healthy, things like that, like fundamentals. I think that's where we kind of were over our skis there. And, you know, if you look back to when Jimmy was in the Super Bowl, that comes back to field position, which goes back to the line. And I think, you know, trading DeForest Buckner really is what set this franchise back. Unfortunately, it's crazy how we're still trying to replace him.
It's true.
So, you know, guys, love ya. Have a great one.
You too.
We'll get back there.
You know, I've been thinking long and hard. I said this to Spadoni yesterday. I'll float it to you. In years past, they didn't have 12 roster spots, you know, to fulfill. Like the team was pretty locked in place. When your quarterback's like making less than $1 million, you know, you could spend pretty well across the board, and there just weren't a lot of spots up for grabs. I'm looking at this year's team, and given the fluctuation of finances and just open spots, this is the year to have, you know, 12 picks in the first 5 or 6 rounds and walk away with 10 or 11 dudes that actually make your team. Like, this is the kind of a year that they need to absolutely crush the draft.
And I thought they got a good start last season in the draft. I thought they found some players. Renardo Green is a player. Ricky Pearsall last couple weeks. Well, I'm encouraged. I'm very much encouraged about Ricky Pearsall. I think this guy could be a player.
I like Cowing, too.
I like Jacob Cowing. I wish they used him a little bit more. Taylor Bethune, I'm really eager to see.
He played a little on Sunday.
He played a little bit, but I think he could be a player, at least a special teamer. Maybe, maybe he's playing on base downs, first or second down or whatnot.
What'd you think of Mustafa?
Dominic Pooty, I think, is a baller. Mustafa won the Rookie of the Year award for the 49ers. So I think Malik Mustafa, but I really want a ball hawking safety. Like, I wish Caleb Downs from Ohio State was coming out, but he's only a sophomore. Like, that's the type of player I need at safety. Sideline to sideline. He can play the deep third. Deep routes are shut down. You need him in the box at times? Sure, why not? I need a ball hawking free safety to say, Hufanga Diego Shasky. Oh, my gosh.
Well, him and Jair Brown, it felt like the longer they played throughout the year, the worse they got.
Yes. I mean,
but they also feel very redundant to each other. See, they got to make a decision. To me, if you keep Jair Brown, then Hufanga goes. If you keep Hufanga, then Jair Brown goes.
And then what's Hufanga's market? What is he going to be looking for?
I don't know.
I don't know what he's going to be looking for.
But him and Mustafa can't stay on the field.
No, they can't. They really can't. So I would love a ball hockey free safety and just move Mustafa to strong, and I would move off of Jair Brown and Hufanga if that's what it case. And I hate saying that because Hufanga has been a good 49er, been a good community member, but business is business, man. We got to go out here and win football games. Those angles that he takes and his speed, it just looks like he got slower. Now, maybe he needs another year to come back from that ACL injury because I think we forget how dominant he was as an all-pro, but he definitely misses a lot of tackles. He takes some horrific angles, and you can make 50 great plays. All it takes is that one bad play to give up 7.
Well, you know, it's funny that you bring in all that up because I've been saying that, like, I think Talanoa Hufanga is a guy that should also play special teams. You know, this is a team that needs guys that can play special teams. Why is he not?
Yeah.
You know, I know most of your starters don't play. Hey, look, Navarro Bowman, when he was in his prime, played special teams. Deshaun Goldson, in his prime, played special teams. In his prime. Like, so I'm not above playing some of my starters on special
you
teams.
should.
I understand that you run the risk of getting them injured. Believe me, I'm well
A
aware
lot
of
of teams
that.
do that. A lot of teams do.
I think you have to.
At least a punt team, punt return team. Give me some starters up there.
Yeah, I
You know what I'm
agree.
saying? Somebody who can block, somebody who's out there looking, make sure that there's no fakes or anything like that. No, starters should have to play that. I'm surprised more starters didn't play, but there was a plethora of injuries on his football team that maybe Shanahan felt hesitant in playing these guys on special teams. But I want a ball hawking safety so damn bad, Shasky, it's not even funny. I swear to God, I want one. And I don't know if there's any good ones in the draft. I'm looking at all these mock drafts, which is kind of weird to look at mock drafts around these parts in early January, but that's what we're doing right now. But I want a big time safety, man. I want a big time safety and the trenches as well. So I don't know what they're going to do with that. But speed, overall team speed, is needed on this roster.
There's no doubt. I wrote down a list with Carter the other day. Carter, one of our young producers here, even though he's 7 feet tall, looks like he could play right tackle. Bonte, I wrote down just a ton of questions for the offseason. Certain players, the coordinators, a great example. Like one of my top questions: what do you do with Nick Sorensen?
You fire him.
You would.
You move off from him.
That's what
you
you
see
would do.
anything creative?
No.
You see anything exotic?
No.
I mean, he's basically running Shanahan's scheme, and it's very vanilla. And when you want to run a vanilla scheme, you better have top-end talent. And the 49ers didn't have top-end talent on defense this season. So I want to move off from the scheme. I want to move off from the Y9. And look, I'm kind of with Willard when it comes to like, hey, we're calling for people's jobs and, COVID made them rethink all that stuff. I understand that. But I got to move on. Like, this was worse than Steve Wilkes.
Can I
They made Steve Wilkes look like Bill Belichick.
Can I interrupt for just a second? He's not working on the job site making $86,000 a year. Nick Sorensen is making 7 digits. He'll be fine. All right? Like,
Yeah, but
you know
that's
what I
not
worry
about
about?
that,
I worry about the
still-
single individual with multiple
Yeah,
children making like 75 grand a year.
Yeah, but here we missed the point, though. These guys got to uproot their family.
Okay.
They got to sell their house. You know how it is with kids. They don't want to leave their school. They
Look,
develop
it's tough.
friendships.
I'm not
They
denying
develop
that.
friendships. It's tougher than you think. So that's why I want to be cool off like,
It's
hey.
just, but I'm just saying, like,
I
these
hear
people are
you.
going to be okay.
He's going to be fine, no doubt about it. Everybody's going to be okay. I think when a person is fired at a Costco job or something like that, you're going to be okay. It's going to be tough times ahead, but at the end of the day, you will be okay. Time will heal all wounds. That's for every business. But I there's a lot that goes into it. I don't want to call for his job, but I do think it's necessary to move on from Nick Sorensen. I do.
Okay, so if you were just to say, and I got I'm literally like 100 questions here. What's the number one question for you heading into the offseason? What's the number one
I
question?
don't have a number one question.
You don't have one?
I don't have a number one question, but I have questions.
So like, okay.
So my biggest question right now, because I'm not going to go to the Purdy route in terms of money or whatnot. That's going to play itself out. And
No,
I think
let's remove the money.
I think it's going to. I actually think the Purdy deal is going to be more team friendly than people anticipate, and it's going to work out for everybody, all parties involved. I think Parag Marate and company are going to do that, and I think Purdy will accept that. But what are you going to do in terms of moving on from some of the core? What's the big move you're going to make to reinvent yourself? Is it giving Kubiak the keys to the offense and letting him call plays? Is it moving on from Chris Kosaric? Is it moving on from Deebo Samuel? That's a big one around here.
Before we go to Debo, I want to stick on Purdy for just a second. If just removing all money, he's playing for free next year, I say to you, right? Is that it? Like, we're just rolling with Purdy? Because I got a lot of questions on the shoulder and the elbow, like to start with. And then secondarily, I got questions on the second half. Do I think he needs a better offensive line? Of course.
I
Do I think he needs better weapons around him? Of course. That's every quarterback. But I have some questions. I'm not saying I want to move off him. I think they need to do something behind him that's better, that pushes him in camp.
Kirk Cousins?
No. I'm out on Kirk. Completely out on him being a backup.
Justin Fields?
I don't really like Justin Fields, so I'm kind of out on that.
Mac Jones?
What?
Mac Jones?
God, as much as I don't like that, that sounds like something they would do.
Sam Darnold wants a starting job, so
Absolutely.
that's not happening.
And I don't think either Brandon Allen or Josh Dobbs are coming back.
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't want that
And
back
I honestly
either.
don't think they're good enough to be your backup. As you've seen this year, Purdy missed 2 games, and they lost both those games.
All the Josh Dobbs talk finally got put to bed. Josh Dobbs was on 3 teams last season
He's
for
not
a
that
reason.
good. He's not that good.
It's a reason why he was on 3 different teams. All right.
I think they should still draft a guy, but the thing about drafting is it's such a roulette. I don't care where you pick, whether it's the 6th round or the 2nd round. It's just such a roulette. But I would draft another guy. I don't think it's Tanner Mordecai. And I don't think the answer is freaking bringing in Kirk Cousins to push him. No, I don't. I don't like that.
I don't even know his status. But what about Davis Mills in Houston?
Davis Mills is an intriguing backup. He's a guy that I think can actually win you a game.
He's not bad.
If you're out 2, can he win 1? Yeah,
Davis Mills is not bad.
I don't hate that. And that's not going to rile people up but that's he started a lot of games.
Is Cooper Rush a free agent?
See, I'd be interested in Cooper Rush.
He may want to start.
Yeah, he's not a starter though. But I hear you.
May want to start.
Josh Dobbs. Josh Dobbs was frustrated. Like the beat reporters were talking to him, and I'm like, "Hey, Josh, I really like you."
The beat reporter said yesterday Josh Dobbs was frustrated.
Just leading up to the week, they're like, "What do you think about coming back?" It's like, I think I'm going to look around. It's like, where?
Well, you've been looking around your whole career.
That's what I'm saying.
By the way,
accept your fate.
Yeah, by the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Let's play this for Brock. Says bottom line is he wants to be in San Francisco.
More than anything, I want to be able to, be here for my guys in the locker room, be here to, I want to be in San Francisco and play my football career here, man. I love it here, and I want to do whatever it takes to be here. And so we'll see when we get there, when we sit down and start talking and stuff. But that's first and foremost, and then we'll go from there. But I'm not really sure what it all is going to look like and entail. But I know that I'm the guy for this organization, and that I can do what it takes to help lead us where we want to go, and I'm confident in that. And, so we'll see.
I'm confident in that as well. Last one here. Asked if he's heard about the debate about his contract, because that's all people been talking about during the season, before the season. We're going to talk about it after the season. Here's what Purdy said about that.
Obviously, just based off of how this year has gone, that's been conversations and the talking points and things like that. But, I mean, if you take a step back and realize what has been done the last couple of years, if we're talking about me and my story, like being drafted last and then coming in and helping the team win and reach some pretty big heights, that's something that I can fall back and look on and be like, okay, that's what I've done. And obviously not just by myself. I've had a great supporting cast and everything, and I'm very thankful for that. This year was tough, but like I said, dude, I really do believe that this all happened, and I can grow so much from it and continue to grow into the quarterback that I want to be. And I just turned 25 years old. I feel like there's a lot of areas and improvement that I can have within my game, and I know I can get to, and so I'm confident in that. So we'll see what happens. Everybody has their own opinion, and that's okay. But for me, I know who I am and what my purpose in life is and what I can do.
So Brock Purdy's only 24 years old. I do believe he could get better. I believe he could get better. Now, can his arm get stronger? We'll see. Can he become more accurate? I definitely think he can, and I think he has shown that he can be accurate. Everybody says, like, hey, man, he needs the Avengers. He needs everything to be perfect. Name me a quarterback who doesn't need a good offensive line. Name me a quarterback who doesn't need talent on the field. For crying out loud, Joe Montana needs talent on the field. I'm not calling Brock Purdy that. But I definitely believe that you can win a lot of football games with Brock Purdy, a lot of high-level football games with Brock Purdy. And so do I want to see another quarterback in here to push him? I love to see like Mac Jones. I'm not opposed to. I'm not opposed to Davis Mills. I'm not opposed to Cooper Rush. I'm not opposed to Justin Fields, for crying out loud. I thought Justin Fields got better with Pittsburgh this season when he did play. So, yeah, bringing in a backup who could push Purdy, sure, why not? But I do believe Purdy can be the guy for this team moving forward.
So if I were to say to you, he's had the 2 seasons, right? And this year was a downer, and the year prior was near excellent. What's he more likely to replicate? The excellent season?
The excellent season.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
I just think it's so hard for all those things to go well.
Well, I do believe that he could replicate. Maybe it doesn't look like it did, that Super Bowl run, during that Super Bowl run, but I think this is an anomaly. Look at everything that's happened. Like, in a way, it's kind of like when the Warriors had that situation with Draymond Green and Jordan Poole. You just kind of sense like, damn, it's just not right. Something just feels off. And they go on that 0-5 road trip, and they don't win a game, and you just thought, man, they're not winning road games. They don't seem connected or whatnot. This year with the Niners, and we should have saw this coming. Ray Rattle actually hit me up like week 5 and goes, Bonte, this is done. They're not going to do it this year. And I was like, nah, come on, man. They're going to make a run at this. And I tried to believe it. And you know what? He was right. A lot of people are right. Everything that went on before the season, during the off season, all the players, we've gone through it all. It was just a nightmare. It was a nightmare. I don't think this is the real Brock Purdy. I think Brock Purdy's the guy, more so the guy who did throw for over 4,000 yards. It was in the MVP running. Now, is he that good? Who knows? But I don't think he's this bad that he showed this season. I don't think he's that bad.
I mean, his year this year, if you look at the stats, just the stats, it's like identical to the 2021 season for Jimmy G. Touchdowns, interceptions, yards per game, sacks. The only thing different was the win-loss record, and I think Jimmy's defense was better. He went 9-6 that year and played in 15 games. This year, Brock went 6-9, and he played in 15 games. And I think both guys hurt their shoulder. And I have nothing but just speculation. I don't think that he was 100% all year. I have way more red flags on Purdy than you do. I'm not ready to move off him. I'm not ready to say that he's done. I'm of the nature, and this is just how I operate. My Uncle Jeff, who's one of the smartest people I've ever met in my life, he was giving me financial advice back in the day. He said, Joe, you can make $1,000 mistakes till you're blue in the face. You will not go broke. Do you know when you go broke? When you make $100,000 mistakes over and over and over again. And I would say the same thing about quarterback. When you make $100 million mistakes at quarterback, that's when things go really awry. So I like Purdy. I'm just very reluctant, and they have to make sure that this is the right guy. Because if you make the wrong $100 million mistake, everybody's done.
Dan Dibley said something yesterday during a crossover about Purdy's contract that was very, very interesting about the way they can structure the deal and how they can have a low base salary where it doesn't kill you and allow you to sign other players and give them the guarantee. And also, I don't believe you have to give them a 5. Say if we come out with a headline today, we see it, and the news breaks it, Purdy signs for 5 years, $200 million, and everybody's going to lose their minds. I do believe this front office is going to structure this deal to where they have opt-outs every April, just like Jimmy Garoppolo, because of the injury concerns. And so that's why I think they're not going to marry him for 5 years. This is going to be a year-to-year deal, I believe. I truly believe that, where they could get out of it.
Look, I'm on the other side. We'll get into it, but I just look at all the dead cap for the big money hits. If he gets over $100 million guaranteed, he's got to be the right guy.
We'll see. Baldy coming up at 7:30. We'll get to Robinson Bruno on the other side about Brock Purdy and play more sound. Who's skeptical about Brock Purdy? I do believe you can win a lot of games with him. On my list of issues, I don't think he's in my top 5 right now. Now, he is the quarterback, and I know it's sacrilege to say. He's the quarterback of the team. I think Brock is going to be fine if you build around him the right way, and I think that's important. That segment was sponsored. Next segment as well is sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport.
New year, new adventures. Choose SFO for all your travel plans with the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking, and local.
This is stupid. It's just dumb football.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Baldy joining us in about 12 minutes. Hopefully he's not hitting splits right now. Hopefully his groins are okay after hitting the splits on the Jason Kelsey show. It's pretty good stuff. He'll join us in about 12 minutes. 12 minutes. In case you're just waking up, Brian Snyder fired as the San Francisco 49ers special teams coordinator. So where does that leave Nick Sorensen? Where's Nick Sorensen? What's his status? Do you want to see him back? Does he deserve another shot? 888-957-9570 is the number. 888-957-9570 is the number. We know how Brock Purdy feels about his contract negotiations. We'll get to Moody Ward in a second. Here's George Kittle. You want to be a Niner?
I want to be a Niner for my entire career. Love wearing the red and gold. And whatever the front office wants to do, I'm all ears.
What went wrong this season, George?
I haven't reflected too much because we played yesterday, but I will say that pretty sure we had I have no idea what the number is, but it felt like we had 20 turnovers and then didn't get any turnovers. And so when you're turning the ball over that much and you're not scoring in the red zone and you're not getting turnovers, it's hard to win football games. And that just is what it is. 'Cause I know as an offense, we move the hell out of the football all year. I feel like besides 2 weeks, we're top 5 every single week. We move the ball really well, but we couldn't score. We turn the ball over all the time. So it's hard to win football games like that. And you look back and reflect. I can look all my teammates in the face. I put my all out there, and a lot of the guys in this locker room, they put everything that they put their all out there as well. So I have no shame in that. And you can go check the tape. And if you're okay with your resume, which is on the tape, then you should be okay with your season.
That last part was a response to Nick Bosa telling the media that, hey, it was tough for me as a captain to look my teammates in the face after a disappointing season. Kittle basically said, yeah, I can look my guys in the face because the tape don't lie. I play my ass off. So I ain't worried about that.
Well, the offense did generate a lot of yards. They weren't efficient in the red zone. That is, inarguable. The defense was a giant problem with this team. Giant problem. I still believe the offense, even though I have my own questions about a lot of different things, specifically the O-line, and then second half execution by the quarterback, right? That's going to be something that I flagged. That's all. But the defense gave up the 4th most points in the league. The defense gave up almost 2,200 yards on the ground. Okay? Saquon went for 2K. You gave up 2,200 yards on the ground. They were 25th in generating turnovers, 25th in fumbles, 20th in interceptions. This is a bottom defense. And if you look at their blitz rate and when they get home and sacks and all that, this is one of the worst defenses in the league. And there's no arguing it.
Baldy highlighted the blitzes, whereas they're just blitzing just to blitz. They're not creative with the blitz. They just blitz and nobody gets home. I'll throw the last couple games out because I do believe Arizona really trying to run up the score, get some scrubs, and that's okay. That's okay. Arizona, we got something for that ass next year in the NFC West. Don't you worry. Get your little 47 to feel good about your mediocre season. It's fine. But also,
I didn't realize how much that bugged.
Oh, it was just they're running up to score, and everybody's going crazy over the 47 the Niners game. I'm like, okay, all right, whatever. I see what you're doing, Kyler.
It was pretty a fraudulent 47.
It was a fraudulent 47. Now, you got lit up against Detroit, but they're one of the better offenses in football. So the defense was not good. Huh?
And you missed some kicks in that game.
Oh, yeah.
You should have scored 40.
Yeah, you should have. And you had an egregious interception by Brock Purdy. Rob and San Bruno, what's happening?
What's going on? Hey, shout out to the guru. I got to put the rat on the table, man. Hey, we got 2 problems. The big problem is Cal. He not going nowhere, so I'm not even going to talk about him. I think Cal's scheme has been figured out. It always gets figured out. His daddy went through the same thing with Denver. That's why he's not coaching no more. Secondly, Purdy, man. You cannot watch Purdy the last 4 games of the year and tell me you're comfortable with that dude. That dude literally threw away 3 winnable games that could have kept us in the race. He literally threw away that many games. He had 24 total touchdowns. I give him total that, but he had 16
Which games did he throw away, Rob? That could have kept us in the playoffs.
But the Rams one.
The second one, that was a terrible game.
The second one, the last 3 games he played, he threw about 4 interceptions, man, in the late game situations, man. If Alex Smith did that, y'all be all over him. I just feel like, man, we need some competition behind him. We cannot just say we can't keep coddling him and give him all the free reign. Don't bring no.
So who do you want to bring in?
You can talk.
Who do you want to bring in?
I mean, if you look at the quarterback that's playing right now, that's going to be playing next week, they can do 2 things, or they can do once. You got to have a big arm. You got Goff can't run, but he got a big arm. He gets the ball down the field accurately. Or you got to be able to run and throw. And then Purdy, he can run, but defenses are not tripping off him running because once they stop that, they can stop him. So you got to have a dual threat at quarterback, or you got to have a big arm. You can't have a new arm and be a mid quarterback runner. You just can't do that. And next year to me is a big year. We got the Super Bowl here. We can't have our season dependent on a guy with a messed up elbow and a guy with Achilles tendons and his both Achilles. That's not smart. So my thing is I want Travis Hunter. We do everything we do Travis Hunter. If we can't get that, if we can't get that, I want DN. You got to, because I don't think they're going to change the defense, because that means next year we're not going to be content. You got to draft whole new different type of defensive line at the end. So we can get the right end and play the 3-4. We got that. But if not, we got to go get Jensen. We got because our offense is about the run game. That's what we're about.
Totally agree on the running back.
Let me ask you this, Rob. If it's not Purdy you feel comfortable with, do you want to see the 49ers go with the new starting quarterback? Should they be in the market for a new quarterback?
It's not even that. It's about when he messes up. Justin Fields would be a perfect combination because he brings something different to the table. The Mac Jones, y'all just said, the Cooper Rush, they don't bring nothing different to the table. It's stock. It's like stock wheels. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I think Kyle's getting figured out playing with these basic quarterbacks, so we need to switch it up and give him somebody with an arm that can make plays with their feet.
Would you bring Trey Lance back?
Hell yeah. You see how he played last game with no starters?
He does have zip on the ball. Rob, thanks for the call. Trey Lance just needs to play. I know. I'm
the
kidding.
Santa,
I was
Maria, the Nina, and the Pinta think that ship is sailed. I mean, come on.
But you know what, though? I was watching Trey. I had them all up. I had Trey up.
You were watching Trey and Jimmy G simultaneously?
No, I didn't watch Jimmy because Jimmy played in the afternoon. And I was getting ready for Warriors and Kings. Trey played in the morning. Who else was in the morning? It was Dallas and Commanders I had on. I had Bryce Young on. I was like, damn, Bryce Young. Boy, I'm buying stock into him because I think a lot of people wrote him off way too early. And I see why. Now I understand why teams are trying to trade for him at the deadline. And Carolina's like, yeah, we're going to wait on that.
Well, I think that's a great cautionary tale of not going in either direction. Like, wow, you're the greatest thing ever. And this is who you are for the remainder of your career, good or bad. You know, like you gotta build up a big body of work. Baker Mayfield's another one. Like, you're only as good as the last season that you had. That's the way the NFL works.
Now I want to know. From the roasters out there and all the fans out there. 888-957-9570. Because one thing I learned is everybody's got an opinion. And it's okay to have an opinion. How many people are not comfortable with Purdy as they're starting going into 2025? That's what I want to know. Now that Rob has said Bruno's opened that door. How many people are not comfortable with Brock Purdy?
A year ago, you asked that question to me, and I say, man, I have a really hard time finding anybody in the league who can upgrade over him. A year later, I'm like, man, I don't know. You know, like, I don't know. Jared Goff just had a monster season, a monster season. I didn't think as highly of him to end last year. Baker Mayfield just had a monster season. I didn't think as highly of him last year. So things can fluctuate a little, like, CJ Stroud just had a really down year. And you and I talked about this before the season started, and we were both high on him, but I was like, you got to do it again. He only threw 17 touchdown passes his rookie year, and it's up and down. And so, like, comfort level, I'm comfortable with him being my starter. But beyond that,
what? Like, are you just comfortable next year? You're not.
Well, so like you'll say things, and I get your point of view. Like, hey, give him a contract where you have a bunch of outs. Well, most of the contract deals for the starter quarterbacks that are in the league are essentially 2 or 3 year deals. They're locked in 2 or 3 year deals. And like 2 sounds okay. Yeah, 2. 3 might be pushing it. Like, and that sounds like I'm like degrees here. But dude, the guy missed a shoulder week 12 and he missed because of the elbow week 18. Yep. This is after we kind of looked and like the arm just didn't look right. He looked a little indecisive. Doesn't mean I'm done with him. It just means like, boy, I'd like to have more body of work before I make this giant commitment to him. Even if it is on a 2 or 3 year basis, like it was just money. Yeah, but you spend the wrong money and you got Daniel Jones, and I'm not saying he's Daniel Jones. He's been better than Daniel Jones.
He's a lot better than
I'm just saying, like, comparably, it can sink a franchise.
Daniel Jones would you want Daniel Jones as a backup?
No.
Because he's going to be available. Dave in South City, real quick before we get to Baldy. Dave, what's happening?
Hey, good morning. Great season. Love the Niners, and I watched every single game. My reoccurring thought is 3 things: injuries, penalties, and takeaways, fumbles, and interceptions. I'm hoping they have a team meeting and they say, if you don't have any penalties in the game, we'll give each player a $1,000 bonus. Because with the game the other day, there was like 2 penalties for the Cardinals and like 11 for the Niners. It seems like every game there's like 11 penalties. So can they do something about that perhaps? I don't know. Thank you.
Yeah, to me, it's just both sides of the ball too, and special teams.
Both sides.
And they weren't buttoned up all year, and it's the penalties have just been so
I don't know why. I don't feel really good, but I feel like, you know what? They could turn this thing around in the season. They could turn this thing around in the West next season. They need a couple tweaks here and there. Now, they have to make the right moves, right? You can't just make a tweak and think that, hey, we're going to be back.
Is it
Gotta
tweak
make the right
8
tweaks.
starters?
The tweak, I don't think you need 8 starters.
You don't think you need 8 starters?
Maybe combined, right? So you have 11.
I mean, that's a third of your team.
You may need 8 starters. Because
I'm looking at it, free safety. I'm looking at 3 new defensive linemen. I'm looking at probably another linebacker, right? Like that's 6 on that side of the ball. Probably 2 offensive linemen.
Right. That's 8. You could make it happen. You can flip this thing with 8 starters. It's not, in today's NFL, a lot of things shift. The Kansas City Chiefs have shifted left and right. The Baltimore Ravens have shifted left and right. The Buffalo Bills, for crying out loud, look like a Super Bowl favorite. And look how many starters they let go last season. Yeah. So it's not uncommon in today's NFL to flip your starters.
The
you
one
may
thing
need
that
8
all
starters.
those organizations have, you're right.
Quarterback, I get it.
Like upper echelon quarterback.
But there's only 4,
I know,
in my opinion.
but those are the ones.
Those are 4 quarterbacks who are up the golden 4. And one of the golden 4 is not in the playoffs. 3 are in the same conference. And one of the 3, albeit he's got 3 Super Bowl rings, didn't have the greatest years, but he's a phenomenal player. Let's get to I want to hear this from Zitz before Baldy. Zitz, what's happening? You're on a Russ. Let me know when we get Baldy. Zitz and SF, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? So just wanted to call and say I think the honeymoon phase is over with Brock Purdy. Everybody loved the story. He was Mr. Irrelevant. He had a breakout season when he finally got to play. But let's be real, it's been shown the last 2 seasons, even before his elbow, really, he never really had the big arm. He's great, about 40 yards. He's pretty quick, decisive. He is a bit of a gambler, I feel like. But, I don't know if he's really going to be the quarterback of the future. So we don't have to give him a deal next year. Let's not do it. Let's just let him play and see how it goes. And then the other part was, I don't think this is a light restoration. If you compare this to a house, it's pretty deep. You got too many phases of the football team that need to get fixed. Special teams being the first one. And then your trenches. Your trenches are terrible. Defense, getting right up the gut, 5-6 yards every play. Damn near you can't stop the run. And then our left side of the line's been pretty banged up, and you're getting pressure on Brock's blind side. So, I mean, he's forced into making quick decisions, and a lot of times when you're rushed, you're not making the good decisions, not making the smart decisions. So I think you really got to look into positional and role players, and really bolstering the foundation of the team before you go out and start getting all the eye candy.
I hear you. So, Zitz, are you comfortable with Purdy as your starter next season?
I mean, if that's all we have to choose from, we don't really have a choice, right? But I mean, if you could go make a move maybe for Sam Darnold, if it's really the last year and you're really going to try to give it one last go and go all in, why not get Captain Kirk? Somebody with an arm who can make that deep throw, because we got guys who can get open over the top. But Brock's throwing the ball and the guys are having to wait for it. So instead of getting 6, you're getting a first down, a long first down. I think if you take the top off of a defense, that makes the defense have to open up and spread out a little bit. Then you can come back to the middle third of the field where Brock really strives. But I mean,
I hear you. Good call, Vince. Good call. Let's get to Shark Week, man. It's Shark Week. First time in the new year. And Baldy, baby, he's back as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop, and on the line, of course, is Odyssey Pro Football Insider Brian Baldinger, NFL Network, at Baldy NFL on Twitter. And hopefully he's not trying to do the splits again like he was Friday night with Jason Kelsey and some jeans. Pretty impressive, Baldy. Pretty impressive stuff. Good morning to you. Happy New Year. And if you had to sum up the 49ers season in 2024, how would you sum that up, Baldy?
Ugly. An ugly season from the start. I mean, you lose 7 of the last 8 games or something like that. It was just an ugly finish and a rough start. And so it was a forgettable year. I mean, if you had to sum it up, it's a forgettable year. You can't just honestly forget it. You can't just say it was an aberration. It was a Super Bowl hangover. That's too easy. You got to painfully look at the weaknesses on the team and address them and go, can we afford to bring back the same team next year, or the remnants or the structure of the same team next year? Because we just saw 3 teams passing by this year. You know, one with a new coach, one with the team that you just lost to on Sunday, and you're like, is the Arizona Cardinals roster really better than the 49ers roster? You can say, okay, put a healthy Brock Purdy in there, and maybe it's different. But still, they beat them twice this year. So you got to really look at this roster and look at the coaching staff and really look at everything and go, all right, is it just the injuries or in the off season that was just mired in holdouts and whatnot, or is there deeper problems to the team right now?
Well, if you were to write down a list of the biggest issues on the team right now, where does it start? Is it coaching? Is it personnel? Is it quarterback play? Where would you start as the biggest issue on the team right now?
I think they're very predictable on defense. I think the predictability of what they do defensively is easy to game plan for. I mean, Arizona all they did is go up and down the field, and most of them were starters out there. So I think predictability on defense is clear to me. But part of that might be they're not very talented on defense either. They don't take the ball away. They don't affect the quarterback. But they don't do anything to do that knowing that they have limitations. So I would say that's it. I think they lack team speed. I mean, you're watching Greg Dortch catch a tunnel screen, and either the guys just weren't – the effort looked questionable to me, all right? I ain't going to call anybody out saying they're quitting or whatever. But the effort was questionable. You know, I mean, if you're sitting in a film room with your team, you're going, this isn't good enough. You're trashing everybody. So that's that. I think team speed is, and, they lack playmakers on defense right now.
Well, can we get to the highest paid player on that defense, Nick Bosa? How do you rate his season?
Well, I mean, he was disappointing. But he doesn't, I mean, he still is a force. He's not Micah Parsons. He's not TJ Watt right now. He's not getting the ball out of the quarterback's hands. He's not batting balls down. He's not, I don't know. I feel like he's going up against backup tackles on Sunday, and I didn't see him destroy him. Wow. That's Nick Bosa. He's supposed to destroy those backup tackles. Great. Not Paris Johnson out there. I think he still plays the game the right way, but I don't know if he's not as fast twitch as he used to be. It looks like it's just clearly just a pure power game right now. And if it's not working, then he's not getting there.
And in the Y9 ball days, we're talking to Brian Baldinger, as we do every Tuesday at 7:30 in the morning. If they're going to stick with the Y9 system, I don't think it benefits Nick Bosa. As you just mentioned, I don't see a speed rusher there. I see a power rusher. And he's lined up so far out wide that it affects him in the run and pass game. When you talk about the predictability of the defense, and we've been discussing this morning, I didn't see nothing from Nick Sorensen either. So if they did move on from him, what if and I'm just going to throw a hypothetical. The Niners say, hey, Lou Anarumo from Cincinnati, who just got fired, who I think is a good defensive coordinator, if the Niners decided to go that direction and flip their scheme and move away from the Y9, what would Lou Anarumo bring to the table?
Well, I mean, if you look at, say go back 3 years ago when Cincinnati beat Kansas City in Kansas City and went to a Super Bowl, and you watch what he did to Patrick Mahomes and how he changed up on second downs and third downs, changed his front, moved people around. Is this a three-man front? Where are they blitzing from? I think he's much more creative than anything I saw in San Francisco over the last couple of years.
Wow.
I think I'm a big Lou Anarumo fan. I think he has a very sharp mind. I think I remember talking to him. He lives literally right down the street from me in Fort Lauderdale. He's got a house there. But I remember talking to him this year. I mean, at one point in the Kansas City game that they lost at the end in Kansas City, he had two healthy defensive tackles, playing. Two. They were so thin up front. And some of those guys weren't very good players. So, he was doing the best he could with what he had. But I think that would be an upgrade. I think I don't think he's going to be unemployed long. Like, I think there's a team on the East Coast that is going to make a switch pretty soon and reach out to him.
What do you do with Dre Greenlaw? We see when he played the 2 quarters and he was outstanding, but he played 2 quarters this year, and I feel like as great as the defensive line needs to be upgraded, like there's no question, no one argues that. I feel like linebacker is a huge gaping hole for this team as well. What do you do with Greenlaw?
Well, I think anybody that tears their Achilles, Aaron Rodgers, Kirk Cousins, those are the people we know. I feel like it's more than a year of recovery. I think it takes, I remember when I tore my ACL, and I'm not comparing my injury to Dre's, but they said, one of the things that the recovery team did for me, they said, look, it's not going to feel like the old knee. It's going to be a new knee. It's going to be just as good. It's just going to feel different. And you have to get used to the difference. And I feel like that's the case with Achilles. Like, you can get back on the field in a year and play like Dre did, but you're not going to feel like you did prior to the injury in the Super Bowl. So I feel like you have to give them the off season and just see if the suddenness and the quickness and the speed and all that stuff comes back. So I feel like he needs this off season.
Brian Baldinger, presented by our proud partner, Go to State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Go to State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com, and Baldy will be on every Tuesday throughout the playoffs and the Tuesday after the Super Bowl here. Some breaking news in Tennessee. Old friend Rand Carthon, who was the 49ers organization, has been fired by the Titans after 2 years. So he is now unemployed as teams look to reshape their front office, their coaching staffs, or whatnot. As we shift over to the Niners offense, I think some positives. Ricky Pearsall showed some flashes over the last couple of weeks. That's a good thing. Jacob Cowie got better. Dominic Pudi, you got yourself a right guard. But if you're looking at the Niners offense, Baldy, you're sitting in the room, and you're looking at the offseason coming up, and you said, how can I make this offense better? How can I upgrade it? How are you upgrading this offense, Baldy? What was the first thing you're going to do?
Well, there's going to be a free agent guard available for Kansas City, Trey Smith. I mean, I'd go get Trey Smith. Now, you have to pay for him, but I'd figure out a way to get Trey Smith. Just because he's such an enforcer. He's got a howitzer for a right hand. When he punches you, you feel like you can't breathe. Like, the guy finishes every block. You just need an alpha male on your offensive line. I feel like they need that. Trey Smith is that guy. So, I mean, that's just a dream. Now, the 49ers can't afford Trey Smith, but he's going to be the highest paid guard in football. The guy's played practically every snap for 4 straight years in a row. And I know the kid well. Like, that kid is just wired the right way. But you got to make a decision on Trent. Do you want to bring Trent back? I mean, obviously he's still a great player, but the injuries do get to you. The age does get to you. The off season was different, so he had to play himself into shape. But you got to, he's going to be 38 or whatever he's going to be. You have to decide: do we go out and start building with a new left tackle? Other teams do it. So are the 49ers in that? Because I think it always starts up front. Now, to have 3 running backs, 3 good running backs all get hurt, all go down. I mean, you can't figure like that's going to happen. But you have to wonder, is Christian McCaffrey, can he regain what we saw a year ago or the year before? Can he become that guy? Because everybody in that draft from 2017, the only guy that's still going is Aaron Jones. And he's been in and out of the lineup a number of times in Green Bay. But he's the only guy from that draft that's still rolling. He was the 5th round pick.
If you were sitting down with Brock Purdy and you guys were going over the film from this year, what are the strengths and what are the weaknesses? What are the things that you guys are talking about? Like in contrast to maybe the year he had last year?
Well, I think he still reads defenses exceptionally well. I think he knows how to go through progressions, and he's very, very smart about where to go with the ball. The question that is always going to come up, and you can't erase Mr. Irrelevant, because there's a reason why he was Mr. Irrelevant. I'm watching, say, for example, Michael Penix Jr. the other day. Now, you watch him rifle a football. Like, it's a laser show. Like, Brock can't throw it like that. Now, he can still be very accurate. He can throw it with touch, and all those things are valid. But he's not going to have a Michael Penix arm. So you have to say, okay, can you live with the limitations? Yes, you can, for sure. They did for 3 years. But I do think that there's a part of the offense that, and it's easy on Mondays, you're sitting in the film room, when to be patient on a route and it's going to open up and when to move to the next. I don't know how to answer the question, Joe. Like, I don't know how to tell a quarterback, boy, if you just wait an extra tick here, Ayuk's coming open. Kittle's the guy. And so how your eyes go from one step to the next, I think that could be improved. And I don't know how to define that other than that.
What do you make of the second half, fourth quarter struggles for Brock Purdy?
Well, I mean, I think some of those fourth quarter struggles are we got to come back and win. You know, I got to make these plays. And sometimes you try to do too much or you try to put too much emphasis on it, you know, but at the same time, there's got to be urgency. So you have to, it's a balance between being urgent, knowing that you've got to, finish this drive to win the game. The Arizona game, the first Arizona game, there's a chance to go win that game. That just comes to my mind right now, and there's an interception thrown or whatever. So, knowing, and then that part of that is being everybody in cahoots, everybody in cahoots from the protection to the route running and the play call and it all coming together like that. Because, some teams, you watch in a 2-minute drill, and look, Josh Dobbs had a good one right before the half last week. But there's some teams you go, we can say Mahomes all the time, but there's some guys they get the ball with 59 seconds to go, and they got to go 70 yards. They're going. They're going to finish it, and the game's going to be over.
Is there anybody the Niners could bring in as a backup that maybe not necessarily replaces Brock Purdy, but maybe pushes him or could be a better backup? Because Brendan Allen and Josh Dobbs are guys, and I think they're going to move on here. Like, we could just rat-a-tat-tat some names. Like, Cooper Rush is going to be a restricted free agent. Justin Fields, what if he leaves Pittsburgh? What do you think about him, Baldy? Guys like that. Is there anybody out there that could really push Brock Purdy to thrive in the Shanahan system?
I don't know. Could Kirk Cousins push him? I mean, I don't know. Shanahan obviously was there when they drafted him in Washington, wanted him in San Francisco. He was awful. If they had made the switch earlier, Atlanta probably wins that division the way they were playing. They were too patient. And so you say to yourself, is that Achilles? Is that a slump? Can he get back to what he was? I don't know. I don't know, the exact answer to that.
Right.
But, Justin Fields is intriguing. I don't think he could push him because I don't think he can throw as accurately as Brock, and I don't think he can make the decisions. But he's going to make the splash plays that maybe Brock can't make, whether it's sensational runs or, like you think about, remember that game that they opened up with against Chicago in the rain 3 years ago?
Yep,
and he made that throw across the field in the rain.
To Dante
the only throw he
Pettis.
made basically all day, but it was enough to beat the Niners that day. Like, he has that ability, and so that he can wow you, but, wowing you isn't going to win divisions and win playoff games. It's just going to do that to you.
Is Deebo Samuel still a really good football player?
In the right situations, he is. He almost looks like he's more of a running back now than a receiver. Like, he gets a head of steam going and he hits the hole, and you're like, that looks good, that looks special. But between the drops and the inability to separate, he doesn't look like an elite player from that standpoint. But he is a playmaker, and so whether it's a returner, as a change of pace running back, all the gadget gimmick plays that you can run on fly sweeps and things like that. There's a place for it. But if you're saying, okay, we're in a 3-by-1 set and here's man coverage, go beat this second corner, I don't know if that's the guy that can do that.
What happened to his route running, Baldy? Because we didn't really discuss this. It just seems like since the Super Bowl against Kansas City, with Spags said, I'm playing man defense, I'm going to blitz 6, let's go. And from that point on, we've kind of hyper-focused on Deebo and the lack of route running. Has it always been like this with Deebo Samuel? What has happened? Like, it's fascinating that all of a sudden he gets one target against Detroit on Monday Night Football. They're going to pierce all the Jennings, and I'm thinking to myself, boy, they're really phasing Deebo out in the pass game. What happened to him?
I don't know. Do you just naturally, over a period of time, slow down? Yeah. Do you lose a step? I mean, it's imperceptible sometimes, but can you be, I don't know, too thick, built too much like a running back to play receiver? I mean, you got to have some twitch and suddenness to you to be these electric playmakers at receiver. Like, you watch Justin Jefferson or Jamar play, and like they're just elite, with their body control. You watch Garrett Wilson go up and catch these balls. You watch these receivers that I mentioned, they're all younger, but you watch their body control with the ball in the air and the acrobatic moves that they can make. You don't see that from Deebo.
They fired the special teams coordinator. They had the 8th most penalties.
They could have done that week 2.
I know.
They could have done that like early in this year.
They had multiple fake punts, executed on them. One this last weekend, a zillion missed kicks. Obviously, Jake Moody's an issue, but they're also not kicking the ball into the end zone, right? And so, like on kickoffs, they're low on that. They don't kick long field goals. Their longest this year was a 53-yarder. 31 other guys kick longer kicks than that. Just the special teams unit as a whole. How do you improve that? It's not just the kicker. There's a variety of problems here, and they've spent money on a George Odom who got hurt, but they have specific specialists. How do they fix this thing?
Well, I always think at every position, coaching is the difference. I mean, if you look at, Kansas City's had the same special teams coach now since Andy Reid got there. And that's never an issue. They have the best kicker in Butker. But even when Butker got hurt, they didn't skip a beat. You never see them give up a play in the special teams to get themselves beat. Kicking coaches, special team coaches, are just that. They're special. There's a bunch of them, and there's 32 of them, and they all got assistants. But some of them are better than others. And so coaching matters, and how you coach up certain plays and preparation. Everybody is in a special teams meeting. Every single player at some point, whether it's field goal protection, field goal block, whether it's punt safe, every single player is in a special teams meeting. Do they get through to everybody? Because sometimes you just, and then some just have this eye. Okay, this is their coverage unit. This is the weakness. This is what we can hit. Let's work on this week. Let's pull this out at this time. Some are just better than others right now.
Look, Baldy, you've brought up coaching, so we haven't asked about Shanahan. Obviously, a down year for him. Second losing season in the last 6 years. First 2 years, obviously, coming to an expansion team. I'm not going to hold that against him. But if you had to talk to Shanahan and he said, hey, Baldy, how do I reinvent myself? How do I come back sharper? How do I come up with some newness here? How do I become less predictable offensively? What would you tell Shanahan? How can he be better in 2025?
Well, I always think that I don't think there's anything new that's been invented under the sun. I think everything is sort of regurgitated in some ways. But I do think, like, we're going to see 2 major college football games coming up, this week. And so, like, I remember Steve Spagnuolo was out of football for a year, and he came here every Monday to NFL Films. He never studied, and he knew he was getting back in. Andy Reid, and to let Bob Sutton go. He brought Spags in to be defense coordinator. He's the single best defense coordinator in football. And I remember that year, all he did was study the college game. And he just wanted to see the speed of the game, the formations, a lot of things that the college game is good at that always creeps to the NFL game. That's like the think tank. But I feel like, because if you're in a spread formation every play, like say in the Big 12, right. Texas to me is still a Big 12 team. But, if you're in a spread formation every play, like how are you affecting the quarterback? And I feel like those kind of things you can learn. So if I was saying to Kyle, like, don't be afraid to go learn from somebody else. Nick Saban always did that. I feel like there is another step to this evolution of the game that can be learned. that can be added to your repertoire of your base things. Like everybody recognizes that it's a good offense, but can it be tweaked to a point where it can be better? Like Liam Cohen went to Tampa this year. They had the 32nd ranked rushing offense in football 2 years in a row. They couldn't get 4 yards of carry to save their life. They're the 4th ranked rushing football team in the league. And if you can say, okay, it's an addition of a new center, definitely. It is Bucky Irving, okay. But when I watch their run game, it looks different than other teams right now. The way that they add bodies from one side to the other, whether it's the power game, counter Trey, how they fit their tight ends into it. Not that Kyle doesn't do that. He does. But I feel like Liam Cohen has injected something new to Tampa, and it's one of the reasons why they won the division for the 4th year in a row, and why now they're a really balanced offense for the first time. I mean, Brady didn't have that when they won a Super Bowl. So I feel like if I was Kyle, it's not ego. Like, football is about learning. It's about adjusting. It's about adding to your repertoire. That's what I would tell them to do.
Wow. Very good stuff, Baldy. Very good stuff. You calling any playoff games this weekend?
I'm doing the Hula Bowl on Saturday.
Hula Bowl.
Down in Orlando.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. All right.
I'm going to go find you guys. I'm going to go find you some 7th-round draft picks.
Hey, no.
I'm going to go find you a Dominic Pooney.
No.
Right?
Baldy, I need more than 7th-round picks. I need that 1st-round pick, number 11 overall. I need some big boys, man. I need a second. I need these 2/3. I need everybody, Baldy. We need D linemen. We need offensive linemen. We need speed, for crying out loud, out here in San Francisco.
Real quick, to that point, Bonte, like, I know Minnesota didn't play well the other night, but the defense played well.
Yep.
They got 2 interceptions.
Yep. Almost had a pick 6.
Yeah, Van Ginkel.
Almost had a pick 6.
Almost had a pick 6. And that was going to be 3rd.
Yeah.
But let me just say this. Like, what Brian Flores is doing on defense is what, honestly, is what like the great coaches have done on offense, the West Coast offense, all these different, like what Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan are doing. Like this, what he's doing on defense. First of all, their entire defensive line is brand new. Jonathan Grenard, Dallas Turner, Andrew Van Ginkel, like Pat Jones. They brought in 7 new defensive linemen, and they brought in a brand new scheme. Like that scheme, if I was Kyle Shanahan, you asked me, I would go study Brian Flores.
Ooh,
like that scheme is going to take over the NFL. It is. You're going to put up 7 on the defensive line. Who's coming? Who's dropping? What zones are you taking away? How are you getting a free hitter to the quarterback? That's the new wave. And it was a problem for Detroit the other day. It's going to be a problem for the Rams. It's a problem. But to Brian's credit, he has evolved this thing. And now he's got the right. And that, to me, when I say San Francisco is predictable, I compare it to what Flores is doing in Minnesota.
That's a good point. Next week, I want to ask you about the college game because I seen Ohio State do a little bit of that in the Rose Bowl. Oregon had no idea what was coming. And
you take a guy like Wink Martindale at Michigan and beat Ohio State with them, right? I mean, that's Wink.
Does Wink want to come back to the NFL? Does Wink want to come back to the NFL at all?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he wants to come back.
Damn,
they should make the phone call. That guy, the Giants are, I don't know how they kept what they kept. They were second in the league last year in takeaways. They executed half that amount this year. Like you asked me, would you rather lead the league in takeaways or defense? I'd like to lead the league in takeaways.
Wow. Well said, Baldy. Well said. We could continue this conversation for another 30 minutes, but we got to run, man. Have fun at the Hula Bowl. We'll talk next week. Enjoy the playoffs, Baldy.
Okay, guys.
Oh, real quick. Baldy. I'm sorry, guys. Predictions this week. Super Bowl prediction. We're not going to hold you to it, but playoffs are coming. We got to get a prediction.
I think Philadelphia, Kansas City.
Not mad at that.
I think Philadelphia goes 4-0 starting on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. Baldy, we'll talk next Tuesday. Right. Good stuff, brother. Good stuff. Sorry, we just blew the break. I'm sorry. Injury report. A lot of things to say. Wow. You know who brought up Wink Martindale? This guy better call in. Brian and Paul Alto over to Holidays on Twitter. Bonte, they need to go get Wink Martindale. I was like, yeah, that's not a bad idea. Somebody did the Milroe in the bowl game. Give me Wink. I'll take Wink right now. All right, injury report real quick. It's brief, but you guys already know.
Did have a point.
Jonathan Kuminga, so for the right ankle sprain, Saturday night against Memphis, 2:27 left in the first half, and he's going to be reevaluated in 3 weeks, and this is a massive loss for the Golden State Warriors. Something we'll explain a little later in the program. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Lots of questions I have for you, Shasky, after that Baldy interview. I do like the Wink Martindale. Give me Lou Edinburgh. Anything. Move off from the wide knife for crying out loud. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're going to get to Jaime in San Carlos. We're going to get to Richie Rich in Livermore. They want to move off from the DC, and I want to know why. That's coming up on the Roast.
T-Mobile 5G home internet.
have a lot of personnel on defense, but Trey Hendrickson did lead the league in sacks, I believe. So I do think Shasky and I think about it. They cannot, the 49ers, they cannot come back with Nick Sorensen as a D coordinator. If he wants to be a position coach again, fine. But defensive coordinator? No.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no question that they've got to change up their defense. I mean, Bonte, look, if we just did a draft right now of all the available who are currently defensive coordinators, I mean, this guy's a bottom 5 pick. Like, just remove our Niner hats and, rah-rah the team and all that. Like, we can also acknowledge, like, come on, who's taking him over 25 other people out there? Now, that being said, I won't allow any more A-gap talk. That is on a different station at a different time slot.
I love the A-gap. No, Shasky. See, we got to educate our fan base. We got to prove that other people can talk about the A-gap, and we know what the A-gap is. It's the first thing you learn in football. When I played Pop Warner football, Coach Greg Eisen with Paul Berger, this is the 0 gap. This is the 1 gap. This is the 2 gap. This is the B gap. This is the C gap. This is all that. This is the 2 hole. This is the 3 hole. This is the 4 hole. This is 5. All that stuff. That's the first thing you learn in football. So if people don't understand it, it's okay for us to educate them on that. I love A-gap talk. Yay. I love B-gap talk. I love C-gap talk. I love 5 techniques, 4 techniques, 3 techniques. I love all that stuff. That's kicking out on football. That's what we love, Shasky. Do not limit yourself to that.
I wrote down a bunch of different questions for the Niners heading into the offseason based off the year we just saw. I asked Baldy a question, and I'll ask you the same question. It's not, do you want him on the team? Is Deebo Samuel good? Is he still good?
I think he's fine, but I think it's time to move on.
Why?
It just doesn't fit anymore.
What's he good at?
What's he? Well, you get the ball in his hands, he can still make plays. I think he proved that against Miami. I think he proved that earlier in the season. The guy can still make plays when you put the ball in his hands, but it's how do you put the ball in his hands? If he's not going to get off a press man and he's not going to run great routes, then maybe it's time to move on from this guy. And that's what I'm saying. So I do believe there's still some talent there. And if he's a third wide receiver on the team, or if he's like, say if he went to Carolina, or if he went to Tampa, and he's playing opposite of Jalen McMillan and Mike Evans and Bucky Irving, I still think there's a productive player in there. So I don't think Deebo's washed. I still think him as a primary weapon on your offense, when you have to elevate him as your number 1 option, it's not there anymore. That's where I'm at with Deebo. So I don't think he's weak. I don't think he's washed. I just don't think he's productive as your guy. If you're going to build a game plan around him, as the Niners do so often, and we heard that on the receiver doc where the Cleveland game, Deebo gets hurt early, and they're like, damn, we had a Deebo Samuel heavy game plan. I don't think you need to do that moving forward with Deebo. So I do think he's good. I think all these players are good. You make the NFL, you're good. But, yeah, I don't think it works here anymore.
And then do you trust that Ayuk can be back and productive next year?
I got to see him hit the field. I don't know.
Because if you move off of Deebo, right, I think they're kind of connected in the sense that you move off Deebo, you've got pretty good faith that Ayuk's going to be back and ready to go, right? At some level.
You would hope.
Right? And then you're assuming that you're going to have Jawan Jennings. You're assuming that you're going to have Ricky Pearsall. And I guess Cowing over Connolly, but maybe Connolly and Cowing. I don't know.
I didn't see a lot of Cowing. this year in the past.
They played him at the end of the year.
So I don't know.
You know, he got a couple of routes at the end. I think they did a little jet sweep to get him the ball.
It's not enough for me. You know what I'm saying?
Obviously, but he's their kick returner, so he's going to be one of your wide receivers.
You would hope. We thought the same with Richie James Jr., right?
Well,
you never know with Shandy.
They kept Ray McLeod on, and he was kind of their kick returner and their like 4th, 5th wide receiver.
And we know he was non-existent in the pass game.
Is Ricky Pearsall ready to take a massive step forward?
Ricky Pearsall looked good. It
was really encouraging, wasn't it?
Really good. But you asked me about Deebo, and I just think when you look at the Monday night game, he got 1 target. Now, as I went back and watched it after the Cavs game, because obviously the Warriors were playing the Cavs at the same time, and I actually had the Niners game on, not because of whether or not I wanted to see if the Niners were going to win or lose, it's because I was playing in the fantasy championship, and I needed Deebo to score under 21 points, which happened. But as it was going on, as the game was progressing, I said, damn, Deebo doesn't have a target in the pass game. And you see it, Pearsall go crazy. You see it, Jawan Jennings go crazy. You see it, Kittle get his money. And Purdy's throwing for over 300 yards. He got phased out here. So I think that's step 1. Pearsall, step 2, okay, it's going to get an off season. It's going to be okay. Hopefully, you're like Herman, we're saying you got to hold him back from working out too hard. You need him to be injury-free in training camp and hit the ground running. And build a rapport with, hopefully, Brock Purdy. I don't know if he said anything about surgeries yesterday. I don't think he's getting anything. If Purdy's able to work out with him in the offseason, and you get Brandon Ayuk back here training, we'll see with him and Jawaan Jennings. So I feel good about that rapport.
Purdy said, and I wrote this down, he's taking a month and a half off from throwing.
So there is something there with that elbow.
Clearly.
And maybe he came back to try to help this team because obviously.
He was pretty specific.
Yeah.
A month and a half off.
Yeah, he wasn't right. It's obvious. He came back in the Buffalo game, and he came back at the end of the season, probably shouldn't have played.
So, I like Purdy, but we have to acknowledge some of these red flags here. And then correlating with that, like Jawaan Jennings. He had a monster year this year, and he seems like a guy when I see him in post games, and again, I'm just going off the feel and the sound, I think he wants a bigger role. Ideally, where does he belong on this wide receiver depth chart?
Hey, wide receiver 2 or 3, that's fine. But I definitely need somebody who can take top off the defense for crying out loud. That's what this team is missing. You look at all these teams, even I'm looking at Ohio State and Jeremiah Smith, and guy's 18 years old, a true freshman. I mean, I think he'd be a top 10 pick right now if he left. I mean, the guy's unbelievable. Terrell Owens is going to join Willard and Dibs at 4 o'clock today live in studio. And they had a graphic up during the Rose Bowl. Who does Jeremiah Smith compare to? And it was Julio Jones and Terrell Owens. And I looked at the graphic and said, yep, I agree. I was in the house by myself watching the Rose Bowl. I said, yep, I agree with that. And literally the next play, he goes at high points of football over somebody or did something. And I was like, yeah, that guy's a stud. The Niners may not be, obviously he's one of a kind, but the Niners do need a guy who can stretch the defense and threaten them down the field. Now, you may ask this question, well, you need a quarterback who could throw it down the field. Well, you know what? Maybe Purdy could. Maybe Purdy could if he had that guy. Maybe.
Well, this year, I don't know. He wasn't as effective throwing the ball deep as he was in the year past. So, the sample is large compared to other, comparable rookies, but it's not that large of a sample size on Purdy.
Yeah, not only that, but also I look at this receiving core. You brought up Debo. Is he even good anymore? Because I want to know, do you think he's good anymore?
Do I think Debo's good anymore as a wide receiver? No, I think he's a running back, but I kind of thought that for a couple of years, and to me, the best way to utilize him in the passing game is out of the backfield. And I think that you have to give him those kind of throwaway touches as a running back to be able to have teams honor him in the passing game with a linebacker because they kind of change their personnel thinking it's a run play. Ideally, I'd like to see him and CMC way more in the backfield together if you're going to keep them. Yeah, is he still good? I look at his tag hit for next year. It's not that bad. It's $15 million. And if I have question marks on Ayuk, as crazy as it sounds, I don't know if they're ready to move off of Debo, and I don't know if I'm ready just yet.
Yeah, I think I'm ready. I love Debo Samuel. I wanted him picked ahead of DK Metcalf. I wanted him bad. I wanted him in a Niner uniform bad, and he's been a good Niner. But just looking at the way the passing game is progressing and where they want to go with the pass game, because I do think they need to reinvent this passing game. That's why whether it's Kubiak or maybe Shanahan, as Baldy just said, going to meet other coaches and watching other coaches, taking some things away and humbling yourself. The passing game moving forward. And Debo transitioning to running back, it's like, we think it's so easy just to go, receiver, running back, go play running back. No, it's not that easy. You got to have the vision, got to have the quick twitch muscles to go through the hole, when to jump cut, when not to jump cut, when to break it outside, when to follow your blockers. Does Debo have all that as a running back? I don't think so. You read a couple jet sweeps with him with some gun runs, a little different.
Well,
I don't know if he has that vision of running.
CMC. Your main running back is
but
CMC.
I don't know if he's good enough to be a backup running back. There's a lot to go into being a running back unless you trade all offseason to be a running back.
They had 6 guys at running back.
And you're talking about a guy in Debo Samuel at running back to where we know he's injury prone.
Oh, there's no doubt. But so is everybody else in that backfield currently.
6'5", do you try to go get Tyreek Hill?
No, I want nothing to do. No more high-priced receivers, guys. It's the Shanahan offense.
Tyreek Hill will be.
I don't want
the player. You wouldn't want the player?
No. They just gave him a 3-year, $90 million contract extension, and he wants out after 1 year.
Man, no, I understand
I'm
that.
done with
I
the
understand
drama
that.
and the divas and the money. I'm done with it. Like, can we
Man.
have a couple of years where I'm not worried about that?
I would take, look, the player, now you're going to get all the nonsense, and I don't want that. I don't want the character. I don't want drama. I don't want any of that. But like Bill Parcells, man, he said, look, you need some good characters. You need some characters that are characters, but that can play. Tyreek Hill changes your entire offense.
When I think about the problems on this team, solving it with a wide receiver and whatever it would take to go get him, and then the money allocated to him, that is poor asset allocation.
Look,
they need to spend their money on the run game and the offensive line and the defensive line, linebackers and safety.
I
not
agree
another
with that.
wide receiver.
I agree with that.
We
But
did
if
this with Ayuk, and I think Ayuk's a really good player.
You're telling me, say if the Dolphins say, all right, give us 2 3s for Tyreek Hill. You wouldn't do that?
I don't want Tyreek Hill. I'm not in the business of bringing him in. On this team, we don't throw the ball enough to keep him happy. He'll be happy for 5 or 6 weeks, and then he'll be frustrated.
Is this a question?
I'm out on him.
Is this a question?
Yeah, I'm out on him. I'm out on him.
Is this a question? My first priority is in the trenches. I want a ball hawking safety.
Do you think the Niners regret the entire, forget the injury?
I'm just saying, Tyreek Hill takes the top off the defense. He changes
I think the
everything at
Niners
that speed.
dramatically regret the Brandon Ayuk thing. I think if they had it redo, I think they would have traded him at draft day.
They should have. They should have. If the way they let it drag on, it's they're as accountable for the Ayuk situation as Brandon Ayuk is. I swear, it was a joke. He wanted to get signed shortly after the Super Bowl. Now, speaking of Ayuk, and remember his girlfriend or wife, I'm not sure, she had posted like, yo, this is the last time we're going to be in this locker room, blah, blah, blah. Well, something just hit my timeline. And Dre Greenlaw and Fred Waters' wives have posted to social media indicating Greenlaw's time in San Francisco has come to an end. So, point of view. This is from Mrs. Warner. Your team didn't make playoffs, and the NFL free agency is taking your best friend to another team, and we are severely unwell. Greenlaw's wife. We quite literally have been blessed with the best neighbors the past 2 years. Our last block party. If there's anything we need to know about social media is that Dre Greenlaw may be playing on a different team next season.
Well, he might. I think that any team bringing him in understands there's a tremendous amount of risk with his injury history. Like it sucks, but it's true. When he's on the field, he's a destroyer. I mean, he's an amazing player.
That would be a massive loss.
He played 2 quarters though this year.
Yep, that would be a massive loss. That would be a massive loss because everything we talked about this season, about the defense not having that guy who is a tone setter, a guy who can take the top off, who can just knock somebody's heads off offensively. That attitude. He was that attitude.
No,
and just in the 2 quarters against the Rams, you're like, wow, yes, we missed Dre Greenlaw. I get he only played 2 quarters and 4 plays the next week in Miami. Probably came back a little early. I didn't want him to come back at all, but it is what it is. It will still be a massive loss to that locker room to lose Dre Greenlaw. There's no
I
disputing
agree,
that.
but I think he's really hard to value. Like, how do you place a value on someone who hasn't played for a full year and that you don't know will be healthy? I want him back, right? But like, how much do you give him? Multi-year deal. It's a linebacker position. You know, it depreciates kind of like running back in a sense. He's banged up. I mean, maybe you're going in a scheme change direction, and maybe I would think he would fit a variety of schemes, but maybe he doesn't fit the direction that they want to go in.
Those are all valid points. I
mean, then this goes back to, and I know like we want to remove ourselves from the quarterback, but when you pay a quarterback a lot of money, you do have to say goodbye to expensive other players that you normally could afford that now you can't.
I'm not so sure how many players you're going to have to say goodbye to, though, with the way this contract's going to get structured. We'll see. We'll see about that. Let's get to Richie Rich. He's been on hold for a while. 888-957-9570 is the number. How many people are not comfortable with Purdy coming back as your starting quarterback? What do you make of Deebo Samuel? We'll have plenty of questions. Plus, we'll talk some Warriors in the 9 o'clock hour.
I have another question, but I know you're going to go to Richie Rich. Have we seen the best of Nick Bosa? Are we ever going to get a good year again from Nick Bosa? Like, that's a legit question I have.
Richie Rich.
What's up, fellas? Good morning, man. Let me get a few things off. First, as far as this Sorensen, his ass got to go, right? You got to crash that wide 9. Let's be real. We don't have the power to run the wide 9. We ain't got the personnel. I mean, our front 4 is subpar, which makes Bosa look even subpar, mediocre at best, right? So you got to change that offense. The defensive corner got to go. His ass got to bring someone in that's going to run that 3-4, right? That 3-4, you see what it does to the quarterbacks, right? You don't know who's coming in. You don't know who's dropping back. And when you blink your eye, everyone's in the backfield. And it causes the quarterback to make rational decisions. That's how you're going to get takeaways. You're going to get picks. You're going to get sacks. It's got to happen, period. That has to happen to the defense. And unless you're going to hit in the draft, which, let's be real, it's not guaranteed to make that defense better, dude's got to go. That is played out. It's gone. Bye-bye. See you later.
I'm with you.
What else you got, Richie Rich?
Totally
What
agree.
about Purdy?
It's got to go. I'm with Purdy, man. Like, who are you really going to bring in to run the offense right now? Who are you going to bring in? Let's be real. All right. I know, Shasta, you said no, but I am sold on bringing Kirk Cousins in. He may be washed, but why? Because Kyle has wanted him forever. He's had him. All the talk is, let's bring him back. Let's bring him back. Let's bring him back. So whether he gives a little competition tonight or not is going to light the fire on the Brock's ass. Like, damn, he brought Kirk Cousins in. I gotta look back at myself and make some decisions and do better. So it's got to happen, man. You know, it's got to. And I definitely see Debo going bye-bye. Why? Because I think Pearsall can step up to take that role. Yeah. I think Jennings has proved to us that he is a number 2. If he didn't get thrown out, the guy got 1K. You guys tell me you've seen Jennings getting 1K this year. I didn't see that at all. No. You know what I mean? He stepped up, man. He deserves that 2 role. And then we got to see what's up with Ayuk. You know what I mean? But I'm going to leave you on this note. The backfield is undetermined, okay? Everyone is hurt. No one's proven, all right? I know it's a bold move, but Shanny got to go out there and go get Gentry. You got to go do that because you do not know what's certain.
You know, how many Niner fans will want to see the 49ers take a running back number 11 overall?
I want to trade down like Detroit did with Gibbs, and they got Laporta and Gibbs. Now, they got Gibbs with the 12th pick. They had the original 6th pick.
Yeah, exactly.
See, to me, I think the Niners could trade down from 11, get multiple second rounders and a later first. Like that would be my, if you're asking like dream scenario, that would be one of my dream scenarios.
Ashton Gentry in ESPN's latest mock draft, Jordan Reed is their NFL draft analyst.
I see him around 10.
They have him going number 12 overall to the Dallas Cowboys. How many Niner fans would want Gentry at 11 overall? I like Gentry. I think he's a hell of a back.
I mean, let's be real. How many great years? I mean, even if CMC bounces back, we all agree, he's probably got one, like,
I don't know.
If he bounces back, one more great year?
That's fine. You get a running back the next year. With this team, with this roster, 888-957-9570. I'll go around the room, too. You would take Gentry 11 overall?
No, I would trade down and take a running back. Like, see, to me, it's not just about your first pick, because I think we obsess on this. To me, it's the totality. So if I have 2 in the second and 1 in the first, it's like I got to walk away with a D lineman, offensive lineman, and a running back. Like, that's how I'm viewing it. And it doesn't matter the order.
They draft running backs every year. Every year.
Yeah, but they draft the 11th or 12th best running back, and it's some, like, for example, Isaac Orendo wasn't even a full-time starter for Wisconsin. That was the other guy who the Jets took.
He looked all right, though.
He got hurt like 5 times.
He looked all right. He looked all right when he did stay healthy. How many people want a running back in this draft here? I think people are tired of running backs, but I'm here for everything. I want to hear it all. That's coming up, sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems.
New year, fresh start. Why not with better water? LifeSource Water gives you clean, filtered water from every tap with no salt and no frequent maintenance. Call 800-WATER-99.
Dub Nation is Buddy Hill. Listen to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. You better hit those break, Bonte.
Didn't hit that 7:55 break, that's for sure, because we had Baldy on. I needed to hear some things about Baldy. He's got the Philadelphia Eagles going to the Super Bowl. We'll do that later in the week before we get to the playoffs or Super Bowl picks, because as much as I hate the Philadelphia Eagle fans, and I cannot stand them, especially that clown John Marks, I blocked him on Twitter. The guy told me on Twitter, by the way, just, because I haven't been tweeting at all, but the guy goes, if there was a number one team for hate, Bonte Hill will be it. He goes, I absolutely hate that guy. I said this on Twitter. I was like, little guy, little man.
I got some Niner questions for you, and we're going to get to those in just a second. But ask me the question that you just asked me before the lights went on.
I don't remember what the lights were.
Would you be a stay-at-home dad?
Oh, hold on. Philadelphia's, I'm fearful that they're going to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, well,
I'm fearful.
Let's just see if Jalen Hurts suits up.
Well, it doesn't matter. They're going to beat Green Bay with Kenny Pickett.
I got Green Bay winning that game outright.
Even with Jalen Hurts?
No. They're gonna keep it close to the spread with Jalen Hurts. If no Jalen Hurts, I got Green Bay winning that game outright.
I got Kenny Pickett.
And no, I'm not Adam Myers. Just a man.
No. I got Philadelphia kicking their ass. Anyway. Oh, would you be a stay-at-home dad, Joe Shasky?
Hell yeah. I wish I had it like that. Dude, you know how sparkling clean my house would be if I was a stay-at-home dad?
Oh, mine would not.
I mean, dude, I would have a whole. First off, I'd be like one of those walkers. I'd be like walking around. I'd have stuff to do. I'd be one of those coffee dads. Oh yeah, dude, I'd be all about it. Hell yeah. I would if my wife made enough, and she has a very good job. I'm not trying to put her, down in any way, but like if we were lucky and fortunate enough to have it to where one of us could stay home full time, hell yeah. Oh my God, I'd be all about that.
I'd be a stay-at-home dad, but I wouldn't be cleaner. I'd hire a cleaner for that.
What?
I'd hire a cleaner for that.
See, my OCD forces me to do all the cleaning.
No, yeah. I just wouldn't be in the house much if I was a stay-at-home dad. I'd be a stay-at-home dad who's not in the house as much.
Well, you got to have a routine.
Yeah,
you got to have a routine.
The routine would not involve cleaning the house all the time.
I'll tell you this, in the last, 4 months, I've perfected how to make scrambled eggs for the little guy. Just perfected it. So my home cooking skills have gone through the roof.
Oh, boy.
How those poached eggs going, though?
I haven't had a poached in a while. It's a lot of scrambles, and then I stand and hover over him, and I eat, whatever the leftovers and whatnot.
Chestnut does love like scrambled eggs. Sometimes she goes, I want Papa's scrambled eggs, not yours, Mama. And I'm like, what?
I do want to say, though, being home with the kids is way more difficult than I'm putting on, and I do want to give respect to those that do, because
you're just
I don't care.
Out.
What's that?
You're just finding out, buddy.
Yeah, well, no doubt. But every time I go over to my brother's house and I see the three of them under 5, I'm like, jeez Louise. I don't know. I mean, you would need an army vest and a Swiss Army knife, and just the amount of fights that they break up in that household.
Yeah, no, it's been fun over the holidays being around baby Chaz as she's been out of school for a couple of weeks. Almost, I was like, Chaz, go to the Warriors game with Mama. She didn't want to go to the theater box seat. She was like, no, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. I was like, all right. So it's tough to get her out the house. But she did, it was funny, her and her friends, they had like their first official spa day. They wore like little kids' face masks, and they were sitting there with robes, and it was like, wow, the girl life is something else. Girl dad, man, it's different. I want to see Shasky as a girl dad. You, Michelle, another one. I'd love to see you as a girl dad. Be very interested in that. Shasky playing with Barbie vans and the console houses, Gabby doll houses.
We'd probably just be about that volleyball travel life, I'm not gonna lie.
No, I'm not gonna lie though. I'm not gonna lie. My daughter did call me last week. She goes, Papa, I want to try tennis. And immediately I thought of Richard Williams, the father of Serena and Venus. And I said, okay.
This coming from the maker of I will never coach and push my daughter in any direction.
I wouldn't coach. But when she called me and told me that, I go on Twitter, and BG Tennis Nation, Brad Gilbert was pumping up the rackets that he had inside of his, he's got a tennis store in Marin. Shout out to Brad Gilbert. And I was thinking, we know Brad Gilbert.
We do.
We have tennis courts in our complex. Whoa. Let's go, Chaz.
Well, I mean,
she's gonna have my height.
I mean, the Will Smith biopic with Richard, the father of Serena and Venus, was, what was the name of it? King Richard?
Oh, was it?
King
no, it wasn't King Richard.
It
wasn't King Richard.
Yes, it was.
No, that wasn't the name of the movie. I watched that movie. No, it wasn't King Richard. Oh my God.
I would love it.
I'm looking at it right now. King Richard, 2021 sports drama.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie.
I'm glad you paid attention to the movie and then the title of it.
Yeah, I always see. I told you all the time. I know songs, but I don't remember the titles of songs.
What's that movie with the gladiator in it? That one. Yeah, that one.
Hey, I just saw that, the new one.
No spoilers.
No, I liked it a lot.
It was good. Not as good as the first, as some were saying, but
I don't know about good as first because the first was iconic.
Exactly.
It's really good though. I enjoyed it. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Denzel was very good in it.
He is good in it.
So
got perfect teeth though, and that's the only thing that kept in my head. I'm going, if you're really, because this is where I struggle with
Gladiator. Back in the day,
the teeth aren't supposed to be that great. That's what made Game of Thrones so good. Everyone had bad teeth. It's the British life.
Terrible teeth.
Shogun's the new one you gotta watch.
Yeah, I heard Shogun popped up on my Netflix yesterday.
So
1600 in Japan, right? Something like that. Yeah.
It's awesome.
I just finished Squid Games too.
I love Japanese culture to begin with. This is old school, and it is. Oh, man, I'm learning a lot,
dude. You got to go to Japan one day. That's on my bucket list.
That's on my list.
No, I just got through with Squid Games 2. Squid Games 2.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. Very just. Anyway, also the new Dexter. They showed Dexter when he was I don't know if you're into Dexter. I'm a Dexter fan.
You a Squid Games guy, Bonta? Did you like that show?
So I didn't watch season 1. Anna was watching season 2. She was binging it, and I was like, "This looks interesting."
It is.
So I watched the last 2 episodes. I watched the last 2 episodes with her, and I was kind of hooked. I was like, "Whoa, I got to go back and watch 1." She was like, "I'll watch it with you." I was like,
it's like me in this upcoming draft class. I'm kind of hooked because I'm looking at this thing for the San Francisco 49ers, and I'm saying to myself, like if I just look at the team, hear me out here, guys. 2025 finances for the team. Fred Warner's on this team. George Kittle's on this team. Trent Williams is probably going to be on this team if he wants to play. Bosa, I feel like he's going to be on this team. Now, Debo's up in the air. Ayuk will be on this team. Hargrave up in the air. Leonard Floyd up in the air. I think CMC is going to be on this team. All right? Outside of that, it's a lot of replaceable, right? And no, Dominic Pooney and Renardo Green and some guys making very little money are going to be on this team. And I'm saying to myself, if I'm a Niner fan, I think the number is 5. I want 5 picks in the first 3 rounds.
Well, they do. Let me look at their picks here.
And that's why I want the trade back. Well, you're going to get the compensation picks, and I don't think those necessarily. Yeah, but they're like smashed at the end of the 3rd round.
I just had it up here. Their picks.
And I'm looking at just how this draft is shaking down. And if you're looking for strength of there could be 3 offensive tackles taken in the top 10. Could be. Now, they got 2 edge guys. The kid from Georgia, Walker, is an absolute stud. Would love to get him. Abdul Carter's probably the number 1 overall. Yeah. There are players that can help this team immediately. We know how this is. Quarterbacks get inflated. So the fact that the Niners don't need to draft a quarterback in the 1st round, if you do the little trade back, they can really shore up a ton of their needs. This could be a great offseason for them, but I think it starts with the draft.
All right, so 2025, 1st round, 2nd round, 3rd round, 4th round, 5th round, 6th round pick. 7th round pick goes to the Panthers, but they have obviously the comp picks. I saw like 5 picks in the first 3 rounds, if I'm not mistaken.
Well,
so with the comp picks as well. So I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that as well, and I want trenches. I don't want a running back in the first couple of rounds. I want trenches. Because I do think, because I'm a little higher, I'm not as down on McCaffrey as others are. And I hear what you said about the injuries and there's a concern. But when I saw that Buffalo game in the snow, I said, okay, you get this guy healthy, he's going to be CMC. It's going to be fine. And I do think he has a couple good years left in this offense. Now, you need another running back to help offset some of the things. I think this draft is deep with running backs. I really do. I was just looking at Walter, and I love this website. I've been looking at it for years, WalterFootball.com, where he ranks all his running backs. He has Jitsi at number 1, but Quinshawn Judkins from Ohio State, who's coming on, he's having some good games for Ohio State. Omarion Hampton, not bad with North Carolina. I didn't watch a ton of them. Caleb Johnson from Iowa's got speed. He's got size. Dude's like 6'1",
Where they got the Penn State running back going?
Singleton. Yeah. He's a junior, so I don't know if he's coming out yet.
He's
nice. But Damian Martinez from Miami, we saw him at Memorial Stadium at Cal Berkeley. Donovan Edwards, who got benched this year, but I still think there's something there with Donovan Edwards from Michigan. I've seen him in too many big games, have too many big runs, and he could catch the ball out of the backfield. I like Donovan Edwards. I wouldn't be mad at that in the middle of the round. So I'm good off running back. I've convinced myself I do not want a running back in the first 2 rounds. I want D lineman. I want O lineman. I need to fix the trenches to protect my quarterback who I'm about to pay in Brock Purdy.
to me, there's a Nick Bosa question that I think is a fair one to ask out loud. And this is a make or break year for me. And I think for a lot of fans when it comes to Nick Bosa. If you're going to bet on Nick Bosa, like they paid him, he's not going anywhere for this year. They can't really get out of his like big money deal without a big dead cap hit for 2 years. Are you worried we've seen the best of Nick Bosa already?
I'm not worried. I don't get worried over these guys, Shasky. I would say something different.
If you were to bet,
I would say
18 and a half sacks, defensive player of the year, absolute monster. And he just hasn't really even come close these last 2 years.
Worried, concerned, I get those words. I would just say I would be disappointed if that's the best we've seen of Nick Bosa. And you know what? We may have seen the best of Nick Bosa. Do you think we've seen the best of Joey Bosa?
I don't like doing the brother thing.
I don't like doing the brother thing either. I don't like doing it either. But I'm looking at his trajectory. 10.5, 12.5, and then 5.5, 11.5, 7.5, 10.5. You look at his last 3 years, 2.5, 6.5, 5. The Bosas get hurt. The Bosa business bros who are about their business and about their paper. What I saw from Bosa this season, and we're going to play some sound for Baldy, because he's disappointed with the player on the field. I'm disappointed with the player not only on the field, but off the field. Lack of leadership. The thing with Devondre Campbell, so I'm talking. You stole Garindo and Brock Purdy and Kittle's moment with the political stance, and I don't care what side you're on, right or left, who you vote for. I don't give a damn. But you did that on national TV, and then you ducked the smoke in the postgame presser. And then, not to mention, last year, when I saw you in the Super Bowl, our own 2 eyes, your 2 eyes, my 2 eyes, and I'm screaming at you, Shasky, saying, it's the last possession of regulation, and Bosa's on the sideline, Shasky. 97's on the sideline. Reminded me of Andre Carter with Dick Vermeil in the Super Bowl saying, dude, this is the Super Bowl, and you're coming out? This is the Super Bowl. The guy off the field has disappointed me a lot more than the guy on the field. And that's saying a lot. So the verdict's out on Bosa. Yeah, you're right. It is a big year for number 97.
I think this is a monster year, and I think it's fair to start asking these questions because, like, we do this with Ayuk, we did this with Debo, we've done it now with Purdy. Yep. Like, when you have a career year, right, and then you cash in, the question is now, like, okay, all right, you got paid a premium. Are you going to replicate that? You ever going to bring that back? Feels like Debo, no, straight up. Christian McCaffrey, I think we're going to have these same questions. Like, was that 2023 season of excellence, even though you were great in 2022, was that the outlier?
Yeah, well, look, that great year with the 23 touchdowns, I don't think we'll ever see that again. But will we see from Christian McCaffrey over 1,000 yards, over 1,200 yards, over 50 catches? Absolutely. I think McCaffrey, the Buffalo game, all I need to see was in the snow. I said, damn, McCaffrey's back. And then obviously what happened with the knee injury or whatnot. And he says that he's going to be 100% healthy. I'm not worried about it. Matter of fact, let's hear from McCaffrey himself.
Yeah, it was frustrating for a lot of reasons. I think, I grew up playing in a lot of snow games, and so for me, I was really excited to play in another snow game. It was very nostalgic for me, and it was also kind of the first time I felt like myself again, and I was excited about that. But that was good. It was good that it happened because I got to taste it again and understand what I can do, and I'm feeling great now, and it's just a matter of putting together the best offseason as possible, working extremely hard, and coming back for OTAs ready to go.
So I'm not doubting that guy. I'm sorry. I can't. Bonte Hill has been watching this guy since he stepped foot at Stanford. Mm-hmm. I'm not doubting Christian McCaffrey. This guy's a Hall of Fame player.
But you are doubting Bosa a little?
Absolutely.
So he had the great rookie year.
I'm not necessarily doubting Bosa, but I think a scheme change is going to do him good. I think we need a scheme change for Nick Bosa. And I think Nick Bosa maybe should have just said, you know what? Get me in the traditional 4-3 or 3-4. Let me just get after the quarterback because he's stiff. He's a power rusher. I don't see any speed. Now, the money's going to sway us to thinking that he needs to get 20 sacks every single year. Just not possible. But how much can you impact a football game?
Forget the sack total. That I think is the more important thing. So, rookie year was great, right?
Give me pressures. Rookie year was awesome. He had 10 sacks.
Okay, yeah, I agree. All right, his second year, he got hurt. So, this is a bad year, right? You can't control it, but you got hurt. All right, 2021, I thought was a really, really, really good season, okay? 2022, a phenomenal season. You went Defensive Player of the Year. We've had back-to-back what I would call subpar seasons. And that was after getting broke off. So he needs to have a bounce-back great year. Not a good year, a freaking great year. To me, like, forget 15.5 sacks. To your point about, like, making plays in the backfield just relentlessly. I watched Myles Garrett.
Pressures.
I watched Myles Garrett on horrible Cleveland teams, on and off the field, be their leader. And that's what I want from Nick Bosa. I want more of the Myles Garrett style of what I see, relentless pass rusher, and none of the other shenanigans. Ready to go. Stop throwing DCs under the bus. Be a leader.
Well, that's why I've been down on him. He came in late to camp, stuck the Niners for $20 extra million, and then midway through the season, your sack numbers are down, and you're throwing the D. You're talking about you're experimenting with pass rush moves and blah, 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 blah. It's just, I don't, every time, he's one of those guys who speak, and you start to cringe a little bit because you're just saying, why? Like, George Kittle's responded to Nick Bosa, but Nick Bosa said, yeah, it's hard for me to look players in the eyes because I'm disappointed. And I understand that. You're a captain of the team, and you guys have lost, and it's probably tough on you. However, but Kittle's like, no, I can look guys in the eyes because I played my ass off. And you heard Baldy there. I wonder who Baldy was talking about. Because Baldy said, I watched the film, and I saw some guys who did give 100% effort. I wonder who he was talking about.
Well,
who was out there dogging it on Sunday in Glendale, Arizona?
I don't know. I felt bad watching Charvarius Ward out there, and I don't even like bringing his name up because of what's happened to him off the field and stuff. It's just he just didn't look engaged, And then there was that nice little pass that Kyler Murray threw over his shoulder on the back shoulder. He didn't even know it was coming his way. And with the rookie Marvin Harrison Jr., just boom, touchdown. It was like too easy, pitch and catch. Poor Charvarius Ward. I think he needs a total change of scenery for his own site.
You hear what he said yesterday?
I did.
We'll get the Baldy on Nick Bosa. We'll get to Moody Ward in a second. But before we move on from Nick Bosa, I do want to talk a little Warriors at some point. Here's Baldy on Nick Bosa's season.
I mean, he was disappointing. I mean, he still is a force. He's not Micah Parsons. He's not T.J. Watt right now. He's not getting the ball out of the quarterback's hands. He's not batting balls down. He's not – I don't know. I feel like he's going up against backup tackles on Sunday, and I didn't see him destroy him. That's Nick Bosa. He's supposed to destroy those backup tackles. It's not Paris Johnson out there. I think he still plays the game the right way, but I don't know if he's not as fast twitch as he used to be. It looks like it's just clearly just a pure power game right now. And if it's not working, then he's not getting it.
That's disappointing to hear. Because I remember a couple years ago, if we said T.J. Watt was better than Bosa, the lines would have lit up and people would have said, get off the damn airwaves. You don't know what you're talking about. Here we are 2 years later, and Baldy's like, yeah, he's not Michael Parsons. He's not T.J. Watt. Are you kidding me? Myles Garrett? This guy can't even beat backup tackles. He's not even no PBUs at the line of scrimmage.
He's got a $62 million dead cap hit. Would you even entertain a trade
for that cap hit? Nah, I think you give it another go around with Bosa. But the money does go up.
What about his bookend? Do you buy into him needing someone on the opposite end of him? Look, no one's going to pretend that Isaiah Hightower is as good as, whatever, any other elite defensive end. But he is a nice player on the opposite end of T.J. Watt. I thought Leonard Floyd would be better, but to me that feels like a cop-out.
Yeah, no, but
I'm saying a cop-out in terms of trying to defend Nick Bosa's play. I don't think I should do that.
Yeah, how many double teams did he actually see? Because other guys see double teams and they beat him relentlessly. T.J. Watt beats him relentlessly.
Aaron Donald had a career of it.
Right. So I'm not buying that aspect of it, but I will defend Bosa in this sense. Inside, the Niners need to upgrade. They need to upgrade bad. Obviously, Javon Hargrave has been a massive disappointment. Massive. Hey, you can't understate that. Getting some defensive tackles that could take some pressure off of him and maybe get some one-on-one opportunities to rush the quarterback and push the pocket inside, I think will help a guy like Nick Bosa. I also think the scheme doesn't do him any favors with the wide nine. He's so lined up outside, and if you don't have good defensive tackles inside, not to say that Collins wasn't good for the Niners, but if you don't have good defensive tackles inside, especially in a wide nine scheme, you're going to probably be less and less effective. And Nick Bosa was that.
I think,
and nobody wants to hear it because of the money he's paid.
I think the money is extremely important. On the list of problems for the Niners, Bosa's low, but when you're paying a guy that much money, I want some return on the dollars. And I don't think they're maximizing him, and I don't think he's maximizing himself. And so that's why this is an issue for me. I still think he's a good player, but like, Doug, we gave you premium price tag.
Have you soured on him a little bit because of some of the stuff off the field? Not just on the field. Some of the off the field stuff.
I don't really care. Like if I'm being real, I think way more people online care about, who people are voting for than in like real life.
Not only that, it was just the timing of it, right? It's just kind of, it's not even that incident that I'm outraged about it. Like, I don't care either. I'm with you. I don't care either. But it's the totality of everything in a way you're like, dude, you're a leader of the team. You go up there, you do what you do, and then you say, yeah, I'm not going to speak about it. And then the Campbell stuff happens. The night of the Campbell situation, Thursday Night Football, you say, yeah, I don't know what really happened. What happened? I didn't know. And then the next day, you say that, well, yeah, I heard some chirping going around, and, I probably should have said something, but I didn't. Dude, you wear a C on your chest.
Well,
George Kittle was ready to fight Devondre Campbell. George Kittle went up to the podium and said, I wish I would have known something was going on during the game. I would have talked to him right then and there. Fred Warner probably would have saved team.
Well, that part I agree with. Just my setting in general, and I said this, man, ad nauseum, but like, I don't really want to hear who Steph's voting for, or Steve Kerr, or Greg Popovich, or Nick Bosa, or Tom Brady. I just don't care. Like to me, if you're getting your voting cues from celebrities and athletes, like, okay, well, we're different. I don't, and I don't care, and I don't want to hear from them on those things. On the teammate stuff, on the leadership stuff, yeah, I do have a small problem with that. Absolutely. Like, that stuff is real. But also, I think that's where Fred Warner and George Kittle have separated themselves from Nick Bosa as team leaders.
Yeah, but not only that, it goes back to last year when everybody was dogging out Steve Wilkes for a cover zero blitz in Minnesota. And I'm trying to look at the bright side of that game, saying, well, you held him to 6 points in the second half. The quarterback threw 2 picks in the fourth quarter. The quarterback threw 2 picks on back-to-back plays in Cincinnati. And Bosa was throwing the D coordinator in the bus. It's like, that's acceptable around here now?
Well,
and everybody rolled with him. And now everybody's begging for Steve Wilkes again.
Well, this is why you cannot listen to the players on the next DC. They can't listen to the players. I love Fred. I love Nick. You cannot let them sway you on who they want.
We brought up D coordinators with Baldy, and I'm going to get to Ward because we could do that as we end the segment. But here's Baldy. I asked him about the Cincinnati defensive coordinator, Lou Anarumo. Would you go after him if you're a Baldy?
I think he's much more creative than anything I saw in San Francisco over the last couple of years. I'm a big Lou Anarumo fan. I think he has a very sharp mind. I think I remember talking to him. He lives literally right down the street from me in Fort Lauderdale. He's got a house there. I remember talking to him this year. I mean, at one point in the Kansas City game that they lost at the end in Kansas City, he had 2 healthy defensive tackles, like, playing. Two. Like, they were so thin up front. And some of those guys weren't very good players. So, like, he was doing the best he could with what he had. But I think that would be an upgrade. I don't think he's going to be unemployed long. Like, I think there's a team on the East Coast that is going to make a switch pretty soon and reach out to him.
I wonder who that team is. Is it New York Giants?
Well, no, because Daboll and
well, they may change their D coordinator, though.
But wasn't he Daboll's defensive coordinator originally?
No, he's offensive coordinator.
No, saying Daboll was the head coach of the New York Giants, and he had Wink Martindale, and they
let him go. Yeah. They let him go.
So but not them.
But Wink's in Michigan, but they may fire their D coordinator. Who knows? The Giants may fire their coordinator, see Lou, and say, hey, I'm trying to figure out that deep East Coast team.
In 2018, Anarumo was the defensive backs coach for the New York Giants in 2018. But that was what? Joe Judge?
Before Daboll.
That was Joe Judge?
Yeah, that was
Joe
before
Judge?
Daboll, yeah. Before Daboll. I'm just trying to figure out an East Coast team.
Who knows?
New England?
Panthers?
They said they're going to keep their D coordinator. New England? I don't know. But
Jets?
Sweet Lou, I do like Brian DePaul.
Does every Lou need to be addressed as Sweet Lou? I kind of like this.
I do like Sweet Lou. Yeah. No, I either want Sweet Lou or I want Wink Martindale. I was thinking about Wink, and then BPA out of
Such
nowhere.
a great name.
It is such a great
Sweet
name.
Lou or Wink Martindale.
Wink or
And
Sweet
we
Lou.
got
never
Nick
know
Sorensen.
what's his real name. It can't be Wink
It
on the birth
cannot be Wink.
certificate.
It can't be Wink.
It's got to be Wink.
I love when he wears the thermal, like it's like the dry fit, and then he has the cut sleeve sweatshirt,
Yep.
and he doesn't even bother to wear a t-shirt.
Don is Don Martindale.
Oh, Don. Wink works way better
Don.
than Don.
Well, I
love
guess Wink was a famous like radio personality and a game show host back in the 70s. You know the tic-tac-toe game?
Yep.
He was the host, and he was Winston Conrad, a.k.a. Wink Martindale. So that's why they gave Don Martindale, same last name, the nickname Wink.
Okay.
The more you know. Look at that.
That is, you're...
There you go. So Baldy was saying that, yeah, he wants to get back. I was like, yo, does Wink want to get back in the NFL? He wants to leave Ann Arbor? He goes, oh, yeah. The Niners should call him. Maybe Shanahan is calling him. Hey, you saw his defenses with Baltimore all those years. You saw his defense. He said they let the league in takeaways at the New York Giants. The New York Giants were sorry. Sorry as hell.
Do you think he's actually going to fire Sorensen today? I don't. Like,
You think he's going to run it back with Sorensen?
I worry that they are.
They run it back with Sorensen? That may be the end of Kyle Shanahan.
It's not the
It
quarterback.
may be the
that does
beginning
it.
of the end.
It's the DC.
No, it is a DC. It is because the quarterback's fine. The quarterback's functional.
Let's go back to 2017, 2018. The DC wasn't looking so hot.
He wasn't looking hot.
I mean, there was a time when Robert Saleh was on the hot seat. They were like trying to trot out Cassius Marsh as an elite pass rusher.
Yeah, but Sorensen, if Fred Warner had his back, Nick Sorensen, he goes, it's on the players. It's on the players. Nick has been good for us. I think
Who had a
Nick Bosa
great
even
year
said
on
something.
defense?
Nobody. Oh, Diablo Lindor.
Was it a great year, though? It was a good year.
I thought it was great.
Okay.
He was
All right.
locking dudes down. Now, the interception numbers wasn't up there, but I was like, wow, Lindor's playing some high-level quarterback.
Okay. Anyone
in my
else?
opinion.
Yeah, anyone else?
I thought Renardo Green played well. Was it great? He's a rookie. It's tough to say that. But outside of that, Fred Warner, once he fractured her ankle, wasn't great.
No.
But before he fractured her ankle, Fred Warner was playing out of his mind.
4 weeks, give or
4 or
take.
5 weeks. Yeah. Then the
No, he
ankle
was.
injury
He
popped
was.
up. So that's about it. Devondre Campbell, we know wasn't good. Leonard Floyd didn't have a great year.
I mean, we were down so bad. Some guy, Ian Anderson, none of us ever heard of, is out here making plays with the Guardian cap. And you're like, you know what? Maybe he can help.
Dude, I'm with the 650 here. You want a defensive coordinator that could take over the entire defense and let Kyle just focus on head coaching and offense. No more babysitting defensive coordinators. That's for the 650 on the Comcast Business text line. 888-957-9570 is a number. How many people think Nick Sorensen deserves another shot?
There can't be anyone. They were minus 74 in the second half.
Oh, I know.
Plus 54 in the first half.
Oh, I know.
Minus 74.
The numbers are not good.
They got one turnover after the bye, and it was a Caleb Williams backward pass fumble.
You know, a lot of people were bitching about it last season about Steve Wilkes being in the booth, and, you know, they need inspiration. They need a defensive coordinator who's fired up because we got so accustomed to Robert Saleh and DeMeco Ryans being jacked up there.
We got very lucky with DeMeco. He was awesome.
But they, you know, we need somebody who's, you know, is fired up and can get guys going. Whenever they would pan the camera to Nick Sorensen, did that inspire anybody?
No.
His body language.
He's wearing sunglasses indoors.
I mean, come on, man.
I call that the guru.
It could be anybody. I love glasses indoors. Glasses indoors is a different type of look. You got to have a different type of costume.
He did have the surfer vibes.
You know, Deion Sanders, shout out Coach Prime. By the way, Sam Lovett got me Coach Prime socks for Christmas. Pretty cool.
Did he?
He did. I'm going to wear them one day.
Was that
Maybe
at
I'll wear 'em
the
tonight.
Big 12 discount store?
Oh, Big 12. Hey, Big 12 made a name for themselves against Texas.
You remember what the socks came with, Bonte? It came with a candy.
Oh, yeah, it came with the a grape airhead.
Love, man.
It was Bonte opened it on air, and Bonte was like, "Why does it have to be a grape airhead?"
Yeah, why couldn't it be strawberry or something, right? Why it had to be grape? I mean, Lubman does. Told you. But Lubman went black. He ain't never. He's never coming back. Lubman's all about the black woman, and I ain't mad at him for that. I am not mad at him for that. Get it how you live, player. Gus Bradley got fired last night. by
want nothing to do with
Indianapolis. Yeah, I want nothing to do with him,
Don't even
too.
suggest. I am so over the Pete Carroll scheme from 12 years ago.
That.
Get out of here.
I don't want that.
Get out of here.
You talk about stay-at-home dad, but you don't do the glasses indoors?
No.
Oh, come on, man. That's a gangster look, man. I love
the douchey look.
No, it's not a douchey look, man. It's a different type of ball game. Coach Prime doing it, Guru doing it, I'm doing it. Come on, Carter laughing. Hey, man, you got to have a different type of swag to wear glasses indoors. It's a different type of look. Not the blue blockers that Carter's wearing. Talk about those. You get you some Dolce & Gabbanas, some Ray-Bans, some Pradas. Next level. Oh, legal? Okay. I got some glasses in the car. I don't even know what brand they are, and it just costs a lot of money. They look good on me, though. I got a big face. You need big glasses. Come on, man. I got to get you some swagger, man. Come on, dog. Getting too square on me over there. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Also, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. I'll address this question once because I'm sure we're going to get it every single day in the offseason. 510 Comcast Business Text Line. Bonte, the 49ers literally have the easiest schedule in the NFL.
I just
you
don't.
can't
even.
tell me they won't at least double the amount of wins. Now, number one, we don't know how good these teams are going to be. Don't look into that 510. Free agency hasn't started. The draft hasn't started. There's going to be trades galore. Tyreek Hill may end up on one of these teams. What if he ends up with Carolina, with Bryce Young? Holy smokes. They're going to be better. So let's not look at the strength of schedule right now. That is a dumb exercise. Not calling you dumb 510, but that is the silliest thing I've seen floating online.
So last year, the Washington Commanders were 4-13.
Exactly.
Last year, the Chargers were 5-12. Last year, the Vikings were 7-10.
Yep.
Okay, I'm just giving you some examples of some teams. Last year, the Denver Broncos were 8-9.
Pittsburgh, where are they?
I think they were actually better than where are they? They're 10-7. You know, so point being is that for some teams they might still be bottom dwellers. Like New England feels like they're a little hopeless right now, but maybe they have a Washington Commander. Ascension forward. Maybe the New York Giants figured out a quarterback and they do something. Like the league is so unique. Think about the Carolina Panthers and how all of us thought about them at the end of October. And now think about the Carolina Panthers and how you feel about them right now.
Bryce Young's throwing no-look passes for touchdowns.
So, and I know, this kind of bleeds into the Niners. Everyone's like, Joe, last year you were so high on Purdy. It's like, yeah, I was really, really, really high on Purdy. And then we saw this year, and I'm a little less high on him. I still like him. I want him to play quarterback, but I've got some red flags, and I'm a little hesitant on some things. It doesn't mean that he's garbage. No one's saying he's garbage. It's just, 2 years ago, you asked me about Nick Bosa. I'm like, yeah, I think he's one of the best top 3 players in the league. You asked me about him this year, he's nowhere near the top 10 on just his side of the ball. So things do change rapidly in the NFL. The one thing I don't want to hear about is the schedule next year. I thought the schedule opening up this year
was easy.
It was easy. And then we went to Minnesota and everything changed.
Yeah,
the Jets game might have been one of the best games the Niners played all year.
I'm not buying into it.
Definitely Moody's.
Jake Moody.
Yeah, I think he hit 2 in that game.
I'm not
He had
buying
way more.
into
Didn't he have 5 or 6 field goals in that game?
I
had him as my fantasy.
Yeah, he had
kicker
20
for a while.
points.
6.
Yeah, 6.
I have it on my notes.
I had him. He was my fantasy football kicker. Then he got hurt. Then he got cut. Travis Ward. We'll end the segment with this. Obviously, he had a tough season. Tough season, to say the least. Now, he did get blessed. I think him and his wife, Mrs. Ward, they ended up welcoming a baby boy during the holidays, which congratulations to Travis after what happened with his daughter. But here's what he had to say about entering the season, and he's talking about money.
I think they went into this season thing and they wasn't going to be able to afford me based off the way I played last year. If I would have matched that last year, probably would have been one of the highest paid corners in the game. But, obviously this year didn't go my way or the team's way. But just see what the market talking about. If they can afford me, it's a chance I can come back. But, they may not be able to afford me. So, I just want to go somewhere where I'm wanted and what I'm loved. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that's what I need right now, a lot of love. And I know the Niners love me. You know what I'm saying? But in this business, you know, a lot of time money talks. But I build great relationships here. So, you know, we'll see. I honestly don't know where I'm going to end up at.
It sounds like he's going to be gone. But it's just the money.
It's like, you know, Jimmy Butler, like, you know, I have no joy playing basketball for $52 million. It's like, I know it's a business and I understand all that, but God, there are times where I'm like, guys, this is like, just remember who you're talking to. Your audience doesn't want to hear about how much money you're making or how much little you're making.
Well, you know, you get asked a question. That's the business they're in. You got to answer it. The reporter's going to ask, well, what do you think?
There's a little more tact than that, you know? Like Tyreek, for example, Tyreek Hill's closing segment of what he was saying. It's like, come on, Tyreek, read the room a little. What if you don't come back? What if you do end up coming back and you don't get traded, right? You're going to just walk back in and everything's going to be fine?
He will show up. He's got leverage. He will show up. Moody Ward. He did mention this about possibly coming back. Listen to this.
You know, I got a lot of trauma in California, you know what I'm saying? I had a lot of great times, but the worst thing that's ever happened to me, that's probably going to ever happen to me, knock on wood, happened in California, you know what I'm saying? So, again, just bring up bad memories, you know what I'm saying? Like, every time I get on a plane and come back to California, Santa Clara, San Jose, and show up here, it's just bring up bad memories, you know what I'm saying? I go through that every day, you know what I'm saying? I go home every night by myself because, you know, my girl, she don't want to come back to California because of what happened, you know what I'm saying? So it's hard being alone, and, you know, she's my strength right now. I need her, you know, so her not being able to be around me if I'm in California would be tough, but, you know, like I said, stuff can change, you know, I can get stronger and probably get over that.
How can anyone have any, you know, opinion other than like, yeah, I respect that?
Yeah, I mean, it's... That's where we're at with Moody Ward. He's probably moving on. And you know what? For both parties, yes, the money is a factor, and the Niners probably don't prioritize Charvarius Ward due to the money and due to the ascension of Renardo Green, who looks really, really solid. You're probably going to be in the market for a corner at some point, whether it's free agency or the draft. But Charvarius Ward has probably played his last snap in the 49ers uniform, and it's understandable. And what he said at the end there is that his wife wanted to come back to California. She's good. So he's coming back on a flight, coming back to California, thinking about the tragedy that they suffered. So, yeah, it's probably best for him to move on and move on from this tragedy, no doubt about it, to help him heal from that. I can't knock that whatsoever. And Charvarius Ward was a good Niner.
No, I thought he was a really good Niner. This year wasn't a great year for him. But, like, in terms of a free agent signing, I thought that they squeezed that for everything. Like, he was a really good value. Think of some of his big games. Like, he shut down DK Metcalf. He shut down Jerry Jeudy. Like, what's the guy? CeeDee Lamb in the playoffs. Like, he had some monster playoff games. Yep. Really good in terms of like high pointing the ball, making plays on contested catches. I thought he was a really good Niner. This year, it's a lost year for all the personal stuff. I mean, you said it all. What can you say? I thought he was good though.
707. Interesting point here. I kind of agree with him on this to a certain extent. As I get close, you know, we've both been in this business for a while, so you get closer to players and kind of understand it a little bit. And I hear you on the money. The average fan doesn't want to hear about money or whatnot, but 707. I think that when contract talks come around and the average person looks at the money, says the players are greedy, you should stop and think about Boogie Cousins. He was a freaking force in Sacramento. One injury probably cost him $100 million, maybe more. So no hard feelings if the dudes want as much money as they can get. I would do it in a second. And I know on the flip side, somebody's going to say, well, Boogie's already rich. He doesn't need that much money. But you know what? It is what it is. I think Dave Chappelle says it all the time whenever he does stand-up. I have a $50 million hole in my stomach from walking away from my Dave Chappelle show because they wanted to go corporate. Now, he's made up that money, of course, but still, whenever I lose money, I'm like, damn, I left money on the table. Damn, I don't care what walk of life you are. Carter, you feel the same way? Like, your parents, you know, hey, we left some money on the table. You're not going to be happy about it. So that's, you know, I kind of agree with the 707.
Yeah, but it goes the other way. Like, IU got paid, and Niners ain't getting nothing back.
Well, they'll get something back. He's on the roster. The Niners got to play themselves. You know, I'm with the individual here. Football team will be fine. They'll make that money up. We got some Shaq Khan sound. We have, what else do we have? We have Ricky Pearsall, and we've got the Warriors back on the floor tonight. I do want to talk some Warriors with you, Shasky. Get your thoughts on everything going on with the Dubs. They're still in the box in the play-in tournament. For all the Kings fans that are listening, that are hate listening, you're still out of the box. To play a tournament started today, Sacramento, you would not be in it. Hang that banner, buddy. That segment will be sponsored by the San Francisco Airport.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO. With the most nonstop flights from the Bay Area, easy parking, and tasty food, why settle for less? Start your trip like a true Bay Area champ. Fly from SFO, where your best journeys begin. Visit flysfo.com.
Need parts fast? O'Reilly Auto Parts has fast. Need them now? We've got now.
And Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Love you guys. Most of the time.
You know, Philadelphia really does hate us. Sacramento doesn't hate us. They like us. I mean, they got me on T-shirts up there. It's fine. It's fine. KC was wearing a T-shirt yesterday with me on the shirt, lighting the beam. It's okay. I appreciate it. I'm not getting any royalties for it. I'm a little ticked off about that.
Well, you got to sell some to get royalties.
Oh, they're selling up there like hotcakes. A lot of people are rocking the Bonte Hill T-shirt, lighting the beam. They love the Infant Sacramento.
You know how niche of a product that is? I mean, like you're selling Bonte Hill, like spoof satire, light the beam. Like, come on. Like, there cannot be, and I love you, dude. I do. There cannot be a giant craving.
Don't be jealous.
For Bonte Hill,
don't
light
be
the beam T-shirts in Sacramento.
Don't be jealous because I made a T-shirt and you didn't. They're selling like hotcakes. They got coffee mugs. They got stickers.
Hotcakes?
Yeah, they have
What
stickers.
constitutes hotcakes? 3?
No, they probably sold like 50 already.
I love me some hotcakes. Get on Mickey D's.
Can
They
someone
made some
text
cash.
Casey and ask them how many they've sold? Now I want to know.
You should. Stickers, coffee mugs. Kim, he used to work here at Odyssey. Shout out to Kimmy. They sold some. Boom. They got man.
We still got 957thegameshop.com. That's still a thing.
Shout out Danny
I still don't have any more than Rose gear. More people on the street got more gear than me. I ain't even got no gear. But Philadelphia definitely does hate us. I will say that. They can't stand our guns. I was out there for Dumas's wedding, and a couple guys like, "You're that guy." They're like, "You're that guy."
You're on the
I was
T-shirt in
listening to
Sacramento. You're that guy.
It wasn't
I've
that.
seen your face.
The Kings came to Wells Fargo Center. I saw someone with that shirt.
No. It was.
He had a Sabonis jersey on.
You're that guy who had the cojones to freaking tell everybody what seat you were in, what section, and what row. You're that guy. It's like, yeah, I stood on that.
What you call it? The kahunas?
Yeah, I
Cojones.
There you go.
It was a
I like to
King's
say
Tale.
kudos. Not really a King's Tale. Shasky, you go off for 4 minutes, man. When are we going to call you? We let you do story time all the time. All of a sudden, I talk for 30 seconds. We're going to call it a King's Tale. That's not going to happen in 2025. Stop it.
By the way, did you guys see what? It is 2025, so now they're starting to air the commercials on CBS.
Dude, I watched Kapalua over the weekend. And my brother and I are going to play there, by the way, coming up in about a month. Yeah. And so, God, I'm just so ready to go to Hawaii.
That's the Masters song.
Yeah, I know. Kapalua it used to be the Tournament of Champions, and they had it this weekend. It's now been rebranded, and it's the Century Classic.
When is the Masters? April?
Yeah.
Why the hell you playing it back? We haven't even got
Because
through the
we've
wild
gotten
card round
commercials
yet.
now from CBS, so you'll be watching CBS this weekend, Bonte, and you'll be hearing the Hello Friends theme.
You guys know how I am during commercials. I get up, I go do something else, I go eat, I go use a potty, I do what I gotta do. I don't care about no damn Masters commercial in the month of January when I watch playoff football. And by the way, football, we get football Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Oh my God. College football playoff.
And we get a decision on Roki Sasaki.
Who?
He's the Japanese
I know.
pitcher.
Oh, he'll probably go to the Dodgers.
I'm kidding.
Pete Alonso
I know
could be
who.
had.
Hey, the A's might sign him. They're just handing out money.
Hold on. The A's are making more noise in free agency than the Giants right now.
They retained their own. And then they gave pitcher Severino a bunch of money.
They're having a bigger offseason than the Giants right now.
Are they, though?
Urshela, Severino, Rooker.
Okay.
With the Giants.
They got Willie Adames.
Willie Adames.
Yeah.
No, Chapman was during the season.
Yeah,
I'm talking
but
about
that's
all
essentially,
season.
he was going to be
Stop. They're making noise up there in Sacramento.
They were at the game yesterday, too.
They were at
Lawrence
the game sitting
Butler,
courtside in that
swag.
I'd like to
double
light
overtime
the
victory.
beam with every win for the A's. Like, oh, God.
Dude, the Kings, they were celebrating yesterday. I swear to God, they're going to hate them better for that January 5th game.
Did you hear what they were going to do? Brief aside here.
TC in Sacramento, I heard, came at you, man.
Who?
TC and Sac yesterday. He called about the Kings.
Yay.
You told him, oh, don't do that.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Yeah, whatever.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Nobody wanted to hear about the Kings.
Yeah, no,
If the
we didn't want
A's
to hear
have
about the
playoff
Kings.
games, they're not going to be at Sutter Health in Sacramento. They're actually going to be somewhere else. That's what they're telling season ticket holders.
Where are they going to be?
I don't know. The rumor is they might be at
Oracle Park?
AT&T, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Oracle, whatever it's called now. You saw that too, Spadoni? That playoff games, Sacramento, they're not going to have them there if the baseball team that is now called the Athletics, not the Sacramento Athletics, if they have playoff games, they're not going to
So there's a possibility that there could be playoff games at Oracle Park and the Giants aren't involved in them this year?
Yeah.
You know what? You guys are so worried about hating on the T-shirts that got to be in Sacramento. Today's Baldy's birthday.
Is it?
Yeah. Old Time Football just tweeted, "Happy birthday, Brian Baldinger." Caught his one pass in the career, the 37-yard game against the Green Bay Packers. Happy birthday, Baldy. Shame on us for ignoring our guest. That's why I cut her stock down.
Oh, yeah. January 7th. Yeah.
Risotto stock up. By the way, Steven
in fairness,
Risotto.
we're not checking his Wikipedia page all the time.
Hey, Steven Risotto, by the way, Espadoni, you know why his stock is up in my book. Steven Risotto came in last week.
What happened?
Oh, my gosh. He made me feel really good.
Why?
About myself. Oh, my God. He made me so
Well, are you going to, explain?
I can't even get it out. I'm so excited.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, where are we going with this?
Well, Spadoni was filling in last week, and Steven Risotto was on the board. I'm just like, Steven, what did you think when you saw Lutman and I walking down to Barker Darrell getting ready for the Farhad Zaidi presser the season before he got fired? And Risotto goes, well, I always see Lutman, but when I saw you, I said, oh, Bonte's coming. He's going to bring the heat because Bonte brings the heat. And I was like, whoa, okay, cool. Wow, Risotto, you really thought that's on the reputation I have with a lot of beat writers. There you go. I like that. I actually like that. Bonte High Heat Hill. Just call me High Heat Hill. Ooh, Triple H, baby. Oh, I like that. Shasky. This is why you're you.
I know.
High Heat Hill. Just call me the new Triple H. The black
Get
Triple
out
H.
of the way, Mad
There's a white
Dog.
Triple H, there's a black Triple H. I'm not a black Triple H. High Heat Hill. I like that. So
instead of water bottles, you're doing like Hennessy and shooting it into the air?
Well, I got to be Hennessy.
Well, you just said you wanted to be the black Triple H.
Brothers like tequila, too.
Okay, then do tequila.
Well, I got to be Hennessy. No, black people ain't the only ones drinking Hennessy.
All right.
Shout out Wildebeest.
We got the grape
Team
flavor,
Hennessy.
now the Hennessy.
I
What's
know.
going on
This
here,
is
guys?
crazy.
Come on.
This is insane.
You're the one that said
I don't
you
even want
wanted
to
the
finish the
black
story.
Triple H.
Yeah, but that don't mean you go straight to Hennessy.
I was trying to paint a visual. You know when he used to take the water bottle and shoot it into the air? Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
I was saying
you can do it
it'd
with
be a
water.
bottle of Hennessy.
Yeah, no.
You like the privilege stuff.
Well, that'd be a waste of Hennessy, first and foremost, if we're doing that.
Yeah,
It
number
absolutely-
one. No,
So
I
continue
love
this-
the Don.
this
I love the Don
story
Julio.
about yourself.
I love the Don Julio,
Told
1942.
through the eyes of someone else.
But no. Oh, so then Risotto was like, first of all, I knew you were going to bring the heat. So that is the reputation of Bonte Hill out in these streets. That when he goes to a presser, he's bringing the heat. He just ain't sitting on the stubs and twiddling his fingers saying, oh, let's throw a little softball underhand. Here you go, 65 miles per hour. No, he's coming in, up and in the chin, Nolan Ryan style. Not only that. So we continue the conversation. And Spadoni was sitting here cringing. He was like, oh, my God, I can't believe you're gassing him up. And Risotto goes, you know, Bonte, when we look at both stations, both radio stations, and we look around this market, you're one of the few who went the old school journalism route. You're one of the few who's like a journalist who has credibility. Ooh, and I said, Risotto, you can work on this show anytime you want to. I'm looking for him to replace somebody around these parts. Steven Risotto, my favorite reader guy ever, outside of John Tofey. My favorite reader guy ever, and Coach Buck. Maybe Shasky. But Steven Risotto, stock up, right, Spadoni?
So basically, he said you bring the heat and you're credible on topics when it comes to the Giants, correct?
Basically, what else he say, Spadoni? What else he say?
Nothing about the Warriors, though, right?
Oh, very, very credible when it comes to the Warriors. My Warriors content is through the roof. You
Not
guys
afraid to criticize.
Oh, I criticize. You guys just don't listen. You don't. I don't criticize the way you guys want me to criticize. You guys want me to scream and yell about the Warriors. Not go do that about a four-time champion.
Screaming and yelling, they're just a mediocre team.
Yes, we're saying out loud, Shasky and I. Hold on. That we both believe this team can make a deep run to the playoffs.
Absolutely. And I told myself not till they're 12 games over 500.
Now that we're talking about the Warriors.
What's that?
kick my feet up for this. I should show the camera my Griffey's, the Freshwaters. I got the Griffey's on right now. Shout out to everybody out there listening and watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First World Credit Union. They were 12-3.
Yeah.
And you had the gall to bring up power rankings about the Warriors.
It was at the time. It wasn't even my
this
power
guy,
rankings.
Law Murray. I loved it. It made me feel good about the Warriors. And what did I say that you said a week later when I gave you a call and said, they're 12-3, but we should wait on this?
Well, this is why I told myself at the beginning of the year I wouldn't think that they could go on a deep run unless they were 12 games over 500. See, I put certain parameters in place. It was almost like a speed restrictor to keep myself from believing in the team a little too much. And now with Jonathan Kuminga out, my thoughts on the Warriors are, they miss him. They miss him a lot.
So not only did they miss Kuminga, but we're all going crazy over Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield is struggling.
Well, yeah.
30% from 3 in the month of December. Anybody miss Klay yet? Not only that.
Well, Klay's hasn't been that great either.
When you guys say I'm the Warriors homer, and I tried to reserve judgment and say, hey, everybody pump the brakes a little bit. Let's just chill for a second. They're 12-3. Well, let's just wait on it. If I was the homer that you guys all picked me to be, I'd be like, oh, boy, we go to Western Conference Finals. 12-3, this and that, blah, 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 blah. But no, very critical to Golden State Warriors. The non-scoring lineups, the 2 non-scorers on the floor, who needs to shoot, who doesn't. There's a lot of things going on with the Golden State Warriors. And I don't think, and I've come to this conclusion here, and we'll get to the calls in just a second on the Golden State Warriors as they take on the Miami Heat. This is going to be a tough game. This is going to be a real tough game for the Golden State Warriors without Jonathan Kuminga. We'll see what Dennis Schroeder does tonight against Terry Rozier and Tyler Hero. But Miami, they're going to be well coached under Eric Spoelstra. They were running a lot of zone defense yesterday. And with the Warriors shooting splits right now, running the zone defense and shooting the 3 ball, yeah, they had the back-to-back games against Philadelphia and Memphis, but then you see what happened against Sacramento.
Philadelphia's terrible.
Terrible.
I can't believe Lowry's in the starting lineup for them.
Aren't you happy they didn't go after Paul George?
Oh, well, yeah, no doubt.
Aren't you happy that it happened?
No doubt.
So my point.
Although he did in the half court, he can make some buckets.
He can get some buckets. But I'm almost coming to this conclusion. I don't think there's a trade out there that's going to catapult the Warriors into the top 3 right now.
No. What do you mean you've got, I've been there for a couple of weeks. But the reality is this. Everyone needs to recalibrate. The days of championships are long gone. Now it's like, hey, if they make the playoffs, that'd be a great season. And no one wants to hear that. Because you know why? Because we've now entered this zone. It's the same thing with Purdy. Purdy's good. He's not great. And he doesn't suck. He's good. He's good, right? The question is how good and all that. Okay. Same with the Warriors. They're not terrible, but they're also not a championship contender team. They're in the middle. And if they make the playoffs, I'll be happy. But people can't accept that because Steph Curry happens to be on the roster.
Well, there's an interesting article right now at ESPN. Tim Noun, Steph Curry, the NBA's most confounding paradox. And right now the Warriors are struggling. There's no doubt about it. They're battling just to be above 500. And I'm going to say something, 888-957-9570. And I know a lot of people are going to disagree with what I'm about to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think it almost behooves the Warriors just to stand pat until the summertime. Because I don't think there's a trade out there. And I think having all assets ready for the summertime to make a move would be better for them. There would be a lot more stars on the table, I believe. There would be a lot more traction to maybe move some guys and to match some money or whatnot. I almost believe that the Warriors, because number one, I don't want to trade Jonathan Kuminga. Let's get that clear.
Well, I think Vucevic could help them right now.
But what is it going to cost?
Well, who cares? I see a bunch of guys.
What if it costs you Jonathan Kuminga?
No, well, Jonathan Kuminga is a non-starter. I don't think Vucevic is going to cost you Jonathan Kuminga. I'm looking at some of the deals that are out there that have already been executed this year, and it feels like the asking price is a lot lower than what we all thought. Now, look, you're not doing anything with Moses Moody. You're not doing anything with GP2 right now. You're not really doing anything with Kevon Looney. I don't want to lose Kevon Looney, but at the same time, you got to give to get.
Right.
I'm willing to sacrifice. Like right now, they're probably looking at a middle first-round pick. If I had to, I'd probably just throw in that middle first-round pick for someone like Vucevic and then match the salaries. Yeah. They need another big. Bad.
They need a stretch 5. There's no doubt about it. They need some scoring punch. Vucevic is having a hell of a season. He's shooting 56% from the floor, 44% from the three-point line. That is insane. And a double-double. Not going to get much defense, but it's all good. You got to get buckets. I don't know if there's a deal out there. So I'll hear you on the smaller deal with Vucevic. Fine, whatever. But I'm almost coming to the camp where I'm just like, dude, I'd just rather wait until the summertime where Markkanen's back on the table. He's back on the table. There's other players back on the table, and we're laughing. But it's not like, first of all, I'm going to say this. I am so out on Jimmy Butler, it's not even funny. I was out before. I'm even more out now. And I know a lot of people said, oh, Miami, the way they're treating their player, they're not going to be able to get played. Please, Miami will be fine.
Wow, who wants to pay 37-year-old Jimmy Butler $50 million for another 3 years after this one?
That's what I'm saying.
I don't.
That's what I'm saying. I don't either. All right, let's go to let's get this out the way. We'll get back to the Warriors. 2024 Roaster of the Year. It's Tony in Oakland.
Bonte, I'm calling in because that kingly music, your King Arthur music was on. But first, fess up. Were you at the Russian, with Anna, were you at the Russian Christmas for January 6th yesterday?
No, we were laying low because I was battling an illness.
Oh, you were? Oh, I thought you were at the Epiphany, right?
No, we were chilling, man. We're getting Chester ready for school. Yes, I do.
No,
okay.
No, you don't.
So, what I wanted to say is the reason why we all listen is because that's why they play that kingly music for you. Is because you're like the Polaris star, the North Star that the Big Dipper points to, right? Yep. And the Polaris star is when you have the alpha, the male, and the beta, the female. The two stars have the energy that goes straight down into the North Star or the Polaris star. And what's interesting is that, you know, reason why Campbell is doing so well with Detroit is because that dude is kind of like a Polaris star, but we can all be that. Because the interesting thing is with the Big Dipper, that star, it's always a perfected star, the Polaris, but it changes. So it could be this star or that star. So that's the problem with the teams, and that's the reason why you don't really need to, you need to bring in a Polaris star that will get the guys going, right? That gives them the stuff. Are you with me?
I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm following all along, Tony. Hey, Tony, I'm here with you. You're one of my, Tony, I love it because you don't hate on me. My guys over here hating on me because they got T-shirts of me in Sacramento. And they're just jealous, Tony. They're not in the zone. They don't have it from within, right?
Yeah, Bonte, you could go anywhere. So, what happens is when you're in that alignment, and see, the stars were given to us, like the Big Dipper and all that, merely as images so that we can do the same thing within ourselves, right? Because when you, like a Purdy, I know Shasky doesn't really, sometimes Purdy doesn't really ring true, but remember, he's dealing with Shanahan. If he had Campbell, do you know how good he would be? But the point is that a good coach makes that Polaris star into something mighty, and then Purdy always has a stuff, and then you have union with the author and giver of life of the universe, right?
Let me tell you something, Tony. Anna loved meeting you at the Doobie Awards. She loved meeting you down at Laughing Buck Brook. She came only for you, and she's still raving about you right now, Tony.
Well, yeah, she's really, I took her in, and she's really a sweet person. You're quite lucky to be with her.
Hey, you got that right.
And you guys, you're like the perfect match because, Bonte, that's the reason why, how I said the other day, it doesn't even matter if there's all the static with cars or whatever in the background, people, your voice has this intonation. You're like a Polaris star, and everyone can become that because everyone's born with the cornerstone in them and the little light, and all they got to do is raise that
Tony,
thing up.
Not everybody knows how to utilize the cornerstone in that light. Not everybody knows how to do that.
Well, yeah, and Bonte, you've obviously done some work, and we've had more than one life in past lives and this life, right? And then you can be this kind of peaceable thing that everyone swirls around.
Hey, Tony, you have a great day. I love you. Thanks so much for it.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye, Tony.
Oh, man.
It is interesting that she said that so the Epiphany, I went to church
Eastern
on
Christian
Sunday.
tradition, something like that, Christmas feast, blah, blah, blah.
It basically it commemorates multiple things depending on which sect of the religion that you're in, but it's to commemorate the three visitors to Jesus and Jesus's baptism and whatnot. And so it's also called Three Kings Day. So it is appropriate you took that day off.
Thank you. Wow, I didn't know that. Man,
It actually, in San Francisco, it's the Four Kings Day.
Is Four Kings? Who's the Four Kings?
Well, Balthazar is one of them. Bonte, clearly.
Yes.
Then there's other two. I don't know.
You guys say it, not me. That's why when people...
They have the gifts, Bonte, the gold, frankincense, and myrrh. There you go. And Bonte brings the Fezzy Fel, or I don't know, Molly. There you go. It's his gift. By the way, Chris Mullen joined Mark Grandy last night. I joined it mid-show. It was an audible. They were doing best of the game. Chris Mullen, the Hall of Famer, if you guys missed it, joined Mark Grandy. Find that on YouTube.
Really?
Yeah. Twitch.
Just out of nowhere?
Yeah, it was an audible.
He didn't go through his friend Bonte to book him?
Well, they were promoting the pickleball.
It was very,
the pickleball tournament they were promoting.
No. You don't need to go through me for that. Please don't.
You seemed very surprised.
No, I was surprised. Yeah, no, I thought Willard and Dibs.
Oh.
But he went through Grandy from 6 to 7 because I know T.O.'s going to join Willard and Dibs today at 4 o'clock. And I believe T.O.'s going to join us at the Gatehouse for pregame live today at Chase Center, 6:30, because T.O., who we had on before, is really getting into pickleball. And he wants to be great at pickleball.
Interesting.
And so Bully and T.O. yesterday were down in Redwood City. And Bully loves T.O. He loves T.O. He's like, dude, he's a great guy. He loves T.O. So,
and Molly was talking about with Mark Grandy, as you were mentioning there, Bonte, that T.O., like, when he gets into something, he gets into it. And he's had like a trainer and a coach for pickleball as soon as he picked it up like 6 or 7 months ago. And he's already made vast strides, according to Molly.
Interesting.
I love this, too. I miss the show sometimes. Sometimes I miss it, especially the text line. Because you guys throw this King stuff at me. You guys do it. And then I get all the blowback on Twitter or social media.
No, it's all a
dude,
joke.
I know it's a joke. But the DM sometimes like, you call yourself a king, you little punk. I'm like, dude, you guys need to chill out, man. Gosh.
That's when you respond. I didn't call myself that. The people, guys did.
I don't respond. I've been, Matt Nahiga for years have been telling me, don't respond. It's beneath you. And I'm like, you know what? Finally, I came around to it. It's like, you know what? It is beneath me.
Do you guys know anything about Emperor Norton? Do you know who Emperor Norton is? It's San Francisco lore.
Yeah.
He's a whack job who called himself the Emperor and walked around with his own money that he wanted others to realize, which wasn't even real money, okay?
Yep.
It's a joke. This is a San Francisco thing. So you're the king.
No,
you're like Emperor Norton. You have your own set of currency.
But like you get a guy like this on a 925. You folks blow my mind. This is sports talk, correct? Why do you have us listening to Tony? My resolution for 2025 from here forward is to stay on the other station. Screw you people. Well, you know what, 510? Screw you too. And go listen to that other damn station and be bored for the rest of the 2025 year. Golly. People take a chill pill. Oh, my Lord. If that's what happens. That's what happens in today's society. We want to fire guys left and right. Antonio Pierce was great yesterday at the podium with the starter jacket. Now, who the hell knows if he's going to keep that job in Las Vegas? But he was I felt the 100% when he said, when we win, everybody's like, oh, AP this and AP that. And we lose, it's get his ass out of town.
Yeah, that's how it works.
The same thing how it works. We got to stop that. You and I have to be better and use this platform to say, hey, look, not everything's black and white. There could be some gray area here and there.
Yeah, there can. But if you've played sports or coached at any level, like when you win, all right, you get a little relief, you still get back to work. When you lose, you fret over it forever. That's how it works.
No, I get fretting over it, but we don't need to fire everybody and replace people or change stations all the time. Good Lord. Oh.
Well, we could just talk about the A-gap for 22 minutes.
I don't mind talking about the A-gap. The A-gap's important. Dude, the A-gap. No, you're thinking about something else. I'm talking about the A-gap on the football field.
Stop!
Yeah, even Carter's confused by that one. I think you're losing. The A-gap, interior pressure, controlling the A and B gaps in the playoffs is very, very important. Very important. So, anyway, the Warriors, they're concerning right now. There's this article in ESPN. I'm trying to dive through here, but...
Wait, let me guess. I'm just, without even reading the headline, the article is speculating about trades that could or couldn't be happened by the Warriors and the dilemma that they face with the end of Steph Curry's career and maybe a run at another title. Is that the premise of the article in some way?
Probably. But it's very important. I told you, the All-Star break's coming around, and if the Warriors continue to struggle, we're going to come around the All-Star break. And people will be asking, Steph, what's the deal, man? What's the deal? And I'm like, man, what is the deal? I hope the deal is he sticks with the Golden State Warriors for the entirety of his career, but the point is they're struggling right now. And they're going to go on this 4-game road trip. And I know nobody around here is watching Detroit Pistons.
Ivy got his leg blown off the other day.
Well, you know
really
what, though?
sad.
It was sad. But you know what? The Pistons are now 500, folks. The Detroit Pistons are 18-18, in case you haven't been watching. Anthony Edwards dropped 53 on their ass, and they still lost by 14 to the Pistons. Why? Because Cade Cunningham is on a heater. 40-9. He's averaging 24 points a game, 9.5 assists, 7 rebounds. The Pistons are rolling right now. So you got the Pistons, Pacers, Raptors who stink. They don't want to win. And they have the Minnesota Timberwolves in a road trip before welcoming back Jordan Poole to the Bay Area as he comes to town. And he's averaging career highs in every category. 3-point percentage, field goal percentage, points, blah, blah, blah. But this road trip without Jonathan Kuminga and tonight's game against Miami is very concerning to me, in all seriousness. He's the most athletic player on the team. He's going to the rack all day long. He's starting to figure it out defensively. Not having Kuminga for this stretch. I'm concerned about the Dubs.
Well, okay, so your point about that is a good one. I think I can make a pretty sound argument. He's the second most important Warrior this year.
Possibly.
No, Wiggins, I think, has an argument as well. If Draymond Green is still your second most important player, I'm talking about both ends of the floor, like, you're not going to be a good team. Like, no one wants to hear that out loud. Yes, he's a Hall of Famer. But currently, if he is your second best player, your team is going nowhere. And I'm not ripping him. I'm saying it's not good enough. It's just a reality. You have to acknowledge where we're at. He's 35 years old, right? So they needed Kuminga to continue to ascend. And him being out for 3 to 4 weeks is a massive blow. Where are they going to get bench scoring from?
I know.
Where are they going to get athleticism from?
I know.
Where are they going to get another perimeter defender with GP2 on the shelf?
I'm with you here. You talk about bench scoring, and I'm looking at Buddy Hield over his last 7 games. Buddy Hield is in a funk right now. His last 7, he's averaging 5 points a game. He's shooting 21% from 3 and 28% from the floor in 19 minutes. And I'm not singling out Buddy Hield because it's a byproduct of spacing. And when he puts the ball on his floor, he struggles a little bit. But you talk about bench production, they have the number 2 bench in the league when it comes to points per game. But when you're oscillating between starting lineups, you had 19 different starting lineups, and guys are coming in off the bench, they're starting to come off the bench, and all of a sudden, you need more from Lindy Waters III, who I think is playing well as of late.
But he's a backup.
You really know he's a backup, but you need bench production, right? Buddy Hield's got to play better.
Look, you know what the number 1 need is for the Warriors? And look, you could say, Joe, this is a need for almost every team in the league. They need a big 2-guard who can defend and knock down shots.
Yep.
And look, duh, like, I know the whole league, but you had the best one in the league for almost a decade in Klay Thompson, and obviously he's not that currently, and they have failed to find that next guy. I was hoping Moody might evolve into some version of something. I just don't think that's ever going to happen, right? And so whether it's the draft, whether it's a trade, whatever, you need a two-way number 2 guard to play alongside Steph Curry for long stretches who's bigger. And like, I thought Schroeder was a nice addition. Schroeder's a backup. You need him as a backup, not as a starter.
Yep. No, I don't know how he's going to, maybe Schroeder gets flipped before the deadline. Who knows? Who knows?
I thought he was going to turn a corner. Thursday I thought he played really well, and then
Saturday he played well. Saturday
I thought he played really well.
Grizzlies.
And then it's like,
Sunday was a rough one.
It was
for everybody outside of Stephen Curry. For everybody. So we got a few minutes here. I do want to play this as the Warriors do take on the Miami Heat later on tonight, right here on 95.7 The Game. You can listen to it. Tim Roy will be on the call alongside Tim Tolbert, or you can watch on television with Fitz and Buki. Watch us on the pregame show on NBC Sports Bay Area. Do what you can to find. But this is a big game for the Warriors. Playing the team off the back end of a back-to-back who played double overtime last night. I know it's a short drive from Sacramento. Probably drove down to the city yesterday, but damn, got to get a win.
You know what's sad is that I'm watching Tyler Hero just in just the year. He's having a really good year.
Yep.
You look at his year and it's like, dude, we had our Tyler Hero. Remember when him and Maxey, who we just saw the other day, and Jordan Poole were all coming up for extensions, and they were all being compared to each other, and it just sucks because we don't have Jordan Poole anymore.
We don't have Jordan Poole no more. How would this team look? Oh, I don't even want to go there. I don't even want to go there today. Don't even want to go there. Damn. I do want to play this. Let's laugh a little
That
bit
Chris
for you.
Paul trade. Wait, you wanted to play that? Oh, I hate you.
Oh, no, I wasn't going to play that.
I thought you were setting something up.
The Jacksonville Jaguars are under Shad Khan. They're looking for a new head coach. They still have Trip Baalke, the GM. Oh, God. Trip Baalke sticking around, Shad Khan?
If this head coaching candidate was to say, hey, I think the medical needs to be reevaluated, the health and wellness, if they were to say, I would like to reevaluate the front office and the general manager, what would your response be?
My response would be, how would you improve it? And then if it is credible, you want to do it, okay?
Now, mind you, he did that with Trip Baalke on the call. He did that with Trip Baalke on the call. So, Trip Baalke, I don't think any coach that comes into Jacksonville is going to want you. I think time's ticking for Trip Baalke.
Has it ever worked when, you keep a GM and then you bring in a head coach and that's like a match made in heaven? Like, I feel like it has to be at the same time when you hire the coach / GM, right?
Ryan Poles of Chicago's we're gonna find out from him.
Jason Light.
Jason Light, Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
They've actually done
that's a good one.
I'm just asking.
That's a good one.
I'm just throwing out like it's off the top of my head.
Now, was he there with Arians too, though? Was Jason Light?
But they had
Light's been there for a while.
He's been there for a while.
Like a decade.
They brought in, elevated, promoted Todd Bowles.
I mean, it's worked well for Jerry Jones and Mike Brown.
Boy, Mike Brown, man, not looking good.
Howie Roseman's another one. I'm just thinking off the top of my head. Howie Roseman's been there for quite a long time. He's hired multiple coaches.
Yep, Jeffrey Lurie loves him. They've done a good job. Now, this is going to be tough for Jacksonville. It's going to be tough.
Is that the least desirable job right now of all the openings currently?
Jacksonville?
Yeah. Titans have the #1 overall pick. They're cleaning house. Well, actually, they're keeping Brian Callahan, their head coach. Second year
I
now.
don't think that's the worst job. I think the
Raiders.
Raiders.
The worst job right now. It's
the Raiders
not, and this isn't open. This is not open. It's not an open job.
Yeah.
I think the worst job right now is working for Jim Irsay in the Indianapolis Colts. That is a dumpster fire front office.
Yeah, you read that article in The Athletic about
God.
them? Oh, my gosh.
And he's going through some health stuff.
Oh, yeah. Well, you see him coming out on the cart.
Not good.
65 years old.
Not good.
They just fired Gus Bradley. They're going to keep Shea Steichen. They're going to keep Ballard. They're going to keep Ballard their GM. I like Jacksonville because you got a receiver, top flight, and I still believe in Trevor Lawrence. I do. But you got to build around him, man. You got to protect that young man. They haven't done a good job of protecting that young man. All right, fast 5B. What you got, Shasky? What you got?
My final thought is this. Pete Alonso's still out there. Now, I think Bryce Eldridge is the guy, for this team at first base long term. But if it's only going to cost you somewhere in the realm of what Freddie Freeman, because that's what it sounds like. No one wants to go above what Freddie Freeman got. Freddie Freeman from the Dodgers got 6 for 162. Matt Olson got 8 for 168. So if you're saying I can have Pete Alonso, let's say 7 for like 180, because you got to throw the Giants tax on there. I mean, that's not a bad DH first base combo.
I'm not going to get my hopes up on.
I'm just throwing that out there, Giants.
I know, I hear you.
Like, I'd get in the mix.
I hear you.
Get in the mix. They just spent $950 million, the Mets. I don't know if they want to spend the other $180 million.
Steve Cohen has no limit.
I know.
He has no limit.
He is. He's Master P.
All right. By the way, I was watching a podcast over the break with Ricky Williams and Johnny Manziel.
Oh.
Ricky Williams.
Was Ricky reading his stars to him?
No, he wasn't. But he does do a lot of yoga. Yeah, he does a lot of yoga in Tulum. Yeah, no, Ricky was good, man. Ricky's good. I miss Ricky Williams. Anyway, my final thought is hopefully tomorrow we're talking about a new defensive coordinator and a Warriors win. That's my final thought. We need that in our lives. We need it.
We need a Stephen Curry 50 burger. I'm calling it tonight.
Jeez.
I need a Stephen Curry 50 burger.
Steph.
Wow.
I think that's what we're going to get.
Game 7 of Sacramento Kings.
No pressure.
Back end of a back-to-back for the Miami Heat in double overtime. You can't lose this game.
I need you to sack Kings the Miami Heat.
No Jimmy Butler. Come on.
No, they were up 17 in the fourth. They should have won that game last night.
And they didn't.
They should have won the game. They did.
Pat Riley losing his touch?
Well, I don't know about that. The Godfather. They got a good roster in Miami, man.
And
It's not
Jimmy
gonna be
Butler
easy game.
saved him from the Dion Waiters, Hassan Whiteside debacle. People forget.
Every team makes bad moves. Nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect.
Jaime Jaquez.
He's good.
He
He's
is.
tough.
I like him.
He's tough.
I'm not
Dion Waiters, NBA champion, by the way.
Oh, Dion Waiters? Yeah.
He always had
It's my house.
Had that game winner. Game winner against the Warriors. Go to Carter. Carter, what you got?
First of all, I want to say hi, Mom. Second of all, I want to say
Is your mom watching? She watching right now?
I think she might be listening. Yeah,
Oh, she's listening.
She's on the way home, I think.
You text her Fast Five's coming up. Listen.
It's a lot of pressure.
No, but she said she was going to be driving in the morning tomorrow. I said turn on the radio. So if she is, hi, Mom.
Oh yeah. Hi, Mom.
Second of all, I want to ask you guys a question. Do you think this weekend is one of the best weekends in sports? I think it's number 2 best weekend in sports for me.
What's number 1?
The Masters.
Oh my God, the Masters is the number 1 sports weekend.
100%.
Oh my God,
when
you
are we
guys
gonna
are
go
so
play?
lame.
I played the club twice
It's so
last week.
lame.
Let's do it, Chaz.
The Masters is the number 1 sports weekend of the year.
It is.
100%.
No, it's not. That'd be close.
You have the NBA final.
Oh my
NBA playoffs usually
gosh.
start right that weekend.
Oh my God!
I remember
not even
distinctively a
close.
Baron Davis New Orleans Hornets game-winning buzzer beater, followed up by a chip in by Phil Mickelson.
Oh my God, it's
Preach,
so lame.
Chasky, preach.
You remember that?
This weekend is the best, the second best. Next week is the best. Divisional round weekend is always great in the NFL. Then you got championship weekend. What, are you kidding me?
Yeah, but
the best weekend in sports, the Masters?
You get more games this weekend.
Oh my
I watched
gosh,
USC.
the Masters.
I
With all
watched
these
USC
dry
the other
ass
day.
personalities on the golf course.
Muscle
They got no
wins the
Tiger
coach.
Woods
I
out
couldn't
there.
believe it.
They got no must watch. The ratings have been down. Come on. Forget the Masters.
Steiny and
The
Guru
best
must watch
weekend.
next.
The
Can't wait.
best weekend in sports.
Steiny's got the flat
That's
stick
why
going.
risotto's stock up, Carter's stock down.
Bad
Here on
take.
the roast. That was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. I hold on to go. Risotto would never have that take. You'll get the fastest internet to all your devices.
Where can you kick off the new year with big
Man, it's just amazing. It is just amazing when you just start to realize it. Now I start to realize it when you're in a relationship.
Yep, talk to me.
And you're in a relationship that's strong and vibrant and healthy and positive and uplifting. And people see that. And they see your relationship is good and it's burgeoning and it continues to blossom. People are jealous of that. They're envious of that. And they try to get into the middle.
Wow. Is that how you read it?
Nobody can come between Guru and Steiny. Ain't nobody.
No, Bonte Hill, BS&G reunion, and we have one every day before we...
The beauty of being able to put your headphones
on.
The
hockey change. But he had a Steiny report card. He went in on you. Yeah. He missed you a little bit. Yeah. Talked about your new glasses.
Life is good.
He said you're getting soft.
I'm not taking the bait.
I know, because you're still smiling. What's up, baby?
Not much.
I'm having shoulder issues. Went to the gym and shoulder. Yeah.
Usually that's my malady from carrying you.
Please.
What's the matter? Too many shots?
No, I lifted yesterday.
Oh, well, that'll do
That's
it.
what you said you're going to do in 2025.
I know.
Have you picked up any? Well,
not yet.
I was with you yesterday.
Not yet. Not yet.
What we got?
Oh, man. Let me tell you what we got. We got Ross Tucker coming up in an hour. So we're gonna talk some Niners.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk some Niners till Ross Tucker
playoffs
gets here, and then we'll jump into the Warriors. There's a lot going on with the Warriors. Great story written about Steph Curry and the Warriors by Tim Keown of ESPN. And Tim's a Bay Area guy and is just a phenomenal writer. And the story was really good. About the tightrope the Warriors are trying to walk with Steph Curry to try to get him another crack at a fifth title. And
which we all love and understand, Steiny. Remember, you were like, I know you might do it different.
Well, I don't necessarily love it, but I understand it.
No, I'm saying I love it. We love it because I feel like it's a debt that the Warriors organization as a whole
some people
owes to
may
Curry.
love it.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, that's all. You know, I mean,
I work with one that does it, but right.
Well, it's not that I don't. It's that I don't
wake you up when it works.
Yeah, and just it's pretty hard what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Anyway, so here's what's going on with the Niners, ladies and gentlemen. They fired their special teams coach.
Shocker.
Brian Schneider.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy talked to the media yesterday about his contract situation. No, he's not. That was a little, What do you know, Evan?
Yeah.
What do you know that we
Sources.
I know everything.
Brock Purdy's contract extension. And then there's just some interesting things I want to get into. Charvarius Ward. I don't know if you heard this sound, but it's heartbreaking. It really is. And then Fred Warner's what? We got a lot to talk about. Let's start with what many think is the biggest offseason, I don't want to say issue, but let's say their priority. The number one priority is Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy's never gone to free agency before, and he's probably going to get a contract extension. So what's he thinking? Here's how we're starting the show. Take a listen.
I want to obviously get it done. If that's an opportunity to be able to get that done quick, that'd be great. Just so we can get back for phase one, get after it with the receivers and our team, and just continue to grow. Because man, we all got to grow together. We got to come close and learn and be the best versions of ourselves as fast as we can. And phase one is my mind of OTAs coming back, getting all the guys back, and let's roll. Let's get after this offseason together. But with that being said, everybody's timing is a little different and stuff. But, for me, at the end of the day, I want to win. I want to win for this organization and everybody here. And I'm not the kind of guy that wants to have any kind of drama associated with anything. I'm here for this organization, for my teammates in the locker room, and I want to be very professional about it. We play professional football for our living, and I want to keep the main thing, and not get distracted by all the chaos that can go on within it. But I want to just be clean about it and respectable, and get something done and get back to work.
All right. I think with the as it relates to Brock Purdy, the question no longer is, what are they going to do or how much? It feels like the issue now becomes, when is all this going to happen? And how much to me, it's about the 49ers prioritizing getting it done early now. It's after the last few years, I feel like it's not enough just to get a deal with Purdy done.
Last year, matter of fact, that was a nightmare.
The most important thing is to get Purdy signed by late Mayish when the OTAs come around.
Right. I totally agree, but I'm going to say this, and I'm no psychic, but Steiny, at the end of the day, so much of the discussion, and rightfully so, especially when you talk about the quarterback position and what numbers we threw out at different random times. But that clip right there has me thinking Brock Purdy is so focused on football and ready to start the offseason program and get that continuity with his teammates and his receivers that I got to be careful here, Steiny. I'm tingling because it's almost like the negotiations are going to be a slam dunk. It's almost like he's sending, I'm getting that from him to where, he's going to get an ultimate raise from what he's getting right now, but there's not going to be a root canal in regard to, I don't feel, like him asking for something that's so just ridiculous, and it's going to be Brandon Ayuk part 2. That's just what I get from the young man.
Well, I would be shocked. If Purdy weren't signed, sealed, and delivered.
Okay. All right.
I mean,
SAP.
maybe not by OTAs, but certainly he's got to be there when training camp opens a month after that.
But if you're Lynch and Shanny and you hear that, or Parag, Steiny,
I offer him $22 million a year to see if he's how much of a team player he is.
18. Yeah, but
I mean, it almost does feel like he's so positive about wanting to do this that I wonder if they throw a number out there, if he wouldn't be, let's just do this. And I know that, look, when we're talking about quarterback contracts, it's total value, it's guarantee, it's average annual. And for the sake of ease around this show, we tend to use the 40 to 60, like base or average annual salary, even though that doesn't tell the whole story. But it does seem to me like Brock Purdy has seen what holdouts and hold-ins can do to a season, and he's not ready to do that. And hopefully the Niners are not ready to do that too. This is as much on the Niners as Brock Purdy, because to me, what I'm hearing from Brock Purdy is he's willing to not necessarily take a pay cut, but he's willing to do what needs to be done to get this done early. And and the 49ers, they have to be ready to do that too, but they have had a history of not doing that. So where do the 49ers stand with Brock Purdy right now?
They have identified him, and rightfully so. I mean, it's been 3 seasons, Steiny 2.5, whatever you want to call it, and there's been way more good and greatness than bad. The reality is quarterbacks don't grow on trees. This was just a terrible season from a record standpoint. You're watching the offs after a Super Bowl visit. So, again, I got to quit using the word profiling or exercising that, Steiny, because I look at a guy that I think is humble when you look at his attire, Brock Purdy, that is, coming to the game and looking like the guy next door. But the bottom line, whatever number he gets, let's just say it's 40, and people go, well, that's on the cheap. That's going to be life-altering for what he's making right now. And, I'm the guy that said Cinemax, Max, a movie is in the making for Brock Purdy and what he's done. But the bottom line, whatever number he does get, Steiny, and however fast it does happen, he's the winner in all this, because it's going to be way more than he probably ever thought he'd make in the league. And the quarterback for the Niners trying to avenge a season where we really don't have answers as to why they went 6-11.
You know what? And one of the things I was thinking, Goo, is this, and I know this is going to be an extreme example, but to me, how much money Brock gets paid is actually less important to me than when he signs the contract.
Well, just think about what you just said.
It's true. I mean, I would almost pay Purdy $60 to get him in here for OTAs, as opposed to, well, you could get him at $40 if he comes in right before the year.
Nah.
And I'm thinking,
I'm feeling that,
we've had to have learned our lesson,
no
right?
doubt about it.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got a lot of 49ers issues. We got Purdy's contract. We got the special teams coach fired. I got to tell you about Fred Warner. Also, all you guys that want Kyle Shanahan to change or to evolve, maybe he's already started. I'll tell you what I mean by that on the other side. That segment brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Segment also brought to you by AC Transit.
Calling all journey level mechanics. AC Transit.
forever, and I always disagree with you. So here we go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I was thinking about it this way, Goo. Yesterday was the day.
I could keep going if you want, but I'm not.
Well, I tried to keep going, but then I hear this.
I was just going to Kanye. Finish.
No. Jump in.
I did. Go ahead.
Well, I forgot what I was going to say.
See, you got to fix that. They got medicine for that. Dude, how far are we off from meds?
They got medicine for interrupting, too, do they?
Well, you would have the big bottle.
Please.
He deserved it.
And I was coming out with a hot take, and now I forgot it.
Bad. I'm in a good mood. It's 2025, man. I done broke every resolution, like always. Can't even make it a week, partner.
Yeah. Well, I hear you.
Yeah.
As I was saying, here's the way I think I'm looking at this week. Yesterday was Monday. Niners season was over. I did a lot of complaining. They stunk. We know it. 6-11. They get an F from me. I don't know what they get from you, but I'm giving them an F
I
for
loved
failure.
it yesterday. I said D+. It was an F.
All right. Jeez. By the way, shout out to Jim Mole.
Our guy.
One of our favorites.
Yeah.
He's in India right now. Bangalore, India, and he's listening.
On the Odyssey app. That's a P1, baby.
Now let us alone, Jim.
Yeah.
No, have fun out there.
Stop.
Stay healthy. Anyway, but today it's about where the 49ers go and what their priorities are for next year. And obviously Brock Purdy's priority number one. And I played before the break some his thoughts about the contract extension. I'm going to play another soundbite from Purdy, and then we can get into it.
More than anything, I want to be able to, be here for my guys in the locker room, be here to, I want to be in San Francisco and play my football career here, man. I love it here, and I want to do whatever it takes to be here. And so we'll see when we get there, when we sit down and start talking and stuff. But that's first and foremost, and then we'll go from there. But I'm not really sure what it all is going to look like and entail, but I know that I'm the guy for this organization, and that I can do what it takes to help lead us where we want to go, and I'm confident in that. And, so we'll see.
All right.
We'll see.
There's Brock Purdy. Thanks. I mean, it certainly sounds. See, this is one of the reasons I think we love sports is we get to know these guys. And we kind of feel like we know when they're telling the truth and when they're full of it. And we get tired of people. And some guys say the same thing every time, but it doesn't mean anything. But when I hear Brock Purdy say he wants to be in San Francisco, he'd love to get this done quickly. He'd love to do it for his teammates, all those kind of things. To my way of thinking, having watched Brock Purdy and listened to Brock Purdy for 2.5 years, I believe him. I totally believe him. I believe he wants to be here. And I believe what I heard him say right there leads me to believe he's not hell-bent on resetting the market. Give him a fair number, get him in early, and let's move along here and start addressing everything else.
No doubt about it.
And before I finish, Goo, like, if the 49ers can't figure something out with Purdy by OTAs or by training camp, I don't like. I'll be stupefied after what happened this past year. And 49er fans at 888-957-9570. I mean, can we all agree on that? That if we're bringing Purdy back, that's it. That's priority number one. But number 1A is to get him in here early enough that you can take advantage of it.
No doubt, man. This is what you call. This is the NFL equivalent of a layup. And you're right. I believe the words that are coming out of his mouth, man. I just really do. He's telling you he wants to be here. It just sounds like it's coming from a standpoint of where I'm not going to try to bring the house down, but that still might net him 55 to 60 mil. We don't know, but the dude wants to be here. And last year, the Niners, what did I give him credit for? And then I ripped him, Steiny. I said, Lynch and everybody over there, they have their business in order. Their books are in order. And it just felt like last year, for whatever reason, that was not the case. So I feel like just from that standpoint, the energy from the organization is like, what are we doing? I mean, Steiny, I could tell his agent, hey, sit this one out. Goose got you. And I can get this deal facilitated. So I'm just
telling the player?
Yeah, like, man, this is easy.
Well,
so, the guy's telling you, man, I want to get married. I'm yours. So just let's go. What's going to take so long? And you're right, Stoney. Now it's about the timing more than the number, and it's always about the money. I get that, but I can't wait to see what he gets. And Stoney, I'm gonna just put this in the cap. I think it's gonna be like 50.
Okay.
I think he's gonna get 50 per.
Okay, well that's less than everybody thought before the season.
And I get told it wouldn't be the first time or
Jed York.
Yeah.
Because he said he was going to reset the market. I don't think he's going to reset the market.
That was before this 17-game season.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But what I'm asking 49er fans right now is if you take a look at their recent history with players in Brock Purdy's position. So you had Nick Bosa. Okay, he held out. And he didn't sign until right before the Pittsburgh Steelers game. Deebo Samuel. He's the one I cannot quite remember exactly when he signed, but I think late July.
Yeah.
Late
Scrubbed
July.
his IG. There was drama.
That's
there was
right,
a little
late
drama.
July.
Yeah.
So it was right at the start of training camp then, I believe. Brandon Ayuk, obviously he held out. He held in. Trent Williams held out. McCaffrey got his before. I guess what I'm saying is, where does Brock fit into this and why? You know what I mean? Like they were, okay, just hypothetically, why did the 49ers, why did it take so long for them to extend Bosa? Because I'm going to use Bosa as the guy who I'm going to compare Brock to in terms of importance.
Yeah, I don't have the answer, and I'll just say savings, or did they have to convince themselves, when you buy a high item, you make that purchase, you got buyer's remorse? I don't know, but when it was all said and done and you think about it now, they kind of played themselves. You didn't save anything, and you did that same thing with Brandon Ayuk. But when you talk about Brock Purdy, him making crumbs right now, Steiny, it's going to be great to see and great to hear, but the bottom line is, the reality is he is more important than any of those guys you listed right now. This is your guy. And we're talking about a quarterback league. You could say until the cows come home why they went 6-11 and his year wasn't as good as the previous two. But the bottom line is hearing that clip and Brock telling you he's ready to play ball and he's ready to get to work, I don't know why this thing would not be done ASAP. I'm with you. When you said that, that's heavy. Some may disagree. I don't care. But this dude, come on, man, close this deal.
Well, but hold on a second, and because this is, and I'm just trying to set up the whole conversation because I'll acknowledge I hear Brock Purdy talking, and I'm thinking, oh my God, maybe you could get him for 40. Well, Brock Purdy talking is still not the agent talking. And the agent still has a job to do, and that's get Brock Purdy as much money as he can possibly get for Brock Purdy.
Then he gets more.
But what I'm getting at is when Nick Bosa was going through this, he was clearly the most important player on defense. Bosa was coming off a great year. Bosa was the man. And even Bosa, they were willing to wait until right before the season. So what I'm wondering is, I love all these things that Brock Purdy's saying, but if his agent is attacking things like Nick Bosa's agent did, might it be harder to get this thing done? Because the agent can't just say, oh, you know what, we'll take 40 because Brock's a nice guy. That's what I'm mostly, that's what I'd be mostly concerned about. I'm listening to Brock Purdy thinking you could wrap this up in 3 months, but I know that might be naive too.
Okay, and that's where I live, naive city. But the bottom line, Stoney, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't remember ever hearing Bosa have a soundbite about his contract status back then like Brock Purdy went after it. But they're two different people. Bosa was, before he even came into the league, he was a high draft choice. We're talking about Mr. Irrelevant. And I'll say this about the agent. Brock Purdy and these athletes control, what's essentially going to be done and what they want to have happen. And again, I'm not saying Brock's, give me $15 million, that'll take it. But that energy that I felt like was coming from that clip is something he can also tell his agent, what time it is, Stoney. And I think the Niners, when you ask why did it go, to the last second, I guess at the end of the day, do you think Lynch and Parag just wanted to make it look like, we weren't easy, if that's even or we weren't pushovers?
With Bosa?
Yeah. Which gets you nowhere when it's all said and done. It's like value what you have. And the entity that is Bosa at that time was a badass defensive end. Give him his bread. There's no games to be played. And you eventually did it. But the head-scratching thing, just listening to you, was why did it take so long?
Well, I mean, it took so long because Bosa wanted more than the Niners wanted to pay him.
And he got that, though.
Well, we assume he got it. I mean, I guess even if he was the highest paid, maybe he wanted to get the highest paid by $2 million. I don't know if Bosa got every single thing he wanted, but it sure feels like he, quote unquote, won the negotiation. That's the way it's been portrayed. If Brock Purdy's agent comes the first day of free agency and basically says, how about 55? Well, if I'm the 49ers, if they're coming out with 55, just the nature of the business is, it's a little too high. Like, I don't see
even after what happened this last offseason with the trifecta of contracts that we spent all day talking about yesterday, that the Niners kind of not messed up, but there were questions. You don't think that will help Brock in this situation?
I don't know.
Go more smoothly?
Why? Like, the way I look at it is we've got 5 guys. So, we had Bosa. He signed 3 days before the season started. We had Deebo Samuel. He didn't sign until training camp had begun. We had Ayuk. When was he signed? He was signed very late in the process.
How did that
training
work out?
camp.
Right.
How was McCaffrey signed? He was signed before OTAs. What about Trent Williams? He was signed after training camp. So to me, the 49ers have 5 different examples to use, or that's just their factual track record. And yes, I do think, you saw Bosa sign late. It may have affected him. Then you saw
Deebo.
All of them. So just because of that, do you give in early if that's what it's coming down to?
Well, you're going to give something. So when you say give in, Stoney, that's the part of this puzzle I don't have, and I'm assuming and speaking for Brock, but listening to that clip, it doesn't sound like he's going to ask for something so ridiculous that it would make the organization pause. And having the offseason and the season from hell last year, I think that bodes well for Brock and his representation, to where if they ask for something that's reasonable, or just they start somewhere that's reasonable, I think the Niners, just for the sake of the team and the fans, and we did something early. We identified our guy and we got it done. Let's go work.
Well, but if you're his agent, and again, it's not about the money now. It's about,
but it's always about the money, Stein.
Listen, I think we're naive. If free agency opens on day one, and the Niners and Purdy's agent are talking, I'm telling you right now, that's all great what Brock Purdy said, but his agent is still coming to the table day one of free agency, probably saying, guys, it's pretty easy. Dak got $60 million last year. We'll take 62 and let's call it a day. Well, what are the Niners going to do at that point? Day one of free agency. Because that's going to be the starting point. There's no way the agent comes to the table and goes, guys, tell you what, I've been looking at all the numbers. We'll take 40 right off the bat. Well, then but there's no, and he's probably going to bring up that Jed York said he's going to reset the market.
Then you could scratch what I just said, Stoney, you're right. Those are words.
I'm just wondering.
Just mentioned, and this could go 15 rounds.
I'm just wondering how the Niners look at Purdy versus their track record for other very important free agents and the timetable they used to get those done. And yes, on the surface, it would feel like Purdy's more important than any of them to get in early. But
especially after this disaster
Nick
season.
Bosa was their most important defensive player, and they waited till the end for him. So, like, all I'm saying is, sometimes I think we don't realize that it's not easy to get these things done quickly.
Yeah, and you brought up Dak. The bottom line, even though we all can feel and see and watch that Dak never lived up to getting that money, bottom line is his employers thought he was worth it, and Jerry gave him that check. I'm asking you right now, do you believe the Niners would be comfortable and not hesitate one iota by making Brock Purdy the highest paid quarterback in the NFL? That's a question I don't have an answer for.
I don't either.
But why do I feel like after you playing that sound, and you're right, I don't feel like that's what he's aiming for.
Right, and I get he works for Brock Purdy, the agent. But if Brock Purdy says, hey, look, well, you know what? Let's listen to Brock Purdy about whether or not he's heard all the discussion and the numbers around his deal.
Obviously, just based off of how this year has gone, that's been conversations and the talking points and things like that. But, I mean, if you take a step back and realize what has been done the last couple of years, if we're talking about me and my story, like being drafted last and then coming in and helping the team win and reach some pretty big heights, that's something that I can fall back and look on and be like, okay, that's what I've done. And obviously not just by myself. I've had a great supporting cast and everything, and I'm very thankful for that. This year was tough, but like I said, dude, I really do believe that this all happened, and I can grow so much from it and continue to grow into the quarterback that I want to be. And I just turned 25 years old. I feel like there's a lot of areas and improvement that I can have within my game and that I know I can get to, and so I'm confident in that. So we'll see what happens. Everybody has their own opinion, and that's okay, but for me, I know who I am and what my purpose in life is and what I can do.
Interesting.
Well, I mean, man,
it's interesting.
Sound like a humble and well-rounded dude, man.
Well, the funny thing there is what I heard Purdy say there is, but I have done a lot already in this league in
and
a short period of time. I know he has.
On paper, he has. I'm ready for him to get 40. You didn't ask, and I'm ready for him to reset the market. If both of those stories broke, I wouldn't be shocked, Stoney. Right. That's where I'm at with the Brock Purdy situation. I could easily see him getting the most, and then somebody will surpass him. And somebody from the 510 on the Comcast Business Text line talked about how much pressure would it be from the players' union on Brock and his representation, Stoney, to not come in and, hey, I'll take 20. You know what I mean? Like, you owe it to the fraternity of the rest of the quarterbacks to try to bring the house down.
I mean, he's not going to take 20.
No, I was just throwing that out there. Right.
But again, to me, I don't know. The more I think about it, the more I think on the surface, yes, this should get done in a hurry. On the other side of the coin, I also know that for an agent to get the most out of, the team, I mean, why wouldn't, for example, the first day of free agency, Purdy's agent say, yeah, Jed said we're going to reset the market, and Brock was a rock. Brock was a rock during this year, and so we want 60 plus.
That okay?
And the 49ers go, whoa, that's a little high. And at that point, what does the agent say? All right, well, that's what we're talking about. Let me know if you change your mind. And you hang up the phone, and then you don't talk to his representatives for 3 weeks.
Okay,
and then time goes by.
And what happens during that time? Does Kirk Cousins start to look more attractive because you are uncomfortable paying a guy that led you to a 6-11 or was part of a team that led you to a 6-11 season? So you got to be. It could be dangerous. And I do wonder. Put a rat on the table. Brought to you by Atco Pest Control, Steiny. I do wonder, could Brock kind of be greedy or his representation and play himself to where Kyle has a wandering eye? You tell me this is a cutthroat business, and if this were last year and they had lost the Super Bowl and Purdy was up, he probably would have got 80. But I got to believe now Kyle saw some warts, that he's keeping it to himself, and if Brock comes in like, I'm the guy, my stuff don't stink, and that there's a number that will give you that sense, Steiny, I do wonder if Kyle and company would be like, hey, okay, this is ridiculous. I do not, or we do not feel comfortable giving this guy this amount of money. And you know what? Cousins, he's not that bad. So you got to be careful, I believe, if you're Brock and his representation from turning them off to get that started.
Yeah, and maybe I'm the only one, but I feel like in a way I'm done looking at, I know the number is going to be what fuels the negotiation, but in a way, the date is more important to me than the number.
Do you think the team feels that way? Because that's a bar. I like hearing you say that. I love that, but I'm wondering, does the team feel that way?
Well, I mean, let's say we get to June-ish, and they're still talking, and he's missed OTAs.
That's a little while too, Stoney.
And at that point, maybe, I mean, I don't know. Let's go to Jim in Castro. Wants to talk about Purdy's contract. What's up, Jim? How you doing?
Fine, thanks. My first question to you guys, and then I'll give you some comments. What do you think he would fetch if you were looking to trade him? Would he get a first-round draft choice?
I don't believe so.
I do. I mean, I actually think he would be not coveted around the league, but I think there'd be a few teams that would be interested in Brock Purdy.
When you start throwing out $55-60 million and you couldn't even get a first-round draft pick, the league, he's the kind of guy that you'd want your daughter to marry.
Okay.
He's a great guy, but he's not going to the league has figured him out. How many tipped balls do you need to see? He can't throw deep.
I'm with you, man.
Okay? So that's the issue. He's a great guy. And once you give him $60 million, Guru, you're married to him. You know where people got excited about the Niners? And I'm a Niner fan. Detroit should have beat the Niners last year.
Yeah.
Green Bay had the Niners beat.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have even been in the Super Bowl. So you can't give this guy $60 million. You're out of your mind. You know, he got a chance.
Okay. What about 40?
I love it.
What about 40?
I think the league has figured him out. If your goal is to be a Super Bowl, to get to the Super Bowl and finally win one, I'm not sure he's your guy.
Okay.
The league has. How many tip balls do you need to see? How tall is Brock Purdy? I don't even think he's 5'11". So he can't throw deep.
Well, and this is kind of what I'm getting at, Jim. Let me throw this at you. If on the first day of free agency, and the first day of free agency, the 49ers announced they've reached the contract extension with Brock Purdy for $40 million a year, essentially. I get it. There's no way to put an exact number on that.
Oh, man.
You got to do it.
Yeah, but are you...
You got to do it.
But are you doing it for
I would do it for 40. Of course.
We got a minute before the break. But you don't want to do it because it's a bargain. You want to do it because you're in love with the quarterback play. And that's where I'm at. Does Kyle do they really want to go out there and get another quarterback, Steiny? How many times do we talk about people staying in at least I do, bad relationships because they're afraid that they might not find anybody? It's not about that. It's about, are you happy or not? But if the Niners are going to bring him back because he's cheap, what are you really getting for the 40, though? That's what I'm saying.
So you wouldn't do it for 40? I would in a heartbeat.
No, if I were the Niners. What I told you, Willard and Dibbs yesterday, Steiny. I am worried about what the caller said, the tip balls, the non-throwing the ball outside the hashes. You telling me he's this type of quarterback and not that stuff is concerning to me. So that's why I'm eager to see what the Niners do.
All right. On the other side, Evan's got a stat that answers some of the questions that you had about Purdy. I mean,
You know what I mean? Because of 40, you're going to bring him back? What about I'm in love? Like, I believe Dallas loved to pay Dak 60, even though it was the wrong decision.
I don't think they loved it. You think they loved it? Or do you think they did it out of necessity? 888-957-9570 is the number. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting. Put your painting project in good hands. Residential, commercial, interior.
It's a little shtick on your big shtick. Dobbsy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Ross Tucker coming up at 11 o'clock. Odyssey NFL Insider. And we'll have a lengthy conversation with him. Not only talk about the Niners, but we'll talk about some playoffs, too, with Ross.
He's everywhere. He's doing college, pro. he's talented, man.
That's your question.
I don't got no bread.
Yes, who you taking? And you have to. You can't defer.
Oh, come on.
Baldy or Ross Tucker?
Baldy. Ross is up and coming, and he's
Ross is established now.
We went and had lunch after the show yesterday, and we saw Baldy on TV, and you said, "Goo, Baldy's looking good."
Baldy does look good.
He looked fresh.
That's what happens when you jump into the ocean every day. All right, Evan's going to start this segment off with a statistic. We were talking about Brock Purdy, and my new line with Brock Purdy is, it's not about the number, it's about the date. It's about when you get it done with Brock Purdy. Who cares if it's 60, 40, or in the middle?
Your boy Schaefer would probably be like, Steiny, you're a fool. Go ahead.
Exactly. And he wouldn't be the only one.
Well, a couple things to clean up. Happy birthday to Brian Baldinger.
Oh, wow. How old?
Turned 66.
Oh, he's killing you. 66.
Right,
he looks great.
He doesn't look better than me.
Dude, he surpassed you, Steiny. The hair is, oh my goodness, Baldy.
Two handsome Pennsylvania men.
Lincoln Madone.
He's from New York.
He's born in Pittsburgh.
Wow.
He grew up in Long Island.
Those are facts. Secondly, Ross Tucker quietly hosted the Dan Patrick Show. So his versatility is quite expansive.
Well, I love Ross. I'm a big fan, seriously.
I'm going to tell him that,
Evan, when I hear Dan Patrick, your cameo on that show, I still believe is your finest hour. That's my Al Davis. Our boy represented Steiny.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
What's his stat?
Then finally, since we were talking about batted balls and how it's a concern for a quarterback of a smaller stature, it should bother you, but not as much as this. Where do you think Brock Purdy ranked this season in batted balls at the line of scrimmage?
I'd say like top 10.
Because Herbert was up there, so I'm gonna say 3, Evan. Third.
Number 15.
Okay, right in the middle.
Wow.
Yeah, actually, so number 1, your boy, Cooper Rush.
Yikes.
Number 2, Bo Nix.
He play a whole season, did he?
6'6".
Or is that based on percentage?
No, this is based on 17 batted balls by Cooper Rush in 7 starts.
Wow.
Yeah. And Justin Herbert, 6 foot, he's up there.
Yeah, he has 10, which is the exact same as Purdy. Purdy's tied for 10. But Matthew Stafford, 15. Kirk Cousins, 15. Kyler Murray, 14. Baker Mayfield, 13. Wow. So just because you're tall or small doesn't mean you have balls batted down.
Are the attempts among those players in the ballpark? You know what I mean? Like, if Purdy has 17 batted balls or 15 batted balls in a certain amount of attempts, give me another name on there.
Well, like he's played 2 less games than some of these guys, but Jaden Daniels is tall, correct?
Yeah.
480 attempts.
Baller.
Purdy had 455 attempts.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Like, Purdy
Daniels had a couple more batted balls than he did.
Purdy does not have significantly fewer attempts than the guys around him.
Well, some of them.
Yeah, I mean, but not significant.
But my point is that, like, he's not leading the league far and away in batted balls. I think we're just siloed in on it because we watch the team a lot.
No doubt, Evan. And I was just going to tell you, Steiny and Spadoni and the listeners, the Guru computer just spit out. We can find out. But it seems like when Purdy has his balls batted, it's like the fourth quarter or a 3rd and 5 with like 6 minutes. They just happen at the most inopportune time. So I know, Evan, we don't have that, but it feels like that happens when he has his balls batted.
I didn't notice that part. I would have thought he's in maybe the top 3rd of that, but
I would have thought he was the top 5. But there's some tall dudes in there.
Here's the other thing. I'm realizing as I'm thinking about this that I do have a different thought process. And
you think?
The 49, like, we think this is one big happy family. Let me ask you this, Goo. Let me ask you this. See, I've seen the 49ers play so much hardball that I just don't believe they are these negotiations. Oh, okay, let's just give it to him. Let's just give it to him.
But you ended up doing that, though.
Why? What if I told you this? I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility that the 49ers lowball Brock Purdy. What if they try to lowball him?
I wouldn't be shocked.
We want 40. 40? Not after 6-11. How about 30? Well, at 30, if Purdy goes, I'm not taking 30, guys. Brock, we need you to take 30. I'm not taking 30. Then the 49ers realize, okay, he's not going to take a low ball offer. He's not going to take a low offer. Well, you know what? Let's go out and get a quarterback and bring him in here, Kirk Cousins.
Who just had a horrible season, by the way.
And now you have Purdy. Now you take all the leverage away from Purdy in a way. Because now you have Cousins and Purdy, but Purdy's only going to be making $1 million next year. Like, I could see the 49ers, if they, and we don't know this, if they're not 110% sold on Brock Purdy, why wouldn't they try to lowball him?
Because I believe, and I hear you thinking, at the end of the day, forget the 6-11. It's kind of hard to do right. But when a guy on the fly showed you he could fly your plane and take you to Philadelphia and get you to the NFC Championship game, and by beating Seattle and Dallas at home in the playoffs, wreck his elbow, come back from that rehab, and then get you to the Super Bowl, Steiny, I just believe that, come on, man. Those are feats. Those are attributes that Brock Purdy, nobody can erase or take away from, even this stinky 6-11 season. So I say all that to say is, if you were the higher-ups and you were in control, Janet Jackson of the Niners, would you really risk putting in a different spark plug, hoping that a Kirk Cousins who tore his Achilles and had a bad season? Now, if this were Kirk for 2 years ago, maybe but Steiny, I just don't see that happening. And that's why I don't think, and I get it, Goo, you're not an agent, it's numbers, it's math. I don't think they'll insult him by coming in, with something that he could take as an insult.
I'm just saying, like, we saw didn't we basically see, didn't we see the Warriors do this with Clay? And it was Clay.
But they didn't want to pay Clay.
Right. And if the Niners are hesitant about paying, if nobody, and will you give me this? Nobody really knows what Shanahan and Lynch think of Purdy.
No doubt.
Okay. So if they believe in Purdy, there's probably nothing to see here. But if they don't believe in Purdy, then there is a way to buy some more time.
But I don't think your gut is I love the thought, but I'm looking at you, Statty. Do you believe that?
You're doing what, like, if they don't believe in him, let's say the 49ers have decided we can't give him money. We can't give him 30. We can't give him 50.
But I really, to my core, I don't believe that.
Okay.
I could talk about it all day long, and I'm the guy that said he was going to get 60, Steiny. But I'm real with myself and you all. There's just no way. And we got to go back to the origin of Brock Purdy. There was something that Kyle Shanahan saw that made him want to draft him. No, I'm just saying, Steiny. He brought him aboard. That's how it started.
4 names out of the hat, and Purdy happened to be the one.
And then Brock takes over, and then we're talking about movies. We're talking about Super Bowl visits and multiple NFC championship games. I just don't believe the stench. And I'm not saying Brock Purdy, and nobody is. He was the reason they were 6-11. But Matt Steinmetz, do you believe he really flushed that good juju down?
You told me 20 minutes ago that you wouldn't pay him 40. And 40's the bottom, man.
But I told you I expect him to get 50. It's not up to me.
But you said you wouldn't do 50.
No. I said I expect him to get 50. That's where it'll land. I don't think they're going to mess with their core. Mess with their core.
But that's what I'm saying. I mean, what makes Purdy different than Bosa?
Well, because you're doing the invisible man at quarterback. And I think after a 6-11 season, they're not going to play with fire. And that's what you're doing.
See, I think, and this is where I always look at things
being real, Steiny.
I think after a 6-11 season, you can afford to say, in a way, we were 6-11.
But now you
Like,
have
all
no
bets are
continuity
off.
at the quarterback position, and you're going to give the keys. Let's just say they gave it to Cousins.
What about
I feel like
Rodgers?
he'd be destined. That's Steiny. He needs to be in a wheelchair.
Well, and you know what?
The dude
wrong.
is done.
You were wrong about Tom Brady, and people were wrong about Tom Brady.
Now hold on. Bonte was wrong. Bonte said he had a Bonte up there.
It's not about individual. When I mean you, I mean everybody.
Oh, okay.
People were wrong about Tom Brady.
So were the Niners.
Okay. So maybe what? So why can you say with so much conviction? 2 years ago, Brady was washed. 3 years ago, we were wrong. Couldn't we be wrong that Aaron Rodgers is not washed?
Well,
or Kirk Cousins is not washed.
Kirk didn't have 6 Super Bowls, and you know what I mean. He hadn't, and Aaron Rodgers had one when my kid was an infant. But I get it. But Steiny, come on, man. If you had to bet your life right now at the counter, 50 or more, I think that Brock will be under center.
What about
be
this?
50 at least.
How about this? I don't care. I'm not talking about the number anymore. All I'm talking about is the date,
the time.
And after doing 1 hour of this show, and thinking about the date, and getting Purdy in here by OTAs, the more I think about it, the more I think that's really going to be hard. I do think it's going to be hard.
Now,
to do
let
that,
me follow up and ask you, and I'm being real here.
I think about it.
What is the rush?
Well, the rush is what we know, and the rush is that can you really go into training camp or the OTAs without Brock
now,
being
that's
there?
where now the OTAs is where I believe they get it done right before that.
All right,
and that's what Brock kind of
if they can do that,
when he was talking.
If they can do that, and this is what I mean, like, and we've at $40 million a year. Okay, great. Who cares? He's in here, or Brock Purdy has reset the market. Okay, I'd be like, that's fine. He's going to be here for OTAs, though, right? Yes, he's here for OTAs. Okay, that's fine. Like, if the 49ers, I don't want them to get him for 40. I'd be speaking as a fan.
Right.
I don't want him to get him for 40 if it means he's not showing up until 3-4 days before the season.
All right.
So you may have won the negotiation, but then what happens?
Can I give you this, and I'm sharing with you guys because you're my family. If there are 2 things I could find out right now in the world that I could be privy to the information, it would be, is Jay-Z really dirty in this whole scandal thing? And 2 is, does Kyle really love Brock the way we think he does? But I think I'm not going to find out about the Jay-Z, but I'm going to find out soon here about when this contract, I believe, is going to be announced, how much Brock Purdy gets. Steiny, there's been more good than bad. And he didn't wet the bed in the Super Bowl.
But with Bosa, there'd been more good than bad. With Ayuk, there'd been a great seat.
Just they lost those, though. They played the game and lost, I believe.
Who's they?
The Niners. You messed around. You know what I mean?
All right, let's jump to Ross Tucker.
Ross.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. On the line right now, Odyssey NFL insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day, be delicious. All right, Ross, how you doing, buddy? Hope your holiday was great.
I am doing awesome. Likewise to you guys. And yes, I already know what questions are coming.
No, you don't.
At least I think I do.
Okay, it's not going to be a question. It's going to be a Steinmetz statement, and you can react off it. The more I think about it, the more about Brock Purdy and his contract. It's not about the number, Ross. It's about the date. It's about when it gets done. I don't care what the number is. I don't care if it's 40. I don't care if it's 60. But get him in here for OTAs. That's my feeling.
So here's what I think is so interesting about that. And I wanted to discuss this with you. I didn't click on the article, but Brock, I think I saw some quote from Brock saying, I hope we get it done as soon as possible.
Correct.
So that I can be there for the offseason. Correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So that is very, very interesting because that, to my knowledge, is the first time that Brock Purdy's kind of bowing up a little bit. People are acting like he's a free agent. He's not a free agent. He's under contract for another year on the 4-year deal that he signed as a 7th-round pick. Okay? So what he's basically already saying is, if we don't get the deal done before OTAs, I'm not showing up for them. I'm not going to be there for the off-season program. And I was a little bit surprised to see that coming for him. Now, he's had a bunch of success, no doubt. The first 2 years, obviously, in particular. This year, not so much. But I wasn't exactly sure what his posture would be, going into this negotiation. But to already put that out there is bold. And maybe he's earned that, with the way he's played the last couple of years. Let's put it this way. I started a decent amount of games my second and third year. I wouldn't have said that publicly. No, I wasn't Brock Purdy. I wasn't starting quarterback, all those things. But he's already kind of putting it out there and bowing up on the Niners a little bit, saying, because is he going to skip the mandatory minicamp? Is he going to skip training camp? And then they could fine him? He is under contract. So I thought that was very, very telling that Brock is already putting that out there, that he wants it done, or else he's not going to attend the OTAs, even though he's under contract.
Wow, Ross, Happy New Year, man. And I just told Steiny before you hopped on the phone, I wish I knew how much the Niners love Brock Purdy. And I'm asking you right now, today, after a 6-11 campaign, did your opinion of him change just from a personal standpoint at the quarterback position after this season, as opposed to the last two where he was stellar?
Yeah, I think a little bit it did. I think, number one, you have to take into consideration now he's suffered a couple of different injuries. And I think that's something that's notable. And, I think what he proved this year is that he's not a guy that's capable of carrying a team to success. He can be part of a lot of success, but he can't will a team or isn't talented enough to take a team to success like it feels like some other guys do around the NFL. Now, that's not a surprise. I think we all sort of knew that, right? I don't know that we're, surprised by that. But this year proved it. Before it was kind of an open question. Now it's not really a question anymore. Now we have the answer, and the answer is that Brock Purdy isn't really, what do they say? There's guys that you can't win with. There's guys that you can win with. There's guys that are the reason why you win. I don't know. I don't know if Brock is the reason why the 49ers win. And I think that's kind of what was shown on some level this year.
Ross Tucker joining us on 95.7 The Game. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes this football season. Ross, a lot of 49er fans are talking about the Eagles in this way. 2 years ago, the Eagles went to the Super Bowl. And then last year, they faded down the stretch. Now, they went to the playoffs, but they were one and done. This year, they're kind of back on top again. A lot of 49er fans are saying, this year could be the equivalent to what happened to the Eagles last year, and boom, we can get right back into things next year. What were the 2 or 3 key things that the Eagles did to turn their season around from last year? And is it comparable to what the Niners could do?
Yeah, that's easy. They got 2 new coordinators. who were significant upgrades over what the Eagles had ended the year before with. And then they hit on an inordinate amount of off-season additions, right? I mean, their first two picks were Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean, who are both starting corners. And they're not just starters, they're good. Like, they are good starting corners. And then think about the additions they brought in. Saquon Barkley, you might have heard of him. He's had a pretty good year. That's the one that people know.
Sure.
But what about Mekhi Becton? Bringing him in from the Jets, and he's been an above-average starting guard. Or bringing in Zach Vaughn on a one-year, not much money deal from the New Orleans Saints, and he's going to the Pro Bowl. He and Fred Warner are the Pro Bowl linebackers. So they hit on a bunch. Now, not all of them. They paid a lot of money for Bryce Huff, and he did nothing. So it's not like, every one of these guys has a batting average, and Howie Roseman historically has been very, very good. It just has been. And this year was the perfect example of that, where it felt like almost everything he touched turned to gold.
Ross, Christian McCaffrey told a reporter, I'm paraphrasing, that if the Niners had a playoff game, he'd think he might be, ready to go. What's your gut tell you, and how concerned should the Niner fans be about him being his old self coming into next season?
Yeah, that's a good one. I don't know. I don't know enough about the injury. It sounds like he'll be 100% well before the season would start. And that's obviously what they need. His dad, Ed, came on my show, the Ross Tucker podcast, earlier in the season when Christian was out and called it an overtraining injury, an overuse injury, the initial one with the Achilles tendonitis. And so, the goal or the hope or the need is that Christian has learned from that and, will be able to dial it back a little bit this offseason. I mean, I think he said it. I know Ed said it. He's going to have to really take a long, hard look at his training regimen. I love the fact that he's the type of person that wants to outwork everybody else, and that's been the biggest reason for his success, and it has been. But I think sometimes you get to a stage in your career or your age or whatever where now I think he has to kind of train smarter, not necessarily harder.
And, of course, Ross, Ed McCaffrey, a standout basketball player from Allentown Central Catholic in Pennsylvania. By the way, let me throw this one at you. Kyle Shanahan obviously calls his own plays, and there's been some criticism out here about maybe he should give that up. On Sunday against the Cardinals, Clay Kubiak did call plays that particular game. Now, obviously, the game didn't have a lot of meaning, but is it possible that means something maybe going into the future, or is it not that crazy for a head coach in a game like that maybe to give a guy a crack at doing something that he may end up doing down the line?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I think he was just doing a solid for Kubiak. I cannot envision a scenario where Kyle Shanahan gives that up. It's the biggest reason why you want Kyle Shanahan as your coach.
Yeah,
is what he does as a game planner and as a play caller. I don't know that he's like a culture builder or a motivator or whatever other things you want to say. I think he's kind of, in my mind, been like arguably the Andy Reid of the NFC in terms of play design, game planning, all those things. So that would surprise me if he gave it up. I think he was probably trying to do Clint a solid.
Hey, what are your thoughts on Nick Sorensen, excuse me, Ross, the defensive defensive coordinator for the Niners. They let go of Brian Schneider, their special teams coordinator, last night, and Bosa had 9 sacks, and it starts to me and ends with him. But do you think, and I told Steiny this, and I don't know Kyle personally, but Ross, I feel like it takes a big man to admit that he made 2 mistakes rather than fire Sorensen and bring somebody in here as opposed to have the bad look or stain of having 2 defensive coordinators, one and done. Do you think that thought might cross Kyle's mind and Sorensen could be the benefactor of that?
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, do you want to fire your D coordinator 2 years in a row? Do you want to fire your D coordinator and your special teams coordinator? And since you are essentially the offensive coordinator, you're basically saying it's everybody's fault except for mine. I would also say Sorensen was a first-time defensive coordinator. So you have to give him some grace, right? I mean, you have to give him some room to improve. If he would have been flawless from the start, that probably would have been pretty strange, very strange. So I think I think there's probably some thought of that, but I also think he recognizes how many guys were kind of in and out of the lineup on that side of the ball.
All right, Ross, 49ers Super Bowl window closed, or they will bounce back next year and absolutely be in the mix for a Super Bowl again?
Bounce back next year, absolutely be in the mix for a Super Bowl again. I'd be surprised if they're not.
All right, now I got to ask you why.
I just have a lot of faith in the core of the team, and I know that some of those guys are getting older, blah, blah, blah. I don't think they're done yet. I think Trent plays. I think, they get Ayuk back, and when they do, they're loaded at receiver to the point where they'll probably be able to trade one for something. I thought the offensive line, Puny had a good rookie year. I think the O-line will be fine. I think Kittle has another year in him. I think McCaffrey comes back healthy. I think that they will be in the mix next year. Now, look, I could be wrong. It could go bad. But too many good players, too many guys that I respect as people and as players, really at every level. I think they have a major bounce back here.
Ross, 2 things. Before you let us go, let us know if you're doing any playoff games coming up, because this is one of the greatest weekends in the NFL. But I'm looking at the playoff field, Ross, and I got to tell you, man, I'm looking at the Rams like, how in the hell did they bounce back and win the division? But just looking at the field in both conferences, who shocks you and who do you got going to the Super Bowl?
Yep. So I am doing 2 games actually this weekend, which is wonderful. My TV days are over for this year, but I'll be on the sideline in Baltimore Saturday night, which is an hour and 15 minutes from my house. And then I'll be in the booth on Sunday for Packers-Eagles.
Let's go.
Which is an hour and a half from my house. So no planes, no hotels. It's like a dream weekend for me to be able to call both those games. And as for, who I think ultimately, when someone asks me that, I always go by like what I would do if someone was betting on it, right?
Sure.
What I think is most likely. And what I think is most likely is I think the Chiefs and the Lions. I think the number 1 seed is an absolutely gigantic edge. I think it's hard for the other teams to overcome that. And we haven't seen many overcome it. It's been the number 1 seed in the NFC the last couple of years. In the AFC, it had been until last year, but that was the Chiefs, who are kind of their own deal. So I would say Chiefs Lions. I really don't see anybody from the NFC other than the Lions or maybe the Eagles. And in the AFC, if it's not the Chiefs, it's the Bills or the Ravens, whoever wins that game. So I guess in my mind, there's only 5 teams I can realistically see getting to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I got to believe that doing sidelines for a radio broadcast is about as easy as it gets.
Why do you say that?
Well, first of all, you don't have to worry about the camera. You don't have to look into the camera. You can read right off your notebook. I got to believe sidelines for radio. You can almost mail it in there.
Hold on a second. Do you think I bring a notebook while I'm on the sideline?
You better bring something.
No.
Come on.
This amateur hour?
Wow.
No. Hey. I'll have the flip card. Wow. And then other than that, it's observation. That's the beauty of it. I'm there to get to observe if a guy's hurt or not. Yeah. And then also to observe, what I see on the field.
Hey, Ross, I got to do this since you and Steiny are Pennsylvania buds, and you kind of answered my Rams question without answering it because you don't have them going too far. What's going on in Pittsburgh with their offense? Is that Russell Wilson? When you watch that, it's just, I don't know, it's evaporated. I don't know what's happened.
Really, really bad. I'm not exactly sure. They had a great thing going. They played some really good teams in a row and got smoked by them. And it's like they lost all their confidence or something. And it's both sides of the ball. It's the defense, too, which is what's supposed to be good. They would have beat the Bengals if George Pickens didn't have one of the worst games by a receiver I've ever seen. I mean, they got a lot of issues, and I'd be surprised if they get it corrected in time for this for this Ravens game Saturday night. But I'm hoping they do. I like close games.
All right, Ross, have a fun weekend, buddy.
Take it easy.
Hey, great talking with you guys this year. Really appreciate it.
Absolutely, my man. We'll catch up at some point down the road. All right, man.
Sounds good.
That's that was Dick Vermeil. That was Ross Tucker. That was NFL Odyssey Insider, Ross Tucker. Insider Calls brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day, be delicious.
I got to jump in here. That was great. When you did sidelines for the Warriors, I'm just asking, it was a pre-internet. My bad. But, well, that's true. Did you have a notebook?
Yeah. Of course.
With the rings?
He still does.
Well, it was a small, in fairness, it was a smaller notebook. Right. It was like a.
Oh, boy.
That was about that big.
Big Steiner.
I'm talking about a notebook. Notebook. That's what I'm talking about, a notebook.
Who's your Super Bowl pick?
Lamar Jackson stinks.
I don't think the Lions, they played hella 5D. You didn't ask me why you think about it, but their defense was better against Minnesota, but Minnesota left some plays, and Darnold has some throws he wants back. I think the Commanders could shock a lot of people.
Boy. I mean.
Yeah, we'll see. We're not there yet.
It's funny. It's Ross was talking about if he had a bet, he would pick what he like.
Lions and Chiefs.
Kansas City's got to be the favorite.
This would be the first three-peat ever in the NFL since it merged.
Obviously, Kansas City's the pick.
Okay,
but
who do you trust?
But I don't. For some reason, I don't think they're going to win it. Like their season.
You don't think they can?
No, I think they're going to lose to somebody.
They got to buy. There's only 2 games to get there.
I know.
At home. Dude, if they do this, man.
Give me a couple days to think about it and study the
by
numbers.
Friday.
Yeah, okay.
What do you think, Evan? Think we'll have a prediction by Friday?
I still will have a prediction on Monday after he's seen the teams play.
Hey, wow. But he really expects the Niners to bounce back. I got a shopping list for the Niners, and every team has it, right, Stoddy? But it's everything. They need everything. An edge rusher, offensive tackle, defensive tackle, linebacker, quarterback, safety.
This is what makes me so mad.
And me?
Not you.
Oh.
People.
This sucker.
We need an edge rusher. This is what I mean.
Bosa needs help,
If you need an edge rusher, then I think you got a problem. But
you understand there's more than one.
I understand
the doomsday defense in Dallas.
I understand
Harvey Martin and Too Tall Jones. The Niners with Fred
superstar.
Dean.
Who?
a body.
Well, they got a body. They had bodies last year. They ran in and out of there.
Now I'm talking about something higher. It's like Steph Curry, Bosa's Curry. Give me some damn help. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he had a great season. No,
they don't have enough money for every star.
Well, they're
to play along with the star.
They're top 5 in cap space, as Dib told us yesterday.
You know what?
Something you could go get something if it becomes available.
I'm sure
if you're about it.
You use the phrase "cook the books" all the time.
Yeah,
and they might have more money than anybody else. At some point, they're not going to have money. But
right now they're top 5. I'm just saying.
Right, and that's going to probably go to Dunn after they sign Brock Purdy, maybe. I mean, Dibley's got a better feel for it, but at some point they're not going to be able to have, 7 of the highest paid players. But that's my point. They have Nick Bosa. Then they went and got, I get it, he didn't have a great year, but like Leonard Floyd has had double-figure sacks his entire career. You want somebody better than Leonard Floyd?
Well, Steiny, I'm not hating on Floyd, but he's not what I'm thinking about, and it kind of played out that way.
Well, then you do want a star. Then you need a star. Then you want a star.
Or a compliment better than what Floyd was to.
Well, better than Floyd, better than Chase Young, better than Gregory, better than who was before him.
And I think they've been playing musical chairs to where we might be shocked and see them go get a Hargrave or something like that to help Bosa. I'm just saying, your secondary linebackers are byproducts of your defensive line, and the rat on the table brought to you by Atco Pest Control this season from week 1, the Niners defensive line did not get after it. Steiny, that's all. So it's not just Bosa's fault.
I just
hate that. Like
it's almost like
you're saying, "Goo, you got one thing, you can't." I'm not saying go get another Bosa, but
you are. You're saying get somebody
younger and ferocious.
You'd like somebody to get more than 8.5 sacks.
Well, that's a Bosa issue.
Exactly. So, like, I get it. Guys need to get double teamed, this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah.
But it would almost be saying, well, what's the difference between me saying this? Well, I'll tell you what, good. We got to get a running back. And what do you mean? We got Christian McCaffrey. Well,
I can understand insurance, but you got Mason. But now he's banged up.
It'd be like saying, okay, we need to get another tight end. Well, why? You have a great one. Well,
I didn't have.
We need to spell him or what? I don't know. Okay. It just hit me that the first position you said maybe. Yeah. It sounds to me like the highest priority is let's get a defensive tackle.
No, it was actually offensive and defensive tackles, Donnie. The edge rusher was down on my list, but they need a little bit. But he expects them to bounce back, and I don't think he's by himself. That doesn't mean they're going to do it, but, man, we'll find out.
All right, here's the situation, 888-957-9570, and I see Lee and Davion. I'll get to you guys on the other side. But the bottom line is Ross Tucker said something about what he heard from Brock Purdy, and it was very, very, very different from anything we talked about the first hour before we had Ross on. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always...
They came to your house, ate your chicken, opened your refrigerator, took a shower, and laid butt naked on your couch with the remote.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Damn, Guru.
That's about the Memphis Grizzlies.
Call it like you see it.
Yeah.
Guru, you asked me an interesting question. What team am I going to adopt for the playoffs?
Yeah.
I'm going to adopt one in each conference.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm going to try to guess them, but no, it ain't about me. It's your answer. Go ahead.
So you're not adopting one team.
He's one in each.
One in each. Hey, you know what? One of the teams is going to be the Chargers, Mouth.
No.
You want me to
Who got Zeke Elliott last night? Yeah.
We got room on the bandwagon.
Give me Chargers, Eagles.
I forgot Philly.
Give me Chargers, Eagles.
Chargers. And the Chargers just for E, or do you want Harbaugh? Because we're all Harbaugh fans.
For E, mostly.
Niner fans and 49er Frankie, one of my best friends, is going to – I got multiple best friends. It's weird. But listen.
And you know what they say, when you have multiple best friends, you have none.
No, I have. No. They've been put to the test.
For me, it's back to work and attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
Why wouldn't everybody try to hire him? And oh, by the way, Chargers in the playoffs, they play Saturday.
Because it
Coaching
gets old.
matters.
That gets old.
It ain't. Do you make an impact? Do you change the program around?
Briefly.
Box check, and he did it here in San Francisco. Will Niner fans get mad at me that I'm rooting for McVay? Steiny, I said it at the Summit. Victory lap. Watch out for the Rams.
What if they lose their first game?
Well, the fact they won the division let you know the G is for Guru. And then in the AFC, I'm sorry. I want to see Mahomes do it. If anybody's going to do it, why not him and the fat man?
Well, the
first three-peat ever.
That's happened before.
Steiny, it's never
happened before.
Derek Jeter.
No, in the NFL. It's never happened.
Yeah, be careful.
What happened?
Oh,
his
name's Andy Reid.
No body shaming.
Oh, yeah, no. Please, I'm on a blended life.
Real quick, Lee's been waiting for a while. Let's get him started. And then I want to talk about what Brock Purdy said and then what Ross Tucker heard. Hey, Lee, how you doing? Hey, Lee.
Hello?
What's up, baby?
Hey, Lee, what's up?
So the one thing that I've always been trying, as I'm listening to you guys, and thank you again for having me on, is that it seems like it's always either this or that. Nobody's ever happy with like what's kind of in the middle, but maybe middle to the right or middle to the left. Now, Brock, he's not your sexy Lamborghini, but is he somebody that's going to be able to perform day in, day out? Because how many times do you need to throw a 70-yard touchdown in a game? Not too often, but is he going to be able to make that 10 to 15 to 20-yard throw and do go through his progressions? He might not be that $60 million quarterback, but he's going to be somebody that's going to keep the 49ers relevant every year. Now, I would hate to say, like, you want to be one of those bottom feeders where you're just trying to attract somebody to come here. Now, I mean, how many of those bottom feeders, they're trying to get free agents to come to your place, and it's very tough because they feel like, oh, that's not a place where I can possibly have a chance to win. Where Brock will keep you relevant over the next course of the 3 to 4 to 5 years.
I mean, that's
until that next Lamborghini comes down the road.
You know what, Lee? That's a fair point. I mean, for all the people that say, Brock can't carry you,
Ross said that. He alluded to it.
Yeah, and we kind of all know that. We all know that only a few quarterbacks can. So okay, he can't carry you, but you also know that because of what you've seen in the past, you know he can play at a certain level. So you got to put that into the equation. I'm going to push this to 42. Let's go to Devon. Devon's in an Uber. Hey, Devon, how you doing?
Hey, gentlemen, long time no speak. How you guys doing?
All right.
Doing well.
So there's a couple things I was hoping, we can talk about, and then you guys can further discuss it. One, I'm not for or against Brock, but so for the money, that's obviously, touchy. We don't know how that's going to go, right? But what I will say is this. as far as negotiation. The Niners may be in favor. And when it comes to negotiation, when you consider that Jimmy took them to the Super Bowl, Brock took them to the Super Bowl, and nobody's looking at them like they're the Lamborghinis, for lack of a better term. So I'm wondering if they feel like they could just plug and play any serviceable quarterback if Brock doesn't want to play, their kind of game. Also, they have to consider the cap space. They have to consider the recent history where they had Bosa, not play so well when negotiations didn't, work out. When they had Ayuk not play so well when negotiations didn't work out. So I'm wondering how this is going to go for Niner fans. I think everyone's getting older. Trent's not always going to be there. We see Christian a little banged up, Fred a little banged up. You guys have an amazing roster, top heavy, but I'm wondering, where do you think they should go? Is quarterback the direction they should focus on, or should they just plug and play?
I mean, that's the question. Hey, thanks, Devon. I think that's a question the 49ers have to figure out. I mean, I do think they like Brock Purdy enough.
They love him, Steiny.
Well, then there's nothing. But that's what and that's
why
I mean, if they love him, then,
list of,
if they love him, then he's probably going to be signed, sealed, and delivered by at a reasonable time, I would think.
And I don't want to speak for you, but it's almost like you're saying they love him too when you talk about when it's all said and done and the dust settles. It's not about if, it's just about when. Because you're focused on the timing of it. So we all, I believe right now, would bet he's coming back. And I think 2 or 3 seasons, he's been pretty damn good. And the standards he set just from his play was through the moon to the moon. It was incredible. So now you just wonder if the drop-off was because his coach didn't have the best season calling offense. And maybe that's why Debo suffered, and maybe Purdy didn't look like he did in the past. But I do believe, Steiny, he's going to get 50 at least. And, I'll say provocative, but you got me thinking just about when. And I believe the way that they did not handle their business and it played out in the public eye will benefit Brock Purdy getting his contract done sooner than later. And I predict by OTA.
Well, I guess from a historical perspective, wouldn't you – why – like I would just – to be a naysayer, I'd be like, well, I don't believe that. They had Nick Bosa, and they waited till right before the season to re-sign him. He came in late, and he was behind. And you know what? Then they did it again 2 years later
and
with
both
Brandon
those guys
Ayuk.
Didn't have good seasons.
With Brandon Ayuk.
All 3.
So, I mean, all I'm saying is maybe we shouldn't just assume that Purdy's going to get paid, and he's going to get paid early because the team knows that by letting it linger, the team might suffer. Well, they've done that 2 out of their last 4 negotiations. They did that with Bosa. They did that with Ayuk. From a devil's advocate standpoint, my thing would be, well, why would they do it for Purdy if they didn't do it for those guys? Like what I'm saying is they've been willing to wait until right before the season to sign 2 guys in the last 3 or 4 years. Who's to say Purdy's not just going to be the next one?
But the fact that they're coming off a very disappointing season, don't you think that would lead the whole Niner brass to be like, look, we're not playing around. That includes the books, all this stuff. We're not jimmy-jacking around. Let's go. And this is a guy we identify that's going to be the quarterback for the next 5 to 7 years.
I could make a case that 6-11 gives the Niners more leverage. Like, first of all, you went 6-11, Brock. Don't come in here asking for crazy money. We were 6-11. But I want to get to this Purdy sound on the other side and what Ross Tucker, how he responded. What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal for their members.
I know everything.
He deserved it. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you. Warriors Heat tonight. Heat coming off a double overtime thriller. Kings have now won 5 in a row under Doug Christie.
Yeah, to that point, so does that mean Mike Brown was a problem? Because I feel like that's so unfair. And we see this in sports a lot. When you fire a coach, the team, they get hot. I'm not saying I know. I just know Mike Brown was coach of the year, flavor of the month, and he had the Kings like Nabeem, and now he's gone. And all of a sudden, you're right, they came back without Fox yesterday. That was a great game. But I'm just asking you, does that tell you on the Steiny radar that he was the problem?
Goo, I like to not talk in absolutes.
Vodka.
So when you say, Steiny, now, do you believe he was the problem?
Right.
I would say he clearly was part of the problem.
Right, okay. So then the firing was justified if your coach is part of the problem. I'm just, things change. Well, and he was calling out Fox, in the podium in the post game, and I don't know if that's a good recipe.
Tim Kuhn is a writer who works for ESPN, a longtime writer for the San Francisco Chronicle, and author of several books, Bay Area guy. And he wrote a very compelling story that appeared on ESPN today about Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors. And even though we've been talking about the Warriors for months and months and months about where they are and where they might be going, Tim Kuhn, like he can do, just absolutely nailed it with a lengthy piece. And it can all be boiled down to one phrase. And he says the Warriors right now are involved in a paradox. And it's this. They're determined, and this is what he based his whole story, not based, but this is the big theme of the story, to his way of thinking. He says the Warriors are determined to use Steph Curry less than ever at a time when the team needs him the most. And that's the way he sees it. And it's just very interesting. And here's how I'll get the conversation started, is the idea of Steph's window being the most important aspect of where the Warriors are right now. I mean, Tim chronicled, so there were so many instances and quotes from Warriors and Steve Kerr and Steph Curry. It is amazing what the Warriors are doing behind the scenes to keep Curry functional and at his best.
Yeah.
Like Steph Curry basically said, he's not really sure how much he's going to play every game, that the team determines that, and the team kind of determines when he will play and when he won't play. Sometimes he sees that there's wiggle room, so that's when he tries to self-advocate. But essentially, the Warriors, have doubled down on they're trying to do everything and anything to get Steph Curry and Draymond their 5th titles. And Tim asked the very poignant question of, can they really do that? Can they really get another title while they're playing Steph Curry less and less and less and less? And it's right. Like, that's the part that I kind of don't see either. I don't see how you can get back to being a championship team with Steph playing less and less and less.
Now, and a great piece, and I hear you talking, Steiny, but just help me out, because from my vantage point, when I watch the games and I watch the Warriors play every game, every minute, I don't feel like I'm watching them in regard to minute-wise play less. He's averaging 31 minutes this season. So I feel like from that standpoint, I'm getting the same Steph experience that I've gotten before. Now, with the bilateral knee tendonitis in both knees or what have you, that was the report. I do see back-to-backs that he's not playing, but I do kind of understand that at his age. But Steiny, I'll never get mad at the Warriors for what they're trying to do, and they might come up short. And right now, they need an influx of offensive talent to help Steph Curry and his longevity. It's been great up until this point. But when I watch these games, the ones that he's playing in, I still feel like I'm getting my fix of Steph for 30-plus minutes.
I mean, he's playing 31 minutes a night, but that would be the least amount of minutes he's ever played in a year where he's been healthy, essentially. Mm-hmm. So he's been healthy, and he's playing less than ever. And so how do you – and he's not going to – the other thing the story had was how Steve Kerr acknowledged that a big part of his job – like, think about this.
Big part of his job.
A big part of Steve Kerr's job, according to Steve Kerr, is making sure not to run Steph Curry into the ground. Like, Steve Kerr said that is essentially one of the job requirements.
And they play 35. He's played 28, so he's missed 7.
He's missed 7. He's missed 20% of the season, and he's only playing 31 minutes a night. Again, the question then becomes, how do you get Steph his 5th title if he continues to play fewer and fewer minutes? And all I'm saying is, after getting done with the story, you kind of realize, you know, are they pushing a rock up a hill that they're never going to get to the top?
Well, I'll tell you what,
never going to get to the top.
Just hearing you say that right now, today, without making a move, it feels that way, right? And it feels like the rock's coming down the wrong way. Wouldn't you say, would you give me that? Right now, if they don't make a move, this team, that's the way it's assembled, the rock's coming downhill, and soon enough, it'll be on top of you, and there'll be nothing to see here.
Yeah, I don't want to get into if I agree with that or not. I would say the rock's been in the same place for 2.5 years.
But you agree that they're trying to make a move, though?
Yeah. But what, like, I look at this team and say, for the last 2.5 years, they haven't really moved the rock. I don't think they've really moved the rock. You know, if in 2022 they won their 4th title, and then at that point the goal became, let's get Steph number 5, the rock has actually come down.
Right.
Because their chances are probably less than they were right after the championship season.
But now they're more open now, and they're saying it aloud, Stoney, to where they're trying to go get somebody to bring in here, quote unquote, a big boy. So but we don't know if that person's out there, or if it is, can you make it happen? So that's exciting and frustrating at the same time, because this Warrior team I'm looking at that's currently 18-17. You got a Miami Heat team that played double overtime last night with no Jimmy Butler. Normally, I'm like, the Warriors are going to cook them. I'm so nervous about tonight, I don't know what's going to happen. But, Stoney, the bigger point, and read this story, is they're trying their – I know you could say it's lip service, Goo, but they're trying their darnest to get Steph help. And we talked about Bosa, not lightweight help, big help. And if that costs you Kuminga, Wiggins, I don't know who, Stoney. Like, I'm all in as a fan. Like, I am all in. And if it's over and the championship days are over, I'm getting nervous that the playoff days might be over. Because if somehow this season goes left and Kuminga's, you know, they're going to miss him. And that's just starting. Like, my God, this would be 2 seasons in a row to where the Golden State Warriors, a dynasty, have not qualified for the playoffs 2 years in a row.
And 4 of the last 6.
Yeah.
It would be 4 of the last 6. They didn't make the playoffs.
And Steph's answering, last thing, at the podium, he said the other day, he said they weren't built to come back. Then the other day, you and Evan did a show. I was listening. They asked him a question at the postgame, and he's doing this. You could just hear his hands on the desk like he had no answer.
But here's the other thing. Now we've heard. Let's be honest about this too. The big game hunting. They're going big game hunting. Okay. Let's take a look at now what we know. Lacob called the Lakers about LeBron last year. Yeah. They told him to pound rock.
Okay.
They ostensibly went after Paul George. They didn't get Paul George. They allegedly went after Lauri Markkanen. They didn't get Lauri Markkanen. Now, I'm convinced they're not going to get Jimmy Butler. Why? It's not a coincidence that 3 major writers, to me, in the last week have written about how Jimmy Butler probably won't be coming to the Warriors. That tells me the Warriors have sent out the signal that a Butler trade is really, really going to be difficult, or it's either going to be so difficult they can't do it, or they just don't want to do it. But it's not a coincidence that Kawakami, Sam Amick, and Anthony Slater all wrote about, stop thinking about Jimmy Butler. Okay, even though the Heat are in town.
That gets me nervous.
Now I see Mark Spears of The Undefeated writing that, Anscape also, or both. He's right. He's saying Zion Williamson is not on the Warriors' radar.
I get it. I understand.
Okay. He's not on. So what are we?
What's the target?
Exactly.
I'm nervous. Like it's drying up. There are no fish in the sea. Big fish.
Well, why does Joe Lacob say we're going big game hunting, but then every time the next sentence is, but trades are hard? Like, he set up a dynamic where he kind of did make it sound like it was really, really feasible to get somebody in here to play along Steph. And I think what we're finding out is they can't. They just can't. They can't do it.
Do you get any credit for saying or even trying?
No. In fact, I think I take credit away from you. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Yeah, I am worried, Stoney. I really am. I'm looking at New Orleans, and I don't know if Green's in trouble, Willie Green, the head coach, but outside, and I would not want Zion. I believe that body is just not going to hold up for him. But at the end of the day, is it Brandon Ingram? Is he going to be that guppy that's a big fish? I don't know, but I'm getting nervous in Warrior Land, Stoney, that the fish that you need is not in the water.
Well, and listen to this quote from Mike Dunleavy. And
I'll send it to you.
This is the one that gets me. Mike Dunleavy said, he was talking about Curry. He says, Mike Dunleavy said, it's scary to think what comes after this. You have to approach it like there might not be a next year.
Wow.
That
was cryptic to me.
Well, see, to me, it wasn't cryptic.
That sounds like we could trade Steph.
Well, it sounds like Steph has indicated to the Warriors something more strongly than we thought.
Okay.
Because why would Mike Dunleavy? It's scary to think what comes after this, meaning after Steph. Now you have to approach it like there might not be a next year. So
you're going all in.
All I'm saying is, it sounds to me like if the Warriors can't pull something off right now, and this season, why would Mike Dunleavy say we have to treat it like this may be this? There might not be a next year. Like that to
We're
me
smart
is
enough to know what that means, man.
Well, apparently not, because
he's being transparent as all outdoors with that one. The chef is not happy. And we saw that, Stoney, in Vegas when he said what he said about things changing the NBA. And I'm not trying to make stuff up. Do you think Steph Curry wants to end, regardless of where you think he's at? I think he's got more left than a lot of people do. But, Stoney, it's about him being in a position or a situation to where it's not all on him. And right now it is here. And I'm just wondering, him looking at his own mortality, like, how fun is it driving to the arena? And now we got the leader of your team saying the team is not built to come back. That's a shot at the bosses to me. We're not built to come. When did that happen?
It's obvious, isn't it? They're not a great scoring team. I mean, they don't have a lot of scoring. Kind of like, I get people are up in arms about it, but they're not.
Can I tell you how I really feel?
Like a running football team's not a great comeback team.
Listen, this is our show, man, and I'm half of it. And I'm telling you really how I feel. And I don't care. I'll take the smoke. And the people can get mad. But, Stoney, these are the chickens that are coming home to roost when you sent Jordan Poole up out of here and picked Draymond Green. He is the exact type of player that would be perfect. Not fix all what ails you, but Jordan Poole should still be in a Warrior uniform. And the skill set he had would benefit the team that we're watching right now. And the more I think about why he's out of here and what went down, maybe there is truly no coming back from that. And I learned this from you. There's a price of a dynasty. And sometimes it's natural, right? This is just what it is. But what I'm starting to read and I don't like is Steph Curry is not happy with a goo. If we don't make the playoffs 2 years in a row, this is not how I envision where I'm at in my career, where I still got something left for it to be what this is right now. Steiny, he said maybe can you read the quote one more time for me?
The quote is, it's scary to think about what comes after this. Now you have to approach it like there might not be a next year. Like, that's just not a good position for a team. Wow. Forget Steph Curry to be in.
Trades are hard.
Wow, man.
It's just, it's
wow.
I mean, that does make it sound like if we don't,
if
things don't work out well this year, like Steph's really going to be pushed.
Yeah.
I mean, when you say the chickens are coming home to roost, I don't just put it on Poole. I think, chickens are coming home to roost for Wiseman. Chickens are coming home to roost because you gave Draymond an extension.
You're preaching now.
Chickens are coming home to roost because of the aprons in the NBA. That basically the second apron was the reason that the Warriors had to give up Chris Paul and not get anything in return.
Do you have a problem with me just hearing that soundbite? And I know Kuminga cannot be traded now. I mean, he can, but he's hurt and the team misses him. But when I hear that, Steiny, I believe Kuminga could have been dangled if they found a target, especially feeling the pressure from Steph. If they thought that guy, let's just say Jimmy Butler type, if Kuminga was part of a package that could get you that guy, they would do it. I didn't think that a week ago, but hearing and reading that, there's no doubt. They're at Malcolm X by any means necessary.
Well, and if they traded Kuminga, let's say, they wouldn't come out and say, we're trading Kuminga for a veteran because of Steph Curry.
Oh, of course.
They would also trade him because they don't want to pay him.
Right.
The Warriors don't want to pay him. Let's go to Pat in Foster City. Hey, Pat, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Yeah, I think that I guess, first of all, that quote, I could take it a little different way. Okay. I could take that quote that you just mentioned in the context of, if we make some trade and we give up a lot of young players and a lot of good talent to try to bring in a big name like a Butler or someone, and we go bust, where are we at next year? So I could take it that way too. So I'm not disagreeing with your interpretation necessarily, but I think you could take it a little differently. Like, if, we roll the dice and go for broke, and we may end up with nothing anyway. So nothing this year and nothing in the future. But the main reason I was calling, and I've been saying this for a while now, that I think the best way to get Steph a fifth ring is to trade him to a team that can win the championship this year. Yeah. That's the way to get Steph a title, and I think help the Warriors at the same time. And maybe they make a big blockbuster trade and trade Green and Curry maybe to the same team, since they love to play together and there's some synergy there. I don't know what we could get back, but you got to believe we'd get back a lot for those two players. May help their career and really set the Warriors up going forward. Not this year, but maybe in the next couple of years with the young talent they have and what they might get back. So, I was a season ticket holder for the Giants for years, and I remember toward the end of Barry Bonds' era, it was basically Barry Bonds and eight bozos. Basically, you just went to watch Bonds hit 2 home runs, and the Giants would lose 8-2 because that's all they had. They had nothing else, and that doesn't do. It's not any good. It's fun to watch Bonds hit home runs, just like it's great to see Steph hit threes. But if you're losing all the time, I'd rather see the team win. So that's my take on it. I love Steph. I'm not a big Green fan. I haven't been forever, but and I hate to see him go. But it might be doing everybody a favor. So that's kind of my take.
Yeah, it feels, and thanks for the call, Pat.
It's uncomfortable as a fan. I know you're probably looking at me laughing, Stoney. That might be too heavy. It really is, man, because I'm looking at what I think is the chessboard, and there's a reality that if they can't give Steph what he wants or even get remotely close to get to the tournament, he could go somewhere else and be a lot closer. And that would mean his tenure here as a Warrior is over. And nobody wants that.
Yeah. The other thing is, I mean, the other thing that's going on is we've got to we've got to realize that Steph knows exactly what's going on. And I think sometimes we have a tendency to think, well, if the Warriors don't do well this year, then this summer Steph's going to. It's already started.
Like he's called them mid.
The dialogue has already started. Clearly between Steph and the organization.
And when he comes to that game about 9:45 or 10 o'clock, his podium games, Donnie, he's saying things in a way that you never heard him say. He referred to the team as mid. And again, I'm fixated on we're not built to come back, but I'm like, damn.
And the other thing is Curry's acknowledging that he can't do, like, listen to this quote from Steph. He was talking about his game and how but is that Curry about his game? Is that an every night thing? Maybe not, but it's picking and choosing your spots. Like he knows that he can't.
Yeah, he needs help when he's not. Yeah, I got you. Superman can't show up all the time.
So what do you do when Superman shows up half the time?
Hopefully you have Iron Man, you have Robin, you have the Thor,
but
you have something.
Right, but are you really going anywhere if Steph acknowledges that he's only going to be able to do it 1 out of 2, 2 out of 3, 3 out of 5, something like that? I mean, what do you do then? What do you do then? I don't know, but the story really put into practice kind of what the Warriors must be looking at with Steph Curry and this needle that they've been trying to thread for 2 or 3 years. They're still trying to thread it.
And I don't envy Mike Dunleavy at all, Steiny. He came to this thing and he's been around the organization, but I can see why Myers left, and I know he left for different reasons. But Steiny, this has all this is messy, and it could get way worse,
Yeah, and it certainly can. It
got worse Sunday night, losing to Sacramento without Fox by 30.
Yeah, 888-957-9570 is the number. You got to check out this story that Tim Kuhn wrote on ESPN's website. It's really good. The number here is 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body.
I can't stand to see greatness rot before my eyes.
Trades are hard. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Warriors Heat tonight at 7 o'clock from Chase Center. Get you started with Warriors Live.
Come on.
Evan Giddings at 6 o'clock.
That mother Evan.
And the Warriors right now, one game over 500, and they play the Miami Heat, like I said, tonight.
Who played a double overtime thriller last night. You think they would be tired, right?
Can't count on it. Can't count on it. Got to go out and play like they didn't play last night. The one thing we're talking about is on ESPN's website today, Tim Kuhn had he's a great writer, and he had a great story about Steph Curry, and it really put into focus what they're trying to pull off here with Steph Curry. And I want you to listen to this quote. This is from Steve Kerr. And what Kuhn did was he talked about the Brooklyn Nets game and how the Warriors' lead began to vanish. And he wanted to put Curry back in the game, but he just didn't because he wanted to keep him below a certain minutes threshold. So Steve Kerr said, I'm not going to do it, meaning run Steph into the ground. Listen to this. For me, it's more like this. We want to put ourselves in a position to give him a chance in the playoffs. We did that when we won the title in 22. We caught lightning in a bottle, and the matchups worked our way, and Steph does what Steph does. We want to give him that chance again. We want that at bat. What do you think when I just read that to you?
That I hear the ideology behind it, but the bottom line is, if he's not going to play, you're lesser without him. Duh. But now this is probably the worst it's been in a long time. So I get what you're trying to do, but at the end of the day, what you're saving him for, it may not manifest into you getting that chance to reap the benefits of why you were saving him.
I mean, to me, the thing that jumps out is he references the 22 title.
Which I never knew they even were pulling back on his minutes.
And that title, by the time the finals are this year, this is why, this is where what I think, this is what just doesn't, this is where I just don't think things are based in reality with the Warriors. Kerr acknowledges that it's like what we did in 2022. He says, we caught lightning in a bottle, and the matchups worked our way. So he's acknowledging that 3 years ago, they had everything break their way.
And they had size.
And they won a title. How can you think that you're that close? You know what the Warriors were?
Because there's no Otto Porter Jr.
You know what the Warriors were halfway through their 2022 season?
I'm going to get 22-4.
They were 30-9.
Oh, halfway. Yeah.
The 22 season, they were 30-9. Right now, they're one game over 500. So there's a team that was 30-9, and Kerr acknowledged they caught lightning in a bottle. 18-17, can they really catch enough lightning in a bottle?
Well, they didn't last year.
Holy hell.
They didn't last year.
And they didn't the year before. So the unique aspect of this and the unique position the Warriors in just makes it, I mean, and here's the other thing I felt like, and I kind of want Evan to jump in here if that's all right. Yeah, I kind of want Evan to jump in here if that's all right. And some of it was like half tongue in cheek. Oh. I read the article and I heard Kerr and I heard Dunleavy and I heard Steph. And at the end of it, I said to Evan, they have no idea what they're doing. Is that too harsh to say that? Did it sound like there's a million options and they're not really sure which way to go down?
It sounded like basically I think they are coming to a head where they have to do something. But it sounded the exact same as the messaging from even during the championship season. Like, they've gone into each season with this blank canvas of options or optionality, which is a word we got to leave behind.
Yeah.
And it feels like because the team has struggled, looks like it's going to continue to struggle, that their hands are going to be forced. I don't know what you felt about it listening to the Curry quotes, but I feel like that this is the closest we've gotten to him calling out the front office.
No, that's beautiful.
And I feel like we're behind reality in the terms of the whole Steph discussion.
Like, if he's made that public, I do believe he's done stuff behind closed doors in private to kind of, I don't know if put the heat on him is the right word, but I don't think that he would speak and has spoken as outwardly at the podium and press conferences he has about this team unless he's gone to them first.
Yeah. Like, reading this story, my first thought was, boy, I think we're closer to Steph, whatever, something with Steph than we think. That's what I got when I read the story.
And I'm going to double back to coming into this season, and I told you, where they're not having tryouts. Remember, I told you 14, 15 deep or 12, 13-man rotation. What the hell? I didn't like that, but that was sold. The team got the benefit of the doubt. They got off to the good start. But, Stoney, that was fool's gold, and it didn't make any sense to me. And then now –
what should they have done?
Well, they tried to go get Paul George and marketing, so I gave them credit for that. So I just shut my yapper. Shout out Coase. I shut my yapper because they got off to the start, and I'm like, okay, strength in numbers is back. But it wasn't back. And then to follow up, now we watch this 4-16 skid or whatever it is the last 20 games, and we hear Steve Kerr say we're going to have another trial period of 2 weeks to see if we need to make a move. Like, as a diehard
there
fan,
might not be a move out here.
Okay,
there might not be a move.
But don't say you need to see 2 more weeks of crap. You are what you are. Ain't nothing changing in 2 weeks.
Well, of course something could change in 2 weeks.
What?
Certain players on other teams could become available.
Okay. I took that soundbite as your own, that Gary Payton would do this and this player would do that. Like, that's how I took that. You're right. Opportunities elsewhere. I'm talking, no. He said we want to see what we do as a team 2 more weeks. That's too long.
Well, I mean, I do, like, just from a practical standpoint.
Like, call me.
You're 12. Are you 12-3 or are you 6-14?
You're 6-14, Steiny.
All right.
There's no way. I'm just asking you this. Can I dare ask you that? You think this team is the 12-3 team?
No, I think it's like a 40. Now I think it's like 44, maybe 44 wins.
Is that good enough for Steph?
But Steph's part
of the reason.
Steph's part of the reason they're only a 44 win team.
And he's part of the reason you got 4 rings.
Okay.
Like, this is a debt you owe to him, even as he declines or gets older.
I'm not with you there.
But the Warriors are. You admit
we'll
that?
See. Clearly they're not. And that's kind of what I'm getting at too. If they want
Dunleavy quote is everything.
Well, then why haven't they made a deal? You know why? Because the deals that are out there are too constricting for the future. So you can say whatever you want about the Warriors are trying to get Steph help. No, they're not. I mean, yes, they are, but they still need to get a move for Steph on their terms.
Wow.
And what I'm realizing is and I think Steph's realized it, there's not a deal out there. There's not a deal out there that gets Steph Curry that's what I saw in the story. That they're all starting to realize there's not a move out there that's going to bring somebody in to get the Warriors back into title contention, certainly not in the next month. And so now what are we going to do? How do we approach it? I don't, because you can't tell me that the Warriors couldn't have brought somebody in here. Like, they can go get Jimmy Butler. Let's just say they could theoretically go get Jimmy Butler, and let's say they don't even have to give up Kuminga. I don't know how, but the Warriors, I don't think would say, we'll take Jimmy Butler and we'll give you 4 future firsts. Like, and Miami would be like, okay, we'll do that. Well, the Warriors aren't going to do that. So they're not going to totally mortgage the future, even though they say they're willing to do anything for a big fish. That's what I'm seeing.
You're going to laugh, but how many teams do you think, because I got like 6 of them that would be lined up to try to expedite a trade for Curry?
That's funny because Evan and I give me some names. Because Evan and I kind of looked at it last week. People got pissed.
I missed it. If the Cavs got Steph Curry, oh my God, and they're already oh my God, I got to see it to believe it. But if they had Steph, good God.
That was my first team.
Okay, wow. Orlando Magic. I like he puts them.
That was a team we mentioned.
The Indiana Pacers.
I didn't mention them.
You're going to laugh. How about the OKC Thunder?
Yeah, they obviously, but I think there's they've won 15 in a row.
The Rockets, dude, they are incredible.
Maybe. Let's take a call real quick. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. Get the ball rolling here. Hey, Matt, how are you?
Hey guys, how are you? It's gorgeous out.
Yeah,
that was a great article by Kuhn.
It really was.
Great article.
Yeah.
There's this scripture about they're talking about rich people. A camel going through the eye of a needle. But that's what they got to try to do.
Man.
We know it's virtually impossible, and the reason why is, first of all, the league designed rules which were virtually exclusively designed to screw over the Warriors. And that's what it did. That number 2, they didn't sign Kuminga. They cannot trade him. He doesn't make enough money. The other thing is that they've got Curry with 2 mediocre shooters and 2 non-shooters. That's never, ever going to work. Ever. So for me, the breaking point was the last game. I don't really mean to use this word. That was a disgrace. I don't know another word. That was disgraceful. I mean, Buddy Hield's more Nick Young than he is Jordan Poole, the good Jordan Poole. They just don't have the personnel, and there is no deal that they can make. It's not Kerr's fault. It's not Curry's fault. It's not Dunleavy's fault. It's just the nature of things. And right now, the thing to do would be, they can make a move between 6 and 12. Because basically, I mean, you can't keep sending out non-shooters with Curry. You double up on Curry, and then you win. That's it. That's all people need to do. And I think the whole load management is to try to get them to play 2 to 3 more years instead of 1 to 2. And obviously, you can't win. I mean, I think the article said if it was Tibbs, he'd be playing 42 minutes a game, and he'd probably end his career next year.
Yeah.
But, it's just the nature of things. I don't think there is a thing to do. I don't think it's anybody's fault. Personally, the guy I would absolutely get rid of is Draymond because he's kind of useless on a team that doesn't have lights out shooters around him. And I mean, I'm kind of cracking up at his 3-point shot. That's kind of nice, but he's not an offensive player. TJD's not an offensive player, and neither is Looney. Wiggs is probably best as the 4th option, 3rd to 4th option. And then what do they got? A 22-year-old who may or may not be great in 3 years. They don't have anything. I mean, if it were me, I would ride out the year, maybe bring Vukovic in to get rid of the logjam because they do have one. And then possibly next year in the offseason, they can do something, possibly at the trading deadline. But for all intents and purposes, this is over. I mean, they could get very, very lucky. But Steiny, you said so yourself. They caught lightning in a bottle. That was 3 years ago. That is an absolute eternity in an athlete's life, especially when they're 36.
Yeah.
Or what was he, 33?
Yeah. Thanks, Matt. We got some other people who want to get in, but
Johnny, how many good players does this team really have outside of Steph and Draymond?
2.
Kuminga. I'm counting him. But Steiny, let's go down. You could go down and you'd be perplexed. You almost shouldn't even be mad. That's what's settling in for me. I'm expecting too much for guys that are just guys.
I think I get Steph needs help, but why was Wiggins good enough a couple years ago? And now,
But you had Clay out there shooting who was starting. But when you got two dudes in your starting lineup, Looney and Dre, that are no threats, they have figured that out. And who does that hurt the most, partner? Here's the guy, the chef.
It hurts the Warriors.
I'm just talking about the points per game average being down, and it's harder to hoist up shots. That's part of it,
right? So you have a diminished Steph Curry. He's not me. Yeah, he's acknowledged. Steph Curry has said, "Is that an every night thing? Maybe not." But it's about picking and choosing your spots.
So when I'm getting mad that he's shooting,
is acknowledging that he can't be a 30-point per game score, which we all knew.
Right.
So once he acknowledges that, I think it's.
So you're telling me
you said something during the break to me that is absolutely positively the problem.
What?
And it's an indication to me that they don't know what you said. Steiny, Vucevic, that's it. Like, that's the guy.
Yeah.
What? Yeah. But you know what? He's not a guy. He's just a guy. He's a guy that didn't get you. My point is you don't know what you're doing because you wanted George. You wanted Markkanen. You called about LeBron.
This now, Stoney, is a guy that could put the ball in the hole, that has size, can shoot the three.
That's just desperation.
But that's where they're at.
No, I don't think it is.
Like, oh, my God, Stein, what word would you call what the general manager said is scary? Like, this is
think
desperate.
About life after Steph.
And life with it. Where we're at now.
Well, I think
they are desperate, and that's why you went out and got Schroeder, even though you got a bargain. I'm not even mad at him.
They gave up nothing.
You're right
for Schroeder.
And what have they gotten?
He helped them win a game.
Yeah,
he did.
No, I'm not mad at him, but you know what I mean. You didn't get Chris Paul in his prime. I'm not knocking Schroeder. I like him, but there was a reason you got him for that.
Chris Paul the second.
Yeah,
you're making my point.
They're desperate, though, is all that
I'm not making a trade for anybody just because it's anybody.
But, Stoney, they need a big that can score. Vucevic fits that, and he's not Shaq in his prime.
Vucevic is in a better the Bulls and Vucevic
now if you say
are in a better spot in the East than the Warriors are in the West.
I got nothing for you on that.
Like this idea that I
got nothing for you on that.
Let's go to David in San Francisco. Hey, David, what's going on, man?
Just listening to you, and there's so much going on.
Yeah.
The fact of the matter is, they don't have players. And who gets the players? The general manager and the ownership and all. Kerr can just forget about coaching and knowing what's. I hear you guys second guessing Kerr, and there's only a certain amount a coach can do. He can only do what he has. You got to get them players. The fact of the matter is, you guys have never said anything about the front office. The last GM left because he didn't do enough to keep them going. Okay, understand that. So he left. That was a cowardly move, if you want to talk about it, because that was his responsibility to get the players. He didn't get the players. So now the other guy gets these piecemeal players that come in, and you guys talk about how good he is. Their front office hasn't done anything. Okay, that's the fact of the matter. The young players they have in there aren't good enough, and that's put them behind the 8 ball. Bottom line, you talk about all this other stuff, but it's the fact of the matter that they haven't gotten players. That's it. All the guys, and they say Pods was untouchable at the end of the last season? Are you kidding me? If you had a deal and you could make a deal, they said he was untouchable. They would not include him. You are crazy. Are you serious? And you're looking at the players in the NBA and these players that we have? And the answer is the front office has been terrible. They were lucky as hell to have the players that they had and the coach they brought in. Bottom line.
Thanks, David. Wow. You know what?
Wake up.
510 said Vucevic is not just a guy; he's the missing piece. What I'm really, you're right. I don't think he's a jag, but what I meant is he's just the next guy on the list.
Oh,
we're just going down a list.
But that's what you do in life, Donnie.
Yeah, but you know, as you get further along down that list, you realize you're kind of.
But you understand they're under pressure. Mike Dunleavy's telling you that.
You can't operate like that. Why? Okay. Why aren't people gonna? There's not. What if I'm telling you right now? Just pretend I'm right. There's not a move out there. Okay, so now what?
This is going to be really.
There's not a move out there, so now what?
I hope I'm wrong. I think this team doesn't make the playoffs, and then it becomes about the real. It really kicks off if Curry's going to end his career in a Warrior uniform. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but that's what I see right now on my radar. And let's just say one thing about the passionate caller. He said a lot. Kerr, wow, Steiny, the dude's got 4 rings. And you would think he has none just listening to people call and second guess him. But I just want to double back because we don't have proof and nobody's asked Joe Lacob, did he really? It does. I do get goosebumps when I think about this team identifying Pods as being untouchable.
That's a report that I take with
grain of salt.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. I mean,
but did it feel like that for a second though? It felt like they could look at him and Steiny, he'll let you know how he's feeling. He said they told him to shoot and let the ball fly this season, and I'm not hating on that, but just imagine if they really did say those things about this player, those people are in control of trying to do something that makes me nervous. If you identified that guy is untouchable, it's almost like the basketball gods are telling you in 2 months, if you thought that, here you go.
Well, nobody's untouchable. That's just a word.
Elliot Ness.
It's probably more fair to say the Warriors didn't want to give up Pods.
All right.
But I find it hard to believe that he's untouchable. And, for those that saying like Bob Myers this, Bob Myers that.
Oh, yeah, he did say that.
One of among the reasons that Bob Myers left is because Joe Lacob is so competitive and he's like ubiquitous. He's texting like he lives and dies basketball, okay? And Bob Myers was at the end of his deal and Joe Lacob is like, we got to figure out a way. Joe Lacob thinks that they can keep this thing going. Like Joe Lacob thinks that they can win a title next year or this year. Mm-hmm. And I think Bob Myers knew that as with any dynasty, we are facing a down period. And if you're not willing to live with a little bit of a down period, I can't continue to work for you with you thinking we're going to have a dynasty after Steph Curry when we've already put all our resources into the team around Steph Curry when he was here in his prime. Like, I think Bob Myers sensed it's an undoable job, which is okay, but I should have some leeway because it's going to take a couple years, but he knew Joe Lacob wasn't that patient.
Wow.
And he just was like, I'm being asked to do something that is virtually impossible, and while I'm doing this task of doing something that is virtually impossible, the owner's going to be on my back 24/7. And I think that's where he was like, it's not worth it because it's not possible. And, I look at the Warriors right now and they won a title. I actually think they won a title in 2022. They won 44, then they won 46. This is not rock bottom. They're actually not, if 2022 is the last title, they're actually not, in the end of a dynasty, they're actually not doing bad.
But you do understand
the end of a dynasty.
You can't work on the future as long as you got Curry on your roster.
Well,
do you disagree with that?
Yes, absolutely. From the bottom of my heart. It doesn't have to be all for Steph or nothing. That segment was brought to you by San Francisco. I see a bunch of calls. We're getting into all on the other side. That segment was brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Head to Safeway this week for this amazing deal.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Antonio Pierce fired.
Oh, did he get the axe?
Yep.
I heard you say Pierce. I was thinking of Paul.
Nope.
Pierce.
Raiders fire Pierce after 4-13 season.
Winning those games at the end.
Didn't matter.
You're in black like Johnny Cash. I'll tell you this. The next Raider head coach will be Vrabel.
All right. Well, how do you know?
The G is for Guru, and it's a gut feeling.
I think the New England Patriots already said they were targeting Mike Vrabel, which was the reason they fired Gerard Mayo like an hour after.
Targeting and officially announcing that he's their coach is different. So I think it's still on the board, Evan.
Right, but we know the homework wasn't done.
Can we?
No, it was done while I was off.
Can we put a pop on it?
Let's do a pop.
All right. Sounds good.
Yeah.
I mean,
and I got to read you something real quick before we get to calls. Dude, people on this from Squirt 2025. I'm doing this. We don't owe Curry nothing. He's being paid $60 million. Stop it. This is my friend. You sound like a fanboy right now. Nothing the Warriors can do. I would trade Curry. Ungrateful ass fan.
Well, no, he's not ungrateful. He's realistic. And you said something to me if that's a preposterous statement, you know what else is preposterous? Steiny, the Warriors can't rebuild with Steph here. Okay, then what do we do? Okay, then stop getting mad when they're 18 and 17 and live with this until 2027. Because I'll tell you why. There's no big move out there. That's what aren't we finding that out?
Right, but it's not over.
Okay, go ahead. LeBron, Paul George, Markkanen,
all right,
Butler, Zion. They said, what if they don't have a big move and we can't rebuild till if Steph's here, what? You may as well.
It's not that you can't, Steiny.
Of course it is.
The reality is there's a price for a dynasty. And that's what the Warriors are finding out. But
why don't you, if that's the case, then realize that it's a pipe dream for this team to think in terms of a fifth title.
But if somehow they made a move and got Vucevic in here, you don't think they could be a fifth or sixth seed?
Okay, they're a fifth or sixth seed. Are we talking fifth or sixth seed, or are we talking making a run to the finals?
Both.
Okay, I don't. They might be a fifth or sixth seed with Vucevic. No, I don't believe they're making a run to the finals. I don't.
Well, then they need to tell Curry that.
He knows. That's what I'm getting at with this story. If you read Tim Kuhn's story at ESPN's website, I just feel like if you read all the quotes, he knows. Steph is not in the dark about this stuff.
So
he knows, it's virtually impossible to pull off what they say they're going to try to pull off.
So do you think he could, at the deadline, could Curry say, you could shop me?
Well, again, he's not going to tell him at the deadline, shop me. He may be saying, you can do it now if you want. Or he could be telling the team, let's go up until the trade deadline, see if you can make a move. If we can, great. If we can't, we'll play out the rest of the season, and then at the end of the year, we'll talk about it again. But the idea, I think we're so wrong about, well, what's Steph going to do? He's doing it. He's doing it right now. That's clear. He's worried about winning here.
Right.
And he's worried that this can even be pulled off.
But don't make it seem like we're Mickey Mouse, the people that feel like, and I know it's strong when I say debt or IOU, or trying to just maximize what's left of him. He is not at the Larry Holmes stages of his career to where it's just over and done with. Magic coming back from his HIV, when you were his best days were behind him. He needs H-E-L-P.
Right.
The reality, real quick, Steiny, is I think the help is on another team, and that bothers me and keeps me up when I think about Warrior basketball.
I mean,
and Cynthia, my cousin that you met, she said they can't even keep it up when they can't perform when he's out the game. They don't have the players.
They're 5-2 without him this year. Those are facts. They're 5-2 without Steph.
But why are you saying it with that energy? Because if you played 5 more games, I believe you'd be 2-5.
I don't necessarily believe that. I'm not, and don't do this. Yeah. I'm not saying they're better without Curry, but I think there's some dynamic that is different when Steph's not playing. And it involves the young guys, and it involves, Draymond's involved too, but I believe it's the young guys don't play free with Steph and Draymond. And I think part of it is because they know they're under such a microscope to try to be players that they might not be right now in their careers, but everybody needs them to be because of this pipe dream that Steph and Draymond can get their 5th title. And so they maybe overly defer to those guys. I think there's a difference. And the problem is that when Steph plays, he's not the Steph of 5 years ago anymore. So he does when
these are the things around him though too, Steiny.
Let's go to Mike in Oakland. Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Hey, fellas, man, what a show! What a show!
Thank you. I guess
this is one thing. This is one thing you can't do. You have to do when you can't score. So if you can't score, you play defense. So the Warriors have let's play to our strengths right now. We have a real good full court press. I say start the game off full court pressing. Take everybody that's sitting on that side and make them press. We press the whole quarter. And that way we get them rushing. But the other thing we get the Warriors to do is we get them focused early because now they're warmed up because they're always out of focus when they first start. They're never ready to play. This way we get them ready to play. They're warmed up, and it confuses the other team. And that way Steve Kerr has to make adjustments that way. You play Looney and Trey Jackson-Davis together. That way you got rebounds and you got defense. You want to let them get one shot and throw the ball down the court and let's go. So Steve Kerr has to be more flexible. He's got to be more open.
Is Steph Curry part of it?
Steph Curry is a problem, and so is Draymond. Steiny, you said that because they turn the damn ball over. When they're not in the game, the ball's not being turned over. So if Steph's making 20, but he's turning the ball over 5 times for 10 more points, he's only scoring 10 points. So that makes no difference. He's killing us too, and so is Draymond. So just think about all of that. When you encompass all that right there, that is exactly why this team is inconsistent. It's exactly why they're 500, because they're not focused.
Appreciate the call. I mean, you can't play full court with Steph.
We'll see.
No, we won't, Zach. I mean, hey, Steph, here's what we need from you tonight against Miami.
That's great.
We need you to pick up Terry Rozier full court. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, I can't believe it. And they're trying. Let's just give me that. They're trying to make a trade. But if they stand it pat, you're telling me Kuminga's on the verge, if not in a breakout season, and he goes down, and he's going to be reevaluated in 3 weeks. Not he's coming back. I mean, that is buzzard luck, man.
No, it's not.
What do you mean?
It's a guy who sprains his ankle. It happens on every team. Steph's been healthy.
The first game without him, they get beat by Gertie at home to a De'Aaron Fox-less King.
He doesn't even start.
So he plays 30 minutes? He has the impact on the game.
You're the only guy I know.
Oh, tell me.
Curry's been healthy. Draymond's been healthy. Wiggins has been healthy. Schroeder's played when he's been here. But they're hurt. They're banged up because Jonathan Kuminga just got hurt.
No, he was the wrong guy, man.
He was
Curry's
the wrong guy to get hurt.
He was the wrong guy to get hurt. If this is what it is, that's a killer, man. And, oh, by the way, the first game out to shoot without Kuminga, you lose by 30.
Let's go to Daryl in Merced. What's up, Daryl? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, Steiny. Daryl, how you guys doing?
Hey.
Doing well.
Hey, so I just wanted to touch on real quick. I was wondering if you guys would think it's fair to kind of now look back on the Poole trade. Because at the time it went down, I felt like it was the wrong move. At that time, not so much for on-court reasons, but more for like a team morale, and there was really no punishment. The guy was at ring night. But just to me, they set a bad example, and it affected the team throughout the year. You saw how Wiggins performed and Looney, and people couldn't figure out what was wrong. And I think that was part of it. And now they're still trying to replace Poole. They still haven't found a guy. They're still looking for a guy that can give you 20 points a game off the bench.
I mean,
they wouldn't have won that.
I hated it. I still hate it. I'll always hate it.
Yeah, I mean,
it ain't right. It wasn't right, man. My kid plays ball, and I had to explain to him, he in his mind, like, it was the Warriors almost made it like it was okay.
They did.
Listen, that's not how you. It's not okay to punch somebody out in practice.
Appreciate it, Daryl. They did. They rewarded Draymond.
Yeah, that's just wow.
I mean, you can agree with it or disagree with it, but looking back, the Jordan Poole situation, and I'm not saying, if they had Jordan Poole now, they'd be third in the West. I don't believe that.
He would help.
But the bottom line is you had a player who was instrumental in winning a title.
And averaging 22 a game.
He was 23 years old. He helped you win a title. You paid him. Then you traded him for a 36-year-old substitute, a 36-year-old sixth man who's no longer on the team.
Got nothing for it, but
they butchered it.
Oh, my God.
They absolutely butchered it. And then they gave Draymond a 4-year extension.
Where does that happen?
Let's go to Austin in San Jose.
Oh, man.
What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
What's up, fellas? Happy New Year to you guys. Listen, man, spirited conversation today. Always, Steiny. I always find it interesting. You seem to be, and I'm just gonna have some fun with you. You seem to have more of the corporate kind of position when it comes to Steph Curry and what they shouldn't do for Steph.
I lack sentimentality. You're right. How about that?
And no, it's not sentiment. It's just, I mean, listen, I exist in the corporate world, so I understand what you're saying. And Joe Lacob works as he runs a corporation. I think the guy that left was from the Sixers said that about the Warriors. He said the Warriors operate more like a corporation than a lot of the NBA teams. So when you say, hey, there's really nothing they can do, what can they do? Well, they're selling us, as Guru said, they've been selling the fans on all these moves they want to make and how difficult they are to make. You know, don't even that's your job. Go get it done. Don't keep telling me it's difficult. It's hard to do. We know it's hard to do. A lot of things out here are hard to do, but that's what you get paid big bucks to do. Make it happen. Don't tell the fans who are paying top dollar to watch this product that it's hard to do. We already know that. We want a team that doesn't have to be championship level, but it needs to be a team that we can put into the playoffs that has a chance to make a run. That's what I think Steph's looking for. No one's penciling in a championship. Championships have to be earned. You don't get to put a team on the court and say we're going to win a title. We know that. But right now, this team right now, fans aren't dumb. We know this team isn't built for a championship. So what can we do in the interim? You keep saying, Steiny, there's nothing they can do. There's nothing they can do. You know what they can do? What? They can drop ticket prices. If they don't get a better product, then tell Lacob, your buddy Lacob, to drop the ticket prices then. Because what we're paying for right now is not the product that Warrior fans are accustomed to paying for, man. So I just wanted to kind of come back at you a little bit, Steiny. I love you. But this corporate stance about Joe Lacob and what he does need to do, yeah, he does need to do it. Curry is the product right now, dude. There is nothing else. What else are we going to watch, all right? That's what I got, man. I'll keep listening. Thanks.
Appreciate it, Austin. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, no, I vehemently disagree when, Guru says you owe Steph Curry. Well, I don't. That's way too strong for me. He's the highest paid player in the league right now. He's going to make more next year. He's going to make more the year after that. And we've got life after Steph. And that's something I think any responsible management would think about. And so, yeah, I'm not like when people say we would do anything and everything for Steph. Well, that's why I draw the line with trading picks down the first round unprotecteds down the line. I don't think you owe it to Steph to take a Hail Mary swing for 1 year when it may bite you down the line. You don't owe Steph possibly running your franchise into the ground when he's gone.
But he just joined Willard and Dibbs a couple weeks ago, Steiny, and the words came out of his mouth and I get that you disagree with that, but he said that's what they're doing. Steve Kerr told Willard and Dibbs, you owe it to Steph to give him one more shot.
Well, that's what they're saying. That's what they're saying. And I'm calling BS on this.
Wow.
like, you can make all the calls you want. If a deal's not out there, a deal's not out there.
Now you got me thinking.
And then it's the Warriors' fault for leading people to believe that they were just going to be able to pluck a star when everybody knew that it was going to be harder than that.
Let's say it's just lip service. Donnie, you can't fool Curry, though. He's living it. So if it is lip service to the fans, he'll sniff that out, know what's real and what's true, and why if Ballmer really didn't want to give Paul George to Golden State to help them, I think it's more than lip service. I think there's, like you said, look at the chessboard. Who couldn't they really truly get right now that would change things?
I don't know. I don't know. And here's the other thing. Like, let me just throw this out at you. If the Warriors, if there was a deal out there for, give me your pipe dream. Like, who's the
Giannis? That's my dream.
All right.
Okay.
I mean, he's a little different.
Okay.
But here's. Let me just ask you this: the Warriors started their dynasty. Many people feel by trading Monte Ellis to the Milwaukee Bucks for Bogut.
Facts. The
Warriors knew Bogut was hurt. He wasn't going to play the rest of that season. So many people were like, they're tanking. Okay.
And we're upset.
If right now the Warriors could trade for Zion Williamson, but Zion had to sit out the rest of the year, just like Bogut did, would you make the move? We're going to trade for Zion Williamson, but it's going to cost us Kuminga, blah, 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 and we ain't getting Zion till next year, just like Bogut.
Stoney, I love Zion, and this is different than I wouldn't, because I really think he will never ever hold up. I watched his hammy blow in Game 6 at home against the Pelicans.
There's not a player out there.
But we're talking about a guy that's body is Stoney. You know what I mean? He's young, but he's young old.
When's the last content superstar? When's the last perfect superstar who was traded? They don't get traded. Like
Damian Lillard.
But that was after they came to an agreement. Absolutely, Evan.
Well, a lot of people would tell you that the general manager just basically got rid of him.
That's true. Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. What's up, A? How you doing, buddy?
Oh, doing pretty good, man. I guess the Warriors, they should have traded Podziemski. They would have got something good back in the offseason, just like the Niners should have traded Deebo Samuel. They would have got something back great in the offseason. But at the end of the day, man, can't trade Steph Curry for that. I mean, who are we going to get back? A young star like Anthony Edwards?
That's not what we're saying. We're not talking about Steph trading today. Yeah, but that's all right. Go ahead. I don't want to come under heat.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think Steve Kerr, he got to get a big guy, man. He always shies away from the big guy this whole time, man. I understand part of his system is the wing position, but it's like, you got to get the bigs. Just like the Niners, we got to get high round pick offensive linemen. Shanahan got to get out of his ways a little bit too. So, hey, at the end of the day, man, I appreciate our owner, Joe Lacob, for loving basketball so damn much, man, because I'm an Oakland A's fan, and that owner, he doesn't love the baseball so much. So I got to love an owner who loves the team. You know what I'm saying? Because that's why the A's are not even going to be here now, see? So
appreciate it, eh? Still an optimistic Antonio. The one thing, and I was also looking at this for Steph Curry, and
give it to me.
I will. So I'm looking at Steph Curry's per 36, meaning his stats extrapolated over 36 minutes.
Okay.
So he's averaging basically 2 fewer shots, at least 2 fewer shots than like in the last 2 or 3 years. So that means in the same amount of time he's generating, let's say, 2.5 fewer shots per game. But if you look at his turnovers are as high as they've ever been, even during his high usage periods.
Wow.
So just from a math standpoint, what that tells me is, and this is a fact, Steph Curry is not generating as many shots this year and turning the ball over at a higher rate.
Not a good recipe.
So, like, these are just the kind of realities that I feel like, and I'm not saying, well, you got to trade Steph. What I'm saying is the move that's out there is, I'm not sure it's out there. I don't think it's out there. And even if you get a certain player in here, it's still going to have to be Steph and whoever this is. And I just don't think it's easy as, well, just get a running mate in here and we are back in business. I just don't.
What have you made of the Schroeder edition? And I'm not blaming Schroeder at all. Him. No, I've always liked him. I still do. But, Stoney, if there was a report card in regard to, what word am I looking for? Him handling his business on the metrics, it's disappointing.
I mean, he hasn't gotten off to a great start here, but I
like him, but I'm wondering, okay, what if he was a super-duper star?
Well, he's not.
No. Would he still be having the ability to fit in? Would it not mesh? Like there's something bigger at play. And I know he's trying to fit in, and he can't just play freely because he's got a lot on his mind. But I'm just like, I like what he is and what he stands for, but it hasn't played out on the court like I envisioned it. And maybe it's still early.
I mean, he hasn't made a big impact, but I can, in the couple games where he was pretty good, I can see what they were what they were going for. And I do think
to beat Phoenix.
Let's go to Fleet in the Fleet in Oakland. Let's go to Fleet in Oakland. Hey, what's up, buddy?
What's going on,
man? Talk to us, man.
What happened to what happened to Schroeder supposed to be the guy that's gonna free up Steph? The conversation then went 360. We got the guy. Now we need to trade everybody once again. Like, hey, listen. Sometimes it comes down to coaching. I don't want to get on Steve Kerr and be like everybody piling on Kerr. But you got to think, we got Moses Moody, Wiggins, Schroeder, Steph Curry, Draymond Green. We got all-stars. Guys that...
No, you don't. You don't have all-stars.
Two Hall of Famers.
Fleet, you don't... That's fine, but you have Hall of Famers, but you don't have all-stars.
Well, no, I'm just saying previous.
Oh, okay,
Wiggins was all one time. And you telling me if you put Wiggins, Steph, Draymond, Schroeder, Moody, Kuminga out there on the court, when he come back, Looney or JT, that we can't win at least 40-something games. At some point in time, man, it comes down to culture. We can talk about trades and all that stuff, but we got guys. And sometimes it comes down to coaching, man. And sometimes we got to really talk about it.
Appreciate it, Fleet.
He said coaching or culture?
Coaching. Yeah, I don't think, he ran down the list of 6 of the guys on the Warriors roster.
Yeah.
And he said, that should be, I think he used the term 47. And yeah, I think at best this team could be a 47-win team. And people aren't going to, this is what I believe. And I get it, Steph's not the biggest problem. But I thought this team, right now, let's say they're a 42-win pace. 42 wins. And I was thinking they could get to 48.
Right.
To me, if you say, Steiny, why are the Warriors right now coming up short on 48? Why'd you think 48 and it's only going to be 42? I would say, you know what? I didn't anticipate this big of a drop-off from Steph and Draymond. That's why we're not better. Because, that's the biggest reason I would say we're not better. I didn't think the drop-off would be this significant. And now we go around the league, and I go, okay, they need more help. Well, Wiggins is having a good year. Kuminga has emerged. We just got Schroeder. We got to incorporate him. Who else? Trace Jackson Davis. People were saying he was doing pretty well before this recent stretch. So I actually think, the way I look at it is, when I see Steph, I'm thinking, man, he's struggling. He feels like he's really struggling, more than I thought he would. So that's where I'm coming from. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up next in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Also, safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check your fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to get out of your vehicle at all. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh?
See, I got this photogenic memory. It's photographic. I did that on purpose.
I'm good now.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Here's how I'll start this segment. Hey, Steiny, question for you from the 8-3. This is from T-Dog. Are you wanting the Warriors to trade Steph? Yes or no? Okay, I don't care one way or the other if they trade him or if they don't. I look at it this way. They are in a really, really tough spot. And the idea of winning another title with Steph here, while he has a significant role on the team, is something that I think is just unrealistic. And so I'm open to the idea of it. Maybe not right now because you're not there yet, but I would never take it completely off the table, because by taking it completely off the table, it means you're ruling out in some way what could be an effective way to improve your team. Improve your team. So that's where I recognize in many ways the futility of where the Warriors are, and I don't hold it against them. Like, I feel like Warrior fans right now are much harder on the Warriors for their 18-17 record than I am, because I feel like, okay, this is about who they are. I think they are basically a little better than 500 team. I don't think they're underachieving. I do think Dunleavy and Lacob want to upgrade the talent, but they can't because they don't like the player who's coming in, or the deal's going to be too tough to make.
But you don't know that to be fact, though. But you're sharing your opinion.
What?
That they don't like the players coming in. We don't know if they do, and that might be around the corner. Like Austin said in San Jose, Steiny, like, you're not giving passes, but you're like, almost like the Lacob sound. Trades are hard. Austin's like, get it done.
You can't get Giannis if he's not available.
Okay, well,
you can't get guys if they're not available. And then the guys who are available, you have to assess. And look, why did they not get Markkanen? Clearly,
Danny Ainge wanted Kuminga.
Well, you know what? I love how we do this. Danny Ainge wanted too much. Well, you know what? Maybe the way to look at it is Joe Lacob wouldn't give up enough. And I get it. There's the same thing either way, but that's what I'm getting at. This idea that we're going to go make a move and get right back into things, to me, is kind of preposterous.
Okay. And I'll just tell you this. I hear you, but if I'm Steph Curry and you're Joe Lacob, or let's just say Mike D, Steiny, there's no way this relationship is rosy right now in regard to the basketball aspect of our relationship. I mean, that's what it's predicated on, but we know, and we just heard the GM, you read that quote in the story where he says it's scary right now. Like, that's I really believe that. Like, there's a lot of people over there probably walking on eggshells on who to appease and all that stuff. And Steph Curry is slowly but surely, after each loss at the podium, letting us know what he's thinking. And nobody wants an unhappy Steph Curry. And I get what you're saying, Goo. He ain't 27 years old anymore, but he's still the best player you got. He's still good enough.
Good enough for what? What's he good enough?
To go on a run in the Western Conference. Because if Steiny, if you're right and that ship has sailed, then what are we doing here?
Let me ask you this. If the Warriors right now with Steph are 13-15, what would their record be if Steph were 26 years old right now? Instead of 13-15, would they be 18-11 in those games?
Well, I almost want to, I know you think I'm just quick math. I almost want to say the 13 would be 17.
So 17-11 or something like that. Well, then I would say to you, man, he's really fallen off.
But we both,
that's a lot.
But we both love the game of basketball. And you're really looking at me now telling me, Guru, on my list, Steph Curry's age or decline or attrition is so big that it's got this team where it is, or I love the game of basketball and look at it like at his age now, he needs more compliments.
I just
Draymond Green no longer compliments Steph Curry's game, okay? And miss me with I get it, the great heights and the mountains you guys climb together. Now Dre's a liability to Steph's basketball ability to put the ball in the bucket when young defenders team-wide can D-Curry up, Steiny, and make it difficult. He needs more threats.
I mean,
do you give any credence to that?
I give a little credence to that, but because nobody gives any credence to the fact that Steph might be slowing down to the degree that he might be, it feels like like
you think I'm in denial on that.
You are in denial about it. No, you are.
Man, he's been slowing down probably, the last 5 years?
No, not the last 5 years. In 2022, he single-handedly in the finals won him that series.
Yeah. 26 a game during the regular season.
Daryl in San Jose. What's going on, D? How you doing, man?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. How you doing, Guru?
Hey.
Happy real fast. You guys are just talking about Curry. Curry is going to shoot like that if he has that Draymond Green system, which is what I don't understand why Draymond is not porting that system to somebody. Because he seems to be the only guy that could get Curry open. But why Draymond is not doing that, I don't know. But Curry's going to be shooting like that after 28. You saw him the other night. Two nights ago, he opened up. So he's going to shoot like that, even when he's 40, just like LeBron is doing.
Right, so, but he's not going to have the same impact.
No, he's not. But he's going to have different guys around him, and he's got all the cards. So if he goes to another team, somebody's going to put somebody around him, and he's going to get another 5th championship because he needs those wings.
Thanks, Daryl. Appreciate the call. And that might be what it's coming to.
And the wings are help. Threats. I mean, Steiny, we're just at a point in his career now, those days are over where you could go. Like the other night, they started 3-on-5, and I'm just like, and he didn't complain, but I'm just like, man, what are we really doing here? And the other dudes had 5 dudes that could put it on the floor or do something to generate a shot. And we're wondering why he can't get open or separation.
Like, obviously Mike Dunleavy, and this is why, getting back to Bob Myers,
Yeah.
I mean, this to me is why he left, is because if you look at history, the Warriors had a dynasty. Well, how do you have a dynasty? You have to pay your guys. Then you pay your guys, but then they get older.
Yeah.
And you pay your guys a lot of money, but they're not the players they were. And so then you reach a point where you have a decision to make. Do you want your star, do you want your superstar to retire with you? If you do, then you realize that you're not going to be as good. Or do you use your superstar to get to get other younger players in here for a team outside of you that wants to acquire Steph Curry? In other words, like, Bob Myers looks at it and like, there's not, like, this is what's built into it. Struggle. And there's no other way to put it. Push is coming to shove here.
Yeah, and you struggled
with
last
Steph
year.
and with the Warriors. And
but
they got to
the
figure it
business side
out.
of this, Steiny, is that building Chase Center is packed because of Steph Curry. Like, there's no slippage there. He's still box office. So that's just the business side of things.
Like, the other thing is,
like,
he's going to continue to miss more games at home. So he's and again, like, I think I said this to Evan, if you're telling me Joe Lacob needs to keep butts in the seats, right?
Yeah.
Because a minute, Steph, well, then you're actually not all about winning.
Well,
I'm sorry.
You don't need to keep them because they've already been there, and they're in love with Michael Jackson, who is Steph Curry.
What I'm saying is, if you're not making a move because you're scared.
Oh, see, I don't.
Yeah. That if you, let's say, you could trade Steph right now for Jokic,
people would have their pitchforks. It'd be like Monte Ellis.
If the Warriors traded, my point is this: if the Warriors had a deal out there, and Lacob looked at it and said, "It's a good deal, but you know what? By trading Steph, we're not going to sell out the arena, so we're not doing it." Then you're not all about winning. Then you're about selling out the arena, which is fine. But then don't say it's all about winning. Say, we can't take it for granted that 18,000 are coming to this building night in and night out with this guy. Okay, you're right. Then ride it out. No questions asked. Let's go to Thomas in Sonoma. Hey, Thomas, what's going down, man?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru. Man, you guys' show is smoking. Hey, so Kuminga getting hurt really hurt us. Really did. It put us in a bad position. I feel we need to make a trade now. If we wait, we're probably not even going to be in the play-in. We need to do something different. Steiny, we need more than one player. We need 2 or 3 players in the draft. So that's another situation. Everybody got to manage their expectations, because I have for this year. If we make it to the 6 seed, I'd be happy. If we do better, I think that's great. If we get knocked out in the first round, at least I got something to build on for next year, because right now this team is not a championship team. I've been watching OKC and Cleveland. OKC is lights out, man. We are nowhere near these guys, man. They are probably the best in the NBA. You guys have a great day.
Appreciate the call.
Yeah. What did I put on the Vine just about OKC? Held Boston to 27 second-half points.
They've won, 16 in a row?
They're balling. Without Chet. Without
15.
Chet.
15.
Without Chet. Just imagine that. Oh, he's coming back. Man.
You might mess that up.
Hartenstein has fit in like a glove, man.
They're also, I believe, the leading candidates to get Cam Johnson.
Of course they are, because they got picks out the yazoo, right?
Right, the yazoo.
So,
man.
What do you mean, oh, man?
Well, Warriors are favored by 9 tonight, and I'm still uncomfortable.
You know, it's funny. We didn't even talk about the Kuminga injury that much.
Man.
And, like, I was telling you this before the show. I do feel like this is the first time where Kuminga's probably missed games before or hasn't played. Like, this is the first time I feel like the Warriors will actually miss him as a player.
Right. And you said something last block. Oh, Guru, it wasn't demeaning, but you're like, he doesn't start. But I'm telling you, the Warrior offense doesn't start until his ass gets in the game. That's what I've been conditioned. These last couple weeks I've been off listening to you guys, watching the games, not being able to talk about it. I'm like, when's Kuminga coming in? Because that's when it really starts. And,
he's hurt.
Dude, and what happened game 1 without him? Down by Gertie. And again, I hope Miami's tired.
Their starting 5 was terrible, too, that night. All their starters were minus 20. Kuminga could have come in and been electric, and they weren't going to win that game. But, yes, they need him. They absolutely need him.
More now than they ever have.
But they don't have him.
No doubt.
So, I don't know what happens now. Let's go to Lamont in Oakland. Hey, Lamont, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Talk to us.
So, my main point is this: you can't duplicate a dynasty. You can't do that. And I think the problem is that everybody's thinking that you can just replace a prime Klay Thompson, and you can just replace a prime Draymond Green, or a prime Kevin Durant. And the reality is that you cannot do that. The run was a great run. It is what it is. But I will say this. They had a window to keep the dynasty going, and they drafted James Wiseman. And so, after they drafted James Wiseman and they got rid of Poole, those were a couple window pieces. If they, became better, they could have kept the Curry train going. James Wiseman was a lottery pick. He was a top 3 pick. They got fortunate that Steph got hurt that year, right? And missed all those games, and they were a lottery team. Teams that good don't ever get lottery picks because they're at the end of the draft. But what happened was they drafted Wiseman, and that was the window to keep the dynasty going. Wow. They blew it. It happened. It was over. It is what it is. But my final point is this, too. When you look at Steph, this is a business. It's still a business. So, like what you just said, Steiny, makes sense about Laker. He don't want to tell anybody that he's keeping Steph for the seats because then that plays on the relationship that has been cultivated with the fans. But the reality is, this is a business, and he knows they're not a championship team, so why get rid of Curry? If they were just about winning, they would explore all kinds of things, right? But at the end of the day, before it's even about winning, this is an entertainment industry, and it's a business. They might sell us on relationship and culture and the players and relationships, but the reality is, at the end of the day, they can't get rid of Steph Curry right now because that place would be, I don't care how many games the Warriors could win without him, maybe 10, 15 more. I'm just speaking conjecturally. But the reality is they have to keep Steph. So they have to have us feel like there's still an open window chance for a championship because Steph's there, because we're synonymous with, when we see Steph, we think championship team because that's what we experienced during his dynasty.
But what if Steph bucks the system and doesn't want to play his part and he knows what time it is and he says, I want out of here? That's the nightmare scenario. And after every post game, when I start hearing Steph, he's going 5 seconds without answering questions, saying they can't come back, I'm starting to think it takes two to tango. He's getting irritated and agitated to where he might say something about, you know what, get me out of here. That's what I'm talking about, Steiny. He's right on the Laker front. But what about Curry?
I completely disagree that that Steph saying to Joe, hey, Joe, I know what time it is. I'm asking you to do something that's impossible.
Oh, no.
So, you can start talking about moving me. That's not a nightmare scenario to me. That may be the best possible thing that could happen to the Warriors. Is Steph says to Joe, let's think about this.
But the fans,
that is not
for the fans, Steiny, that
a nightmare scenario to me is that this team
doesn't make the playoffs.
Yes, and doesn't make them next year or the year after, because we're wedded to some idea that Steph Curry is still one of the top 5 players in the league, and all the issues with this team are around Steph Curry, and he's got nothing to do with them. That's why I absolutely do not think that. If Steph Curry said tomorrow, you know what, Joe, I know you're not going to trade me tomorrow, but you know what, let's think about it. You guys are in a bind. I could go somewhere and maybe have some. That would almost be a blessing in disguise because it would take so much pressure off everybody in that organization, especially if Steph was like, and it's not going to happen before this trade deadline, but it could happen in the offseason.
Man.
Let's go
rough terrain ahead, man.
Let's go to Manly Man in the city. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, great show, you guys.
Thank you.
Well, there's several problems with the Warriors, and there's also some possibilities of taking advantage of the situation. First, the problem is they're not playing fast enough. They were always great when they were playing faster. And they're turning the ball over too much, or running into double teams and making stupid passes that have no or very little chance of getting through. They lack size, and that's one of their big problems, and everybody knows that. And basically, if they pass the ball, and the more they pass, the better shots they get, but they can't pass up the little ones 5 to 10 feet away from the basket that they sometimes pass too many times. But here's the situations that is out there that you could probably take advantage of. And one is more of a pipe dream. The second one is definitely rooted in reality. And the first pipe dream was to try to give 3 draft picks and a couple of swaps to try to get Fox from Sacramento. That's very, very much a pipe dream, but I think it's a reality if Steph gets on the phone and talks to him and says, hey, Fox, come on over. We can make a great thing, and this is going to be your team in 2 years.
All right.
When I walk out of the stadium. The other thing that's out there is the Phoenix Suns have so much problems financially and no draft compensations in their toolbox. And if you go to those guys and give them 3 draft picks for Booker or 2 for KD and some good, we could make something happen with that. And
All right, Manley. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking, like, to me, Durant, no, I'm out. Booker, that's a different story.
Yeah.
Because of the age. But, you know, why would, like, Phoenix probably is not giving up Booker.
No.
So
he's a son for life.
You know, the other thing is the Warriors need to play faster. Well, they might want to get some personnel that can play faster.
There you go.
I mean, Schroeder is a half-court player. I'd call Steph like a half a fast-paced guy now. Draymond ditto. He's like half. Looney, Trace Jackson Davis. I don't necessarily see this.
Yeah, they're not running you out the building, man.
I feel like you got to be young to play fast. And the Warriors aren't quite young enough.
And I'll tell you what, I'm just looking at the standings. It doesn't even matter. But if I was a defender, Steiny, and I was going to play a team that I could catch my breath against and it wouldn't just be nightmare on Basketball Street because every time somebody passed the ball, the dude could give you the business, I'd want to play this current Warrior team. You know what I mean? They got guys that have the balls in their hand where you can relax. You can take a deep breath. You could pay more attention to one guy, Steph Curry, make it difficult because you got one guy that's doing nothing but trying to pass him the ball. That's how you turn the ball over. But there's not a lot of fluidity to this offense right now.
I hear you. And the Heat are in town tonight. No Jimmy Butler.
Trades are hard.
Well, then stop. Then, Mr. Lacob, with all due respect, give me one more time.
Trades are hard.
Then stop making it sound like they're easy.
Wow.
Come on, Joe. Come on. It's tough
Move
to
on,
make.
Joe.
From what? Like, I think that's really what's going on right now is we're finding out that there's just not a move out there.
Vucevic.
And I love that one. And I would love it more because there's not a lot to choose from. You know, you're getting down to he's almost like Shaq now if you got him to me because we know they're slim pickings. And you don't want Levine. You know what I mean?
I would want, I know you're going to think I'm crazy. I'd actually want Levine ahead of Vucevic.
Well,
I mean, Vucevic is old, 34, 35, not a rim protector. I like him. Trust me, I like him, but I don't like.
Beggars can't be choosy, Steiny, and that's where we're almost at, man.
I just look. We're seeing it. We're seeing what happens after a dynasty. They're handcuffed, and there's no reason to be mad about it because it's like the natural cycle of sports. Dunleavy's got to try to do something that may be so difficult as to be impossible. That segment sponsored by the San Francisco International Airport.
Traveling in 2025? Start your
Shut up! It's called following the team.
That's
it's
not
what
following
we do.
the team.
I follow on IG.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this is the crossover with Willard and Dibbs, and the crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. And Willard and Dibbs, today we've been talking a lot about the Tim Kuhn article on the ESPN website. And it was all about Steph Curry and the Warriors. And I'll just start with Willard. Like, did you read?
Because I'm tired.
assuming you read it. Like, great writers make you think about things a little bit differently. So even though like we kind of knew all that, great writers put it together. What was your takeaway?
I would, and Tim is a phenomenal writer. And yes, from a perspective standpoint, I guess we all could have thought these things. But just as somebody who, dabbles in journalism also, I was like, these are great quotes. These are great, like deep, layered quotes from Steve Kerr and from Steph Curry.
The chef.
Yeah. And it stops and it makes you think about what's about to happen next, about how urgent this is, about how difficult. You read one when I was driving in from Steve Kerr with regard to that 2022 championship.
Yeah.
Where he sort of stated, we kept him fresh. And if you guys remember, he was hurt for the last 3 weeks. And it was your interview when I told you guys that means he's in for the playoffs because he came and talked to you guys. And then he played, and they said we kept him fresh. And then the matchups fell our way, and we got hot, and we won. And you know what went through my mind when you read that, Steiny? I was like, even though, because your take was like, do you see how right now this is not reality to think the Warriors could win? My mind went a different way, which is to say, do you know how absurdly rare it is for your team to win an NBA championship? To have a player who has the capability of leading a team to an NBA championship. How many of those are there historically?
Yeah.
What do we got?
5.
Less, right?
Okay.
Well, you go back to Jordan.
Sure.
He won 6, and then he went and played baseball, and Hakeem got 2. And then you got a little bit of the Kobe Shaq.
Three-peat.
And then you got the one-off for Detroit.
Sure.
The
Hakeem got it too.
You got the weird Boston one with Chauncey and the fellas.
Right.
And then you got the Toronto because Golden State got hurt. And, LeBron got his. And Other than that, that's about it.
I think that's perfect because that's even the point. Take Toronto's. Like, that's so lucky. I don't mean that they didn't earn it.
Stoney don't want me to say it, but yeah, injuries helped them.
But let me use a different word. It's so circumstantial that Toronto won that title.
Well, same as Houston. Houston got 2.
Yeah,
same way.
I see what you're going. He was there for 1 year, and all the Warriors got hurt, and they get – so where my mind goes is, even though there's literally like no chance, why not try? Because the opposite is absolutely no chance. There's nothing on the other side.
And it's staring you in the face.
Are you talking about this year in particular?
The future.
I'm talking about if you didn't chase Steph's career and instead
what do you have?
Valued the future, your chances of that being anything are, I would argue, even worse.
Yep.
It's just, it doesn't happen.
Well, my argument is you don't have to chase it now. You're better off chasing it in June and July than you are now in February.
Fine. I get that.
And that's if you want to like bring in Cam Johnson for a couple of pieces in a pick or Vucevic for a couple of pieces in a pick, that's fine. I don't want to chase it now and give up multiple picks and Wiggins and whatever else you want to give up just to try to get 6 weeks of Jimmy Butler or the new name now is Bradley Beal.
But you're trying to get number 5.
Yeah, but you can get number 5 next year, I think, more readily than you can right now. Because what Tim Kuhn wrote in that article is that it's a paradox of you need Steph to do it now, but you need him to rest now. And you can't do both. So you can't have him play 34 minutes a night and have him be fresh in April.
Well, he's playing 31, a career low right now.
Right, and they stink. So if you really need him to like carry you, you need him to play 36 or 38, and he can't do that because defenses know that they can shut him down.
But my rebuttal is, what makes you think next offseason would be more successful than last offseason where they went and tried to get Paul George and market it? I'm just asking you, why do you think it would be more success if they were like, all right, we'll chill, and then we'll go back? How do you know you're going to get somebody to dance with you?
I think that they're better suited in the offseason to use what they have to bring in a star or a big boy. You've got a Kuminga contract, which could be a Jordan Poole sign and trade. You've got 4 or 5 expirings that will free up some salary cap, and you're no longer in the second apron. And this year was about getting out of the second apron, and you're not in the first apron either, Steiny. So now you have a chance of, going through this year and not doing as well as you want, and then going to next year and having Joe Lacob say, you know what, I don't like this. We're going to go hog wild. We're going to go back in the second apron, and you don't have a penalty as a repeater. And so I do think you can be more aggressive in the offseason to try to make moves. And as we know, right now, you can't make a trade to take on even $1 more than you give up at the deadline. But in the offseason, in the new league year, it's a whole reset.
And before
you can then go into the second apron, you can go crazy in the offseason.
But Dibs, I hear you, but there is the real thing, the price of a dynasty. When it's over, it's going to be Run DMC, hard times for a little bit, right? But how many times, if they don't make the playoffs or get kicked out in the play-in, do you miss 2 years consecutive and then come back and actually hoist up the trophy again?
Well, they did it.
Well, that was once.
The Warriors did it.
But now would be twice. 3 years late like that, that's
right.
really
you don't shock the world twice.
You strike while the iron's hot. You don't want it to get too cold.
Yeah. Well, I don't think it's too cold with one more offseason. I think if you go through this year and it's whatever, you wind up 42 and 40.
To look bad, right.
It's been looking bad. The 12-3 was fool's gold. You got fat on New Orleans and Portland. So if you want to talk about who they beat to go 12-3, we can play the game.
And you keep doing this. Yeah. They beat 5 really good
Boston.
teams.
They beat Boston. They beat Addo.
That's go ahead. That's the way it works. You don't play the great teams every night.
But look at who they've played since then, and they've played good teams, and their record is garbage.
I'm not even arguing the idea of fool's gold, but your reasoning behind it is not. That's
they did have some good wins in there.
They had really good wins in there.
That's all.
They had really good wins in there.
Their record was like my record as a fighter at Oak Manor Elementary. I was 14-3-1 because I fought kids I could beat.
Yeah,
I'm Houston.
Willard, I'm with you though,
Austin,
man.
Well, Oklahoma City, Dallas, Memphis. These are all in the first 12 games a year.
Who else? That's 5.
Okay,
and I told you
5 of the 12.
I told you 7 wins were against the bottom feeders.
Right, but that's how schedules are built in the NBA. If you went to Cleveland right now, more than half their wins are against because that's the league. Like, you can't.
But they didn't lose to the bottom feeders.
Put it this way. Your point was stronger last year when they literally couldn't beat good teams. When they were 12-3, about half their wins were against good teams.
Well, who are their losses against now? Sacramento, who is
now they
suddenly
lose,
on the rise.
Now they lose most of their games.
Well, the Pacers.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They lose to all kinds of teams now.
Right. They lose to almost everyone. So, you can look at 12-3, or you can look at, 6-13 since then.
Right.
Whatever you want to look at is fine. I look at what Tim was writing about in the piece in ESPN, and I do think that is the ultimate baseline of the conversation, which is you need Steph to do more than you want him to actually do. And so you're stuck. Buddy Hield is awful, and Dennis Schroeder doesn't fit, and your number 2 best scorer is now hurt for 3 to 6 weeks, and you've got not much going on.
Yeah. And they're favored by 9 tonight. I told Steiny I'm uncomfortable with it. I'm uncomfortable.
Well,
even though Miami played a marathon last night.
But this one screams to me.
Okay, all right.
It screams to me because you're like, why? Why? When you see Vegas do that, and I'm not saying I'm always right, but when Vegas yells at you and you're like, why on earth would that be the number? Lean into it. Warriors by 15 tonight.
We're talking about Tim Kuhn's story, ESPN's website. It was about Steph Curry, the Warriors, where they're at, what they're going to do. And what I took out of it was, and I feel like this about everything, but this is what hit me in the face.
Is that
they are absolutely, everybody in that organization, including Steph Curry, is so much further along in this process than we think they are. That's kind of what I got out of it. That, like, we say things like, well, if they don't make the playoffs this year, Steph may go to Lakers. That's done.
But how do you know?
Because they've taught. Did you read the story? Like, everything they talk about.
This is what
Steph
they do.
and the organization.
This is all they do.
Well,
the only reason I follow up with that, and I've did it for 4 hours, is to talk to me about Steph at the podium now. He looks agitated.
Right,
and
because
he wouldn't be agitated if they already knew what time it was. Shout out to Morris
My point
Day.
is this is the point where they're working on everything under the sun. He knows, how realistic a deal may be to get the guy he wants in here. He knows that it's a long shot. He knows it's got to be the perfect guy.
But it still can be frustrating, I guess, is all that I'm saying.
Well, it's not going well.
Okay. My point is that things could happen sooner than we think with all this stuff.
Would you say it's not going well?
It's not going well.
No, it is. And this Kuminga injury, my goodness.
So I think to Steiny's point, whatever it is they're trying to do, they've been trying to do it for a while. They know all of the things that are going on behind the scenes, and it's not going well. They want a deal to develop. They've tried for about 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Well. They haven't developed. They want Kuminga to develop fast. He might be starting to develop, but it's just starting to develop, and then he gets hurt, and Melton got hurt, and the things that they needed to not happen are happening. So it's not. That's why he's agitated. It's not going well.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Yeah, so I just, it hit home, the needle they're trying to thread, and still trying to thread, and that's what hit me is that when they say it's all about Steph, it didn't just mean, we're going to try to get a guy in here for him. They literally mean, the whole organization's revolving around that thought right now.
Absolutely.
That's what hit me.
And I would love for people who, if you're in the middle of your workday and you haven't had a chance to sit down and read a 27-minute feature article, know this. No matter what any of us think as far as how realistic or whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, Steph Curry, whose opinion really, really matters.
Yes, and it should.
Doesn't just want another ring. He's obsessed with it. Wow. He thinks it is literally going to decide whether the end of his career was successful or unsuccessful. Man. This quote in there, when he's asked about, have they done enough for you in the last few years? And he starts the quote by saying, I think the postmortem on some of the 2 timeline stuff is not great. And then he goes through the Wiseman pick, and it didn't work out. And then he kind of gets sarcastic about people calling 2022 the surprise championship.
Right.
Like, I don't think he takes very kindly to that.
Any quote about Jordan Poole and why he went elsewhere?
Not in this part.
Oh, okay.
But what he says, then he gathers to this. He goes, so when you ask me, did they do enough? That's not for me to answer.
That means
I actually didn't understand that quote.
Well, to me, that's like,
Willard.
I'm not going to sit here. I'm not going to sit here like and tell you, yes, they did enough.
Well, I'm talking about, what did he mean when he said, because Kuhn said he used air quotes.
Air quotes.
What does he mean, the surprise title?
When he says, but to hear the way people talk about the 2022 championship is still fascinating to me.
Right.
Because the air quotes, surprise championship, and he said sarcastic air quotes, was a crowning achievement based on that team we had and what we'd been through since the 2019 finals.
I don't know what he means. I can't figure it out.
He means they thought that they were better than what we all thought that they were.
Because you said Lakeup and Myers thought they were done winning titles, and they happened to win that one. Curry saying F you to the people that think that.
Exactly.
He's saying we had been through something for a couple years, and that was the culmination.
And I think the sentiment is that they got a good road through the playoffs, and Dallas was a little depleted, and Boston wasn't ready. And those are our narratives. And I think that his narrative is, it was me, Clay, and Draymond, and Wiggins was finally balling out the way he should.
Yeah.
I think that he's saying that we thought that we were the best team, and we won the damn thing, and none of you believe that we were. That's what I'm reading into
That
it.
might be a little overstatement, because remember Draymond said afterwards, like he had said that he and Steph would talk as the playoffs started and went, this is not a championship team. And then they were. I took it more to mean, pair it with Steve Kerr's quote that you read, Steiny, where he ended it by saying, we want Steph to have that at bat. Well, a Hall of Fame at bat still fails 7 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
So what I think they're saying is, just like what 2019 was awful, but through 3 years, look what it turned into if you just give me a shot. I'm not saying I can win it.
Okay.
Give me a freaking shot at this. And who knows? Who knows the way it will lay out?
I think you guys are right, obviously. I read it as though he was almost giving the organization credit because they call it a surprise championship, but really the organization did a hell of a job of putting together a team, whether it was re-signing Wiggins or Porter and those guys. And so, like, in fairness to the Warriors, they've already done a little to get me that surprise, what they call surprise title, and now we'll try it again in the next 2 or 3 years.
But he's saying, don't forget,
we'll see.
I don't know.
The players did their part.
Wrong.
Don't forget, the players did their part. He's reminding you that too.
Though, is what I'm saying.
I don't know. That's a little too shoulder shruggy for the way I'm reading it, at least.
I think you guys are right.
Well, let me read this to everybody also, because this is where he takes the conversation. Quote, until it's all said and done, we want to have at least one more title to speak for, and that's it. That's what's left for me. That's all of it. I still love to hoop, but I love to win even more. So if we don't get it done, maybe when it's all said and done, I'll be able to answer that question better. The question being, did the Warriors do enough for you? Right now, we're still trying to figure it out. This is somebody who does not think it's crazy that he can win again, and he's obsessed with it. And he doesn't want to hear any of this. Like, but keep your assets for the future. Like, I don't think he wants to hear any of that.
I agree, but I would tell Steph that, and he would listen. Like,
well, he called you on your birthday.
This so-called surprise title, they
don't
were
like that.
30-9 at one point that year, Dibs. 30-9.
But they beat a team that was 500 in late January, and when was favored to beat them. I'm just saying.
Are you taking a shot at Dibs?
No, I'm saying that just because they're, I think he looks at them being one game over 500.
Boston was 500.
Boston was 500 in late January.
Right. They were talking about break them up. Yeah, Brown and Tatum.
And what I think Steph would answer you by saying, we might be one game over 500 right now. Let's switch it. Let's switch it. I don't care that we were 30-9 that year.
He's a killer, man. Yeah. Like Jordan. And I love hearing
these dudes are crazy. Yeah. They're crazy, but they are odds.
Some help.
But they're odds beaters.
He is a killer, or he was.
He's still a killer. He's still a killer.
You know what he is? He's a sometime killer. And until all of you face up to that, that to me is the biggest conundrum that they actually face. And, Steph can talk about 2022 being a surprise title. At that time, he still was able to lead a team 3 or 4 games and be the best player and lead a team to victory. And right now, he's not. And read the piece from Tim Kuhn.
No, it's beautiful.
And he talks about all these no-name guys who have hounded him. And that is actually the top part of the article where Steph is realizing that these guys who nobody's ever heard of are following him for all 33 minutes of a game and making it so much harder on him, and he doesn't have the help. So even in 2022, he had peak Wiggins, and he had Draymond. He still had Clay.
Porter Jr. coming off the bench, being Lisa.
20 a game. And what does he have now? He's got Buddy Hield, who can't hit water from the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. He's got Dennis Schroeder, who is struggling to fit. And you've got
Looney and Dre in a starting lineup that have no offense. It is over.
And now you lost Jonathan Kuminga for 3 to 6 weeks.
So why are you putting it all at his doorstep? Can't you understand how easy it is for a defense to know Steiny and Willard we don't have to worry about? We can just go to the undersized chef and we can make his life difficult. It's not he's Larry Holmes. There's attrition, but you got to get help and weapons around him at this stage of his career.
So tell me who.
That's not my job. But I'm telling you, it's a byproduct
I ask everybody,
of why.
Tell me who. Do you want Bradley Beal?
I would
you
argue,
want him to waive his no trade? You want Bradley Beal, who's now disgruntled off the bench, to come in and be your bucket getter?
I don't know if I don't know if it needs to be one person, and Vucevic actually represents.
They might need more than
now you're a 7 seed.
I just think there needs to be more options.
Yeah.
I don't think it needs to be the dude. I don't need it. It doesn't need to be Jimmy Butler.
Man.
I think that this is about a construction of what's around him.
Man.
Not the human who's next to him. It's about the fact that too often there are 2 or 3 complete and total non-scorers.
That is just ran its
on
course,
the floor,
man.
And so if you're a defense, I don't even need to pay attention.
I told Steiny I would love to play the Warriors right now.
Like Draymond.
I would really love to play the Dubs.
Draymond can spend all year shooting 40% from 3, and they're still going to let him shoot.
Dude,
they're like, fine. If you want to do that tonight, rock out.
So was it last year the Celtics were 500?
No, 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
3 years ago.
But they got hot in the second half.
And they got to the final?
Yeah.
Okay.
People were like, they're going to get traded. A trade's coming.
And I would,
I think on late January, they were like 24 and 24.
And then they just turned it around.
And you were kind of saying, like Steph wants even an opportunity like that. Yeah. I mean, the Celtics' entire roster was young and improving.
Yeah.
That's the one difference there. I see what you're saying with that, and maybe that's why getting to 6 is maybe all they have to do for the guy.
I guess I think that collectively, we, the media, the fan base, we look at all of this because we are logic-brained human beings who took math classes when we were in school. We look at this and we go, well, this doesn't add up. But you need to try to look at it through Steph Curry's mind.
Man.
And Steph Curry is not based on logic or math. Steph is magic. He is 1 in a billion. And that's his reality. So when someone looks at him and goes, this doesn't add up, dude, well, how do you think he's going to react to that?
Of course, but does that make him necessarily right? The fact that he's looking it through his own eyes of who he thinks he is, and maybe who he thinks he is, he's not anymore.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And so, no, it doesn't make him right, but I would argue this other thing that people argue for is an even bigger 1 in a billion shot, which is that someone else that the Warriors could get their hands on in the next 3 years, either already on the roster or in a mythical draft, is going to take them to a championship at some point in the next 7 or 8 years.
Wow, man.
That's an even bigger 1 in a billion shot to me.
Well, it depends on how you want to expend your assets. And for me, it becomes more of an off-season thing where you can get more bang for your buck, quote unquote, than you can right now between now and the deadline, which is, I think, 4 weeks from Thursday. So you have 30 days till the deadline, and you won't know about Kuminga. And you could package Wiggins and whatever else you want to package, or you can bring in whoever else you want to bring in. But so far, what you've brought in has not really translated to being better. Buddy Hield had a great 3 weeks.
It's incredible the start he had.
Dude, great start.
Fan favorite.
Melton got hurt, and he turned into Dennis Schroeder, who has not been good. And Slow-Mo is actually now playing, which in kind of a novel concept. And he actually's played well the last couple of games.
And I love TJD, but you got to finish down there. Those bunnies that you're laying off the bat, go up and dunk it, damn it. I mean, it's happening like the last 5 to 6 games. Even Fitz is losing his wits. Just dunk the ball. You're right there.
I would like to see he and Kevon Looney in a high jump contest.
Well, there it is.
Give me those two in a Fosbury flop.
They call it the newspaper. Who's got newspaper
Dude,
hop?
seriously.
Yeah.
And I mean, whatever. I'm not hating on a guy who's 6'9"
Willard's saying take the 9 tonight. That I am blown away.
It went to 9.5 before I bet it. Even smart bets are wrong 40% of the time.
Some people hate hearing that, but I get it.
So you like Miami is what you're saying?
No.
No, he's saying the Warriors. Vegas is telling you
the Warriors
something.
shouldn't be favored by 9.5 against anybody right now. Why is
so you
the
like
number
Miami?
No, I like
the Warriors.
My
to win.
point is it's illogical. When I see something that's totally out of whack, I feel like Vegas is trying to fool me, so I lean into it.
Leaning the other way.
Yes.
Right.
And they had a saying in Tennessee. I think they had it in Texas. Fool me one time, shame on you.
I mean, the bigger
fool
question.
You can't get fooled again.
Well, bigger question is who does Dibs like?
Tonight.
No,
I hit a prize pick
I told you
last
I'm
night.
done.
All right.
I'm done.
I'm out.
You don't get free picks anymore.
Not done.
I'm
not done.
You guys got Terrell Owens, right?
Yeah, in studio.
Yeah,
T.O.
in studio.
Your guys are going to need some
4
time to set that up. And you're going to set it up.
It lasted one day.
Right on 9. Look at that, 212, almost 13 on 95.7. The game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, let's go. What's going on, everybody? That was a fascinating conversation about the Warriors. It's nowhere near done yet. I think that we'll continue that a lot throughout the afternoon. But also, Terrell Owens is going to be here. You want to talk about an intimidation sensation?
That's a buck.
I've never been in a room with this guy. You ever been in a room with this guy before?
Yeah, I was actually, we had him at the Super Bowl. We had him in person, Jolo and Dibs in Miami. And Joe was so enamored with him, Joe Fortenbaugh, that Joe got him to pull up his shirt for a post-interview picture.
Oh.
And this man and the abs that he still has going on.
Yeah.
And I know now he's got to be early 50s, but at the time he might have been late 40s. But he pulls up his shirt, and you see Fortenbaugh look over, and it's just like a xylophone. Like a xylophone, bro.
Years ago, I'll tell this quick story, and then we can rock, because I actually think the 49ers are potentially about to make a massive mistake. And we need to talk about it.
Oh, wow.
Okay? A massive mistake.
Jake Moody?
But I'll tell this story real quick. Years ago. Because when did Terrell Owens, when was he like young with the Niners? Give me the year.
Oh, probably 02?
Yeah, like
around the aughts, I would say. Yeah.
All right, so we're going back 20 some odd years. And a girl I'm dating is over at the house, and I'm doing whatever in the kitchen. I'm probably making some food or something, because football and food go together. I don't know if you know that.
Yep.
Anyway, she's in the living room, and she's got,
96, by the way, his rookie year.
There you
96.
go. This is go back there, like probably 1998 or something like that. And the pregame warm-ups come on, and the Niners are in St. Louis to take on the Rams, because that's where the Rams played at the time. They're in St. Louis to take on the Rams. So you're in a dome, and the weather is controlled, and everything is clean and clear. And all of a sudden, I hear this from the other room. Woo! 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 And I'm like, the hell is going on in there?
Right.
Because this person, sort of knows football.
Sure.
But whatever. I'm like, what is happening? And I go in the other room. Want to know what was happening? They showed Terrell Owens warming up in a skin-tight bodysuit as he did calisthenics up and down the field, and she dang lost her freaking mind.
Right. Woohoo.
That's all.
Yes.
That's all that was happening. No game.
I can imagine.
Not a game.
Not a game.
No.
We're talking about calisthenics.
Practice.
Yeah.
We're talking about practice.
He's 51, born in December of 73.
He's
so
old guy.
About a year older than you. Maybe you guys can have an ab off. Maybe you both can,
I've taken all of mine off already.
Show me what you're working with. But
anyway.
Yeah, it'll be T.O. on the Niners, on the state of the Niners. And I also want to get his thoughts on the state of the receiver position because
it's a good time to talk about it.
Yeah, and not only with what happened with Mike Evans, and I should probably save it for T.O., but the Mike Evans 1,000-yard catch is a joke when you look at the video. It was a pick play, and if that play is run any other time in any other game at any other juncture, it's offensive PI.
I mean, the pick didn't even hit the guy. The guy he did the moonwalk to get out of the way.
Well, the one guy drops into coverage, and then the other guy runs into the defender, and then he springs free.
Michael Strahan's the all-time sack leader because Brett Favre laid down.
Exactly.
Like we do this stuff.
So I want to ask T.O. about the Mike Evans quote-unquote record because T.O.'s got 1,000 catches, and I think Mike Evans is damn near close. And touchdown-wise, he's coming for T.O. as well. So just T.O.'s thoughts on modern receivers and what T.O. would do with these rules in this game.
Can't wait to talk to him. And so he'll be here at 4 o'clock. Mark Schlereth is going to be on before that. We got a Warrior game tonight. So after T.O., we'll dive certainly back into the Steph Curry situation. But I want to get this off my chest because this freaked me out today. No joke. And I know that for some of us, social media and news on social media, it sort of sends us to a certain place where we're like, oh, that's just Twitter or Instagram or whatever. But increasingly, I think we're learning that what we do see as far as messaging on social media is real. And this is different than, say, Brandon Ayuk, who last year had him and his girl and his brother all over Instagram. Remember, right, exact same time of the year. It was February because the season lasted longer, but meaning just a few days after cleaning out lockers, Ayuk and his people were already on social media talking about how, well, it might be my last game at Levi's Stadium. Guess I'm out. Now, remember, he ended up being in. He got hurt, but he stayed. I'm hopeful that the same thing is happening here. This is different. But the suggestion is clear by Fred Warner's wife, Sydney, that Dre Greenlaw is leaving. And I think if the 49ers let him out of the room, it is an all-caps massive mistake. There is video on her page that is showing a party of women mostly made up of, seemingly, the indication is that there are a lot of 49er wives and girlfriends at this party.
Wags.
And she writes POV, which stands for point of view, and she shows Dre Greenlaw's girl coming in and writes, your team didn't make the playoffs, and the NFL free agency is taking your best friend to another team, and we are all severely unwell. I don't know any other way to read this, to the point Steiny was just making about Steph Curry and the Warriors. Whatever page of the book we are on, they are 8 chapters ahead. So the idea, before free agency even starts, that Dre Greenlaw and the 49ers and his representatives have not already had discussions is ludicrous.
Right.
They clearly have. They know where each other stand. And the indication from Fred Warner's wife is that Dre's gone. And I'm telling you right now, I can't be an expert on health and what's going on there, but I think Dre Greenlaw, whatever's going on with him, I have full belief that that human being is going to recover and still have a great NFL career in front of him. And if it's not in a Niner jersey, it's a massive mistake.
Well, we don't know that. I mean, we don't know if it's a massive mistake.
We don't know anything. That's my opinion.
Right. And I wonder what that whole process would be like, because I'm looking at the second picture from the Post, which is a giant 5'7" balloon, gold balloons, which they could give that to me for my next birthday coming up in 7 months. Hey! It's going to be my Greenlaw birthday.
What up, Dan Buns?
That's right. We quite literally have been blessed with the best neighbors the past 2 years. Our last block party, teary face, and red heart, and all the rest of it. So I wonder if they had already decided to not bring back Dre Greenlaw, why not let him play to at least showcase himself to other teams?
Well,
and if he wasn't healthy enough to play,
Right, 'cause he
well,
wasn't
then
healthy.
maybe you're not going to miss out on what you think you're going to miss out on. A guy who missed all year, came back for 2 quarters, and got hurt again. I don't necessarily think that if the Niners look at that and they decide that he's not worth even a small minimum kind of a salary, then maybe they're not going to miss out that much.
Can we do a quick aside?
Do it.
I just made the Dan Buns comment, and Director of Sports Lucas Alexander looked at me with the biggest gas face of all time, like, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
Because the comment went way over his head.
Don't worry, I schooled him.
Way
Never heard
over
of
his
that
head.
guy.
Flew way over his head.
What was the comment
Why
you
don't
made,
Why
Grandy?
don't you read a book, man?
What was the comment?
What linebacker from the Joe Montana era?
Thank you. 57. The number was 57.
Yeah, same number as Ray Greenlaw.
Same number,
Yes,
and your age soon.
Well, and I think that
Yes.
the next level of what the comment would be
was the goal line stand that both of them had.
The third down
Yes.
play, Dan Buns, and I actually have a lithograph that was given to me.
Beautiful.
My only piece of Niner memorabilia is a lithograph of the Dan Buns tackle on 3rd and goal from that Super Bowl, number 57.
There you
So
go.
points to you, Grandy. You
Yes.
get points.
And then Dre Greenlaw, of course, everyone talked about it when it happened, when he was in Seattle and they clinched the division in the 1 seed, when he made the tackle of whoever that was, Seattle's tight end on the 1 yard line, Russell Wilson era. I think he thought because your first name is Dan, I was nicknaming you Dan Buns or something like that.
It's because I have
exactly what I was thinking. Talking about his rear end at 57 years old.
Which is still elite at 57, by the way. There's been no droopage.
Debatable, but we've been working together for 3.5 years, and I've never referred to your butt, and I'm not going to start now. Do your homework. Dan Buns used to play for the Niners. Anyway, where do you see his butt? Back to the issue at hand.
Your opinion.
There's a big butt here.
I wonder if Dre Greenlaw, if they decide that Dre Greenlaw is no longer a part of their plans, then I'm kind of with you. Emotionally, it's a big loss because he's definitely an emotional leader of this team. If they don't think that he's able to still be Dre Greenlaw, then I hope that he's able to go out there to another team and prove them wrong if, in fact, he leaves. And the bigger issue for me is you've got a big hole at linebacker, and you could say D. Winters, and that's nice, and he's probably a piece for the future, but you look at a defense that was bad this year, and the defensive coordinator may or may not be back this year. It's a defense that needs really good players, and Greenlaw has been a really good player.
Look, I mean, they'll address it. I don't think this is going to be like, ooh, we didn't know. Like, they'll address it, and I understand it could go one way or the other. That's just my feeling. Part of it is also we get attached to the drafted players, especially the ones that get drafted late and become stars, like a George Kittle, like a Dre Greenlaw. And I'm sorry, like what I saw from him, even in this short little flash in a game that was built for defense, to me was more than just football. It was the way emotionally this human being has an effect on the other players around him. I could not be a bigger Dre Greenlaw fan. People forget where this person was and who he was. He is someone who has had, in many ways, an awful background and upbringing, and also remember the story when Dre was drafted, that he was the guy that saved the girl from the party, from the guy that was trying to date do the date rape thing, and he saved her, and that girl's dad came out and spoke publicly about Dre. Like, this is a dude, man. This is a dude who is as Kyle Shanahan would say, everything that you want in a 49er. That's who Dre Greenlaw is. And I don't know what the financial ask is. We have not even started to get there. But I'm like, wow, what an unbelievable gut punch if the Niners are so out on Dre Greenlaw that 2 days after the season ends, he's already decided he's moving on. Fred Warner's wife is throwing parties for the family and then posting it on social, which is another side to this story that I don't really understand, but it's what a lot of people do, and it's their channel, so do whatever you want. I would imagine this didn't surprise Fred. I don't know, man. I think that the Niners are making a huge mistake if this guy's not on the team going forward.
Yeah, I can't really make that call based on what he did this year. I don't think that it's a huge mistake. The emotional part of it, yeah, it's big, but if Dre Greenlaw is no longer able to be the player that they need him to be, then it's probably not a huge mistake. I think this is one for me that time will tell. And you have him go out there and he gets signed by another team and he becomes a game wrecker again, then yeah, it could be a big mistake. But this makes me think more about the whole idea of Super Bowl or bust, where you try to go to a Super Bowl and you don't, and then you have hard choices to make. And Javon Hargrave is going to be a guy who probably isn't back, and Dre Greenlaw, and we can run through all 31 free agents, and we could talk about Mooney Ward, and he won't be back, and Devondre Campbell, he won't be back, and all the other free agents that are on the list, the majority of them won't be back. So next year, whatever you do, it's going to be with a team that is markedly different than this year.
We're sponsored by LifeSource Water Systems. You want to weigh in on that, we're here for you. 888-957-9570 is the number. And with Mark Schlereth coming up here in a half hour, there's a couple other things we want to get to as well. Ross Tucker was on with Steiny and Guru, had a little bit of a different take on Brock Purdy's comments from yesterday. And so we want to get to that. Deebo Samuel also had some interesting things to say about his future with the 49ers that we wanted to discuss. So we're going to do all of that coming up next. Glad you're with us today. Let's hang out. It's Willard and Dibs.
New year, fresh start. Why not with better water? LifeSource.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
So what was on the menu? 7 steaks? 2 whole chickens?
I went and got a giant Wagyu steak for him.
So I'm ecstatic about that.
On 95.7 The Game.
Ooh, I had a bacon wrap filet mignon, courtesy my future dad-in-law, Lincoln Marita, last night.
That's aggressive.
Oh, my God, it was good.
That's aggressive.
On a Monday?
Bacon wrap filet?
Come on, why is that aggressive?
That's a lot of meat. That's meat on meat.
It's a petite filet.
Okay, so probably 4 ounces.
I don't know, whatever.
Yeah.
That's what they offered.
No, it's good.
There was some sauteed spinach and French fries with it, and we had a wonderful time.
I was at Steiny's for New Year's, and we all were invited, and I didn't get to see any of our coworkers. I know some of us came later, but there was a bacon wrap something, and I'm chasing after a 2-year-old, and I look at the platter, and I see bacon around. I don't even know.
Doesn't matter.
And I just grabbed it, and I ate it. I'm like, it's pretty good.
Dude, bacon,
one and done.
Bacon wrapped and then fill in blank.
Sure.
You can put a million different words in there and my answer will be yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Me too. I don't eat a lot of bacon, but I popped one of the bacon wrapped whatevers and I was like, yeah, it might have been a bacon wrapped filet. I don't even know. So I'm not judging you, but all I'm saying is on a Monday, that is a little bit aggressive.
Hey, the invite was there and that was going to be a yes from me, dog. 925 text in. Are we really looking at wives and girlfriends' IG accounts to dictate where players are playing now? Let me see how clearly I can answer this. Yes. I know it's uncomfortable for some of us, but the bottom line is there is a track record. There is a history now of how messaging is sent in professional sports by athletes in their 20s and 30s. Like, that is where we communicate. And so if Fred Warner's wife is throwing a party for Dre Greenlaw's girl and holding up 57 balloons and writing on there, well, but it's such a bummer. We missed the playoffs and your best friend's leaving through free agency.
Right.
I mean, I don't know how much clearer this could be.
It's pretty clear. And
I'm not saying that means it's done, but that's clearly what Sydney Warner thinks is happening.
Well, it's an indication sensation is what it is. Because, you get to this point, and like you said, if you're Dre Greenlaw and you fought so hard to get back and you made it back for a half and you played a half and you were unbelievably good and then you got hurt and Devondre Campbell said, nah, I'm good. And then Greenlaw wasn't good enough to play the rest of the year. You get to the end of the year and you go, guys, yeah, wow, what a year for us, right? I fought back to be able to play again. What do you guys think? And they look at Dre Greenlaw and they go, Dre, I think that you can get more somewhere else. We've got D. Winters and, we've got a couple of other younger linebackers that we probably are going to look at instead. Dre, you're going to always be in our heart, but you know what? We're not going to give you what you can get. Yeah, we'd be willing to give you the vet min, and Greenlaw is probably looking at something closer to what he made, last time around, which was about $7.5 million a year.
I don't know. It's a difficult, dicey sort of contract to figure out, but somebody who's got a lot of space is probably willing to take more of a risk. Maybe that's it. I think it's a huge mistake, and I say that without knowing the ins and outs of the health situation. Can't wait. This is going to be my first question to Doc Pandia next hour. No doubt about it. But the Niners are running to me a huge, huge risk here. These mother bleepers act like they forgot about Dre. I would not do this. I would not let this guy leave the building.
Yeah, I would if I thought that his best years were behind us. And I'm thinking about the linebacker who preceded him, who was not the same player. Don't get me wrong. Don't get it twisted. But they had a guy named Azeez Al-Shaair who was a good linebacker alongside Fred Warner. And he wanted free agent money, and he got it. He got 3 years and $34 million with the Texans.
With the Houston Texans.
And he's been fine.
No, he's been good.
He hasn't been Dre Greenlaw, and he hasn't been as good as he was here.
I don't think he went straight to Houston. Didn't he go to Tennessee first?
He might have gone to Tennessee.
I think he followed Rand Carthon to Tennessee.
Yeah, correct. It was 1 year and $5 million to Tennessee.
Yeah,
and then he got 3 and 34.
He's a good player. He's a good player. But yeah,
he's fine.
No, I think he's a good player. But
he's been in the news lately because he got suspended for the hit on Trevor Lawrence.
He was the one who whacked Trevor Lawrence real bad in that concussion play.
And maybe you look at Dre Greenlaw now and you think that Dre Greenlaw is not going to be what Dre Greenlaw was, and so it makes it an easy call. You're not going to give Dre Greenlaw $8 million a year, and if Dre thinks that he's worth $8 million a year, then go out there and get it.
I mean, a healthy Dre Greenlaw is worth a hell of a lot more.
Healthy Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah, but I mean, how can you? I don't know how you could sit here in January and project that this person's definitely not going to be healthy next year. This is the same regime that was told, do not re-sign Jimmy Ward as your safety. Don't do this.
Jimmy didn't have an Achilles.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
No,
and that's all that matters.
He had repeated injuries, and you're acting like no one's ever come back from an Achilles before. I'm not saying Aaron Rodgers played well, but he's 40. He just played the whole year.
Right. A quarterback versus a linebacker. It's totally different.
Yeah, but an Achilles injury at age, whatever he is, 20-something, he's still very young. Like, I don't know how you would sit here today and know that in September this person's not going to be healthy.
Well, you're not going to know anything. Is McCaffrey going to be healthy?
Well, no.
Is Trent going to be healthy? No, you don't know.
Right.
And Ayuk won't be healthy.
Therefore, you won't sign anyone if you look at it that way.
No, but you have to play the percentages and you have to put a value on it.
And I would argue that in the world of projecting that people will be healthy down the road, because that's likely, more likely than not, I would keep this guy in the building. I don't even know what other teams are offering. Obviously, there's no offer at all yet. Not officially. I'm sure his agent has spoken to teams and has an idea of what those teams might be willing to do. Maybe the Niners aren't willing to do it. I sit here as a lay person who's not a doctor and go, reasonably, I would assume this person can be healthy by September. And if so, this injury, I would argue, likely gives you a chance to get Dre on the cheap. If Dre hadn't got hurt, what would this deal be? What would this deal be if he had finished the Super Bowl and then had another good year this year? This deal would be through the roof.
Well, you wouldn't sign him then because, you're looking at a spot where if you go 6-11 with a healthy Dre Greenlaw and he's good, then you're definitely not going to sign him. And last contract he signed was $8 million a year, and I'm sure that he's looking for money that is probably in that ballpark. And, if he's healthy, is he worth $8 million? Absolutely. But you already have a high-paid linebacker, and you can't pay everyone. And so you have a guy coming off injury who played in 2 games. Really, he played about 3/4 of a game, and you've got young linebackers that you've drafted. And so when you start to look at areas where you can maybe replace a guy, it's going to be hard choices. They have to be made.
No doubt. This is not one that I would choose. That's all I'm saying. I mean, to me, if you can get Dre Greenlaw for $8 million a year, holy hell, what a deal. And by the way, outside of Fred Warner's first 6 games this year, I don't know if I saw a 49er linebacker on TV all year long. I don't want to hear about anybody else in this building. They stunk. Devondre Campbell, you stunk and you were offensive. D. Winters, you were interesting at times. You kept getting hurt. Yeah. So, by the way, why would we think he's going to be healthy? Fred Warner just played the whole year with a broken ankle. Why are we thinking he's going to be healthy?
Well, he was healthy all year.
He wasn't.
He played in every game but one.
And did not play nearly at Fred Warner level after the first 6 games of the year.
He's a Pro Bowler.
Because
some
he's Fred
people
Warner.
thought that Fred Warner was good enough.
Because he's Fred Warner.
Yeah.
My point is the linebacking core was woefully underperforming all year long.
He was your second best defensive player all year.
Yeah,
Fred
because
Warner.
he's Fred and because we're spotlighting when we were having DPOY talk week 6. And then how many turnovers did they get? None for literally the entire second half of the year. And linebackers have a big deal when it comes to turnovers. They get picks, they force fumbles. That group did none of it. So if we're going to sit here and go, someone who's hurt can't be healthy, well, I'm going to let them all go. To me, this is an opportunity to get a known quantity, a wildly talented and emotionally connected locker room player at a cheap price.
You don't know how cheap the price would be.
It's cheaper than it would have been for that talent. That's all I'm saying. We've watched teams do this. They look for opportunities to find guys coming off injury because you get them for value. It doesn't always work, but sometimes it does. Anyway,
right, and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah,
and you're in a spot where you're going to try to pay your quarterback whatever $50+ million. And I know it doesn't kick in this year, but you've got an edge rusher, you've got a couple of defensive tackles, you've got a couple of offensive linemen, you've got a safety, you've got a lot of other people you need to pay. And yeah, you have a couple of younger linebackers that you think that maybe you can slot in. I look at Dre Greenlaw, who blew out one Achilles and then immediately had calf injuries on the other side. He's got knee issues, and it might be a situation where he's never healthy again. And for me, I look at a guy not for what he's done, but what is he going to do? And maybe what you think that he's going to do is not nearly as good as what he has done.
Well, and again, if the price is somewhere around where he was right now, to me, that is all I'm saying. That is a worthy risk. That is a risk that I would take, because the idea, again, it's football. The idea that someone being hurt means that, like, oh, I don't know where this is going to go next. That's all of them. That's all of them. Fred Warner played on a broken ankle. Cool. Dre Greenlaw maybe tried to come back a little quick. We always know, Doc tells us every week, those major injuries, your first year back, you're not yourself. You're not yourself. The second year back, you are. And that's what I would bet on. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. I would bet on that with Dre Greenlaw. Now, if the Saints are sitting there telling his agent that we're going to break him off $22 million a year, okay, fine. But I doubt it.
Right.
I doubt that. That's all. It's stunning to me that this was presented by Sidney Warner so firmly, and done, fait accompli on January 7th. We're having a party for the Greenlaw family because they're heading out of town. On January 7th, I'm like, wait, already?
Well, she could be negotiating through the media. I mean, at the same time.
Sydney for she's not even.
Chestnut checkers.
That's
I mean.
Maybe. I have no, look, again, maybe it's not going to work out that way. But this shook me a little bit. To see it on January 7th, I thought
I was a little surprised by that. But when you look at it, if I take a step back and look at it from a football standpoint, forget the fact that he's been a great emotional leader. This guy played about 74 snaps this year, and he got hurt. He came back off an injury and had 2 other injuries that were not related to the one injury. And so now you've got a guy with maybe another Achilles, and it was the Achilles that was hurt last year, and then he blew out the other one, and now you had a sore knee, and you couldn't play the last couple of games where you would have wanted to showcase him, and it's because of injury, and it sucks. It's sad, but I don't want to pay him $8 or $10 million a year, and if he can go out and get that, go get that. I don't think he can.
I do. I mean, what did they pay Campbell this year? I mean, Grandy, do you know that off the top?
Devondre Campbell?
Yes.
I'm just scrolling through the list right now.
Devondre Campbell contract. Here it is. I got it right here. Okay, he got a $5 million this year. He got $5 million
for 1 year.
You're right. You wouldn't give a few more million to Dre Greenlaw? And again, I don't know what the numbers are.
No.
But yeah, boy, I would. Good Lord, I would. To me, that's such a worthwhile risk. Let's go to Alan in Marin. Hey, Alan, thanks for calling. What's up?
What's up, guys? Yeah, as an objective football fan who, doesn't wear Niner underwear or pajamas, I just want to offer an agreement with Willie with an asterisk. I would give him something. I would not give him anything long term. I'm with Dibley on that point that it's just too big of a risk to give him anything long term. And I wish he wouldn't have come back this year, because if you think back to Navarro Bowman, after that gruesome injury when his ankle got bended back to his ear in the NFC title game, he sat out. I know they're 2 different injuries. I know it's not an Achilles. But he sat out the entire 2014 season, and when he came back in 2015, he led the league in tackles on a really bad team. So he proved himself. Again, the next year is when his drop-off was. He didn't perform in 2016. They released him. His career was pretty much over after that. So I'd give him $10 million for maybe 2 years, but I don't even think of another comp as a linebacker with an Achilles injury other than him or Quan Alexander. Quan looks like a shell of himself this year after tearing his Achilles last year, even though he was probably on the downside of his career with the Steelers last year anyways. But it's just too big of a risk for long term. Give him some. Don't let him walk. I'm with you on that, Willard. Don't let him walk, but you can't give him a 4-year contract.
Yeah,
you can't do that.
Alan, thanks. I mean, we're all talking kind of out of our wahoo right now because I have no idea what's being asked for in terms of years and dollars. I'm talking more in a general sense. Alan, I get it. Look, all of these things come with a risk. They all do. I think of all the times the 49ers have done this, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. 2 players on the defense, now neither of them are linebackers, are popping into my head right now. Now, when the 49ers re-signed Jimmy Ward, they got absolutely ripped. They're like, that guy cannot stay healthy. And my God, it was a great signing. It was wonderful bringing back Jimmy Ward. He was great for the team, and he was a key in some runs very deep in the playoffs. Another time, I literally had a 49er exec look at me and go, $1 million to, thank you, $1 million as a flyer to bring in Jason Verrett? Why not? Why not? And then that blew up in their face.
$1 million flyer.
And then it didn't. And he actually had a wonderful year. And then he got hurt again. And his career's over and all of that stuff. So there was some good...
Wonderful year. He played like 4 games, didn't he, that year?
Verrett, the first year. And then they brought him back again, and he had a Pro Bowl season. And then he got hurt a year or 2 after that. His career was totally marred by injuries. But the idea, again, and this is what I want to ask Doc next hour, the idea that Dre Greenlaw, at this age, who has, I would argue, only had 1 major injury, because they all have injuries, like he's damaged goods now? I don't see it that way.
Well, depends on how you want to look at it. And I'm looking at the Jason Verrett, and he was a Pro Bowler with the Chargers back in 2015 with the Niners. He played 1 game, 13, 1 game, torn Achilles, 1 game.
Yeah, the 13-game year, he was fantastic. He was fantastic that year.
He was okay.
No,
he was not a starter.
Look it up. He was fantastic.
Okay. In 2020 for a terrible team. He did not make the Pro Bowl.
Okay, he was fantastic.
He did not make the Pro Bowl. He was fine. He played a whole year.
Fine.
We can. I don't want to devolve this into a Jason
the
Verrett.
Conversations about Jason Verrett. He was amazing that year.
Relative to what he had been, it was an amazing story. He's a Bay Area kid. I don't want to sit here and disparage his comeback story because he came back from like 5 different career-ending injuries.
Yes.
But the greater point for me is when you have a guy coming off a torn Achilles in a 360-degree swivel spot, he's going to be lesser of a player. And I would rather not invest $8 or $10 million, even for 1 year, on a guy that I don't know can be healthy and be the kind of player that I need him to be.
Let's go next to Jamie in Oakland. Hi, Jamie. Thank you for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, what's up?
Well, I am exactly where you both are. Part of me is like, this guy is way more than just a player. He's like the Kittle of the defense in terms of motivation, all that stuff that you can't write up on a sheet. He's just an amazing human being. And losing him, I think, was impactful, not just losing his play, but losing him on the field, being that incredible spark plug that he is. I think guys play different when he's out there. Yet, a torn Achilles is no joke. There probably won't be the same amount of strength and mobility in that 360 kind of thing that he needs. But I'm like, let's do a year or 2, give him some good money, and you know what? If after a year he can't play anymore, then we're done. But I feel like you have to honor that guy. You can't just let him go.
I mean,
so wrong.
Yeah, Jamie, I'm with you. Thank you so much. It's not that I can't sit here and acknowledge that there's a bit of a roll of the dice. I just sort of feel like that's omnipresent. I mean, I don't know. Is Kevin Durant still playing basketball? Did Terrell Suggs not help bring the Ravens to a Super Bowl? In fact, 6 months after tearing an Achilles, did 40-year-old Aaron Rodgers play a full season this year?
He played a full season.
He played.
And how was he?
Well, he's 40.
He stinks.
Right. He stunk before the torn Achilles, if you really look at the numbers.
So if you want to bring
I'm just talking about, can you come back and be you?
Of course you can. But if you look at the cost-benefit analysis of a guy coming off an Achilles who has another calf strain on the other side and a knee issue, and you want to bring him back, you can do it. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it. And I would imagine that when they talked to Dre Greenlaw, they probably said, Dre, we'd love to have you back. And I would bet you that they gave him an idea of where they saw him in terms of a contract. And he probably said, hold on, let me call my wife. Honey, get the balloons because I'm out of here.
Start the party.
Right, start the party because where the player thinks he is and where the team thinks he is maybe a wide gulf. And you know what, Mark? It's okay. It's okay for him to think that he can get Azeez Al-Shaair money, and he probably can.
He
3
probably
years and $30 million. Can he get 3 and 30 somewhere? And $12 million
get
guaranteed.
3 and 30 here. That's not that much.
Well, it is when you're looking at what you're faced with. And, I mean, a lot of times you want to talk about cap schmap.
Yesterday, you were talking about how the Niners have the most cap space in the NFL next year.
They do, but when you want to allocate it, you don't want to allocate it for a question mark linebacker who's been great, but he's not great right now.
I think who you're bringing in is a bigger question mark because any one of them are coming off of injuries or injury risks. And I don't know how many NFL players out there have the ceiling at the linebacker position that Dre Greenlaw does.
Is his ceiling still the same, or did the upper floor of the house collapse?
I would argue at age 28, the ceiling is still the same. Yes.
I would argue that the ceiling is not the ceiling when you've had an Achilles injury and you have a calf strain that who knows what it could be on the other side.
Calf strain, yeah.
Well, he had that before he blew out the other Achilles.
Understood.
So,
but a calf strain, like, my gosh.
We know what calf strains can blossom into.
Yeah, we also know that most of them are just calf strains, and then you go play. Nick in the city next here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Nick. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call here. Really quick, do you see what J.K. Dobbins is doing down in L.A.? He's coming off a torn Achilles.
And a torn ACL before that, Nick.
And he wasn't all-pro before that. So here's what I'm saying is, like, I think it's silly to say that the Niners should pinch pennies over this, but at the same time, like, they're fiscally conservative. I think all this is a negotiation play. Sydney Warner's in the media. She has a podcast.
Yep.
This is posturing to get the public on the side, light a fire, similar to Debo, similar to Ayuk. Niners are going to draw it out, as they always do, and get the deal done. This is to enrage the Niners fan base, I think, as a negotiation ploy. Would love to hear your thoughts. Love your work. Have a good one, gents.
Nick, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. J.K. Dobbins has played 22 games in the last 4 years. 4 years.
That's unfair. That's not the point he's making. The point torn Achilles was just last year.
Yeah, but the knee injury was before that.
Right, and he looks good this year. He's played very good football this year.
He's played 13 games.
Yeah, and he's played well.
He sat out the last 4 games due to injury.
And he's been fantastic when he plays.
He's been good, but he's been injured. So to say that
NFL players,
to say that he came back and he's been like, he's been magic since the Achilles. Nobody
said that.
That's what he was alluding to.
You can come back and be yourself. You can come back and be yourself.
And you can come back and not be yourself.
Sure. So let's not sign anyone. Because, oh, my God, they could get hurt. You sound on Dre Greenlaw like my mom does when she's going to the airport. We better leave at 5. Honey,
the plane could crash.
It's a 30-minute drive. Let's leave 8 hours early because there could be XYZ. There could be a crash, and there could be police activity, and we could lose our way. Let's print out directions. Like, my God. Who are we going to sign in the NFL if you're scared about them getting hurt?
You're not scared about them getting hurt, but when you look at the track record of an athlete and a guy, J.K. Dobbins, who's played 22 of the last 68 games.
We're talking about Dre Greenlaw.
We're talking about, he mentioned J.K. Dobbins.
Yes, and his point is that he tore his Achilles last year, and this year he looks good. That's his point.
And Dre Greenlaw tore his Achilles last year, and this year he got hurt again.
Yeah, not ready. Right. He tore it in the Super Bowl. That's not a fair comparison.
Right. And he came back and he got hurt again.
And J.K. tore his Achilles at the beginning of the year. He had more than a year to recover. Dre now.
And he came back, and J.K. played, and J.K. got hurt again.
We're talking about next year. We're not talking about this year.
Right.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluid, wipers, lights, and more. No need to get out of your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. Stink, Mark Schlereth joins us next on Willard and Dibs.
Dan Daly.
Back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we love when we get to talk to Stink, Mark Schlereth. We haven't gotten to do it a lot over the holidays, and so here we are. And unfortunately for the 49ers, it'll kind of be an in-review conversation, if you will.
Yeah.
But let's go out to the River Islands guest line here on Willard and Dibs. We're joined by Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day. Be delicious. Happy New Year, Stink. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good. We know you called the game, and I know this was a weird one, and the Niners had a lot of their backups in and whatnot, but seeing them in person and watching them complete a 6-11 campaign, and also talk to the people in the building, I would imagine, were you able to kind of gather everything or anything as to why this just went wrong?
Yeah, well, I think obviously injuries, and everybody gets injured, but a lot of injuries. Talking to Chris Forrester, your offensive line coach, who's one of the best run coach / run game coordinators, O-line coaches, and 6 different guys on the O-line went on IR. When you're playing backups, especially at that position, it's interesting how the league operates in today's game. You've got 8 to 10 guys, 12 guys that you pay 75% of your salary, 80% of your salary to, and then the rest of everybody else is, fighting over the leftovers. And ultimately, when those guys get hurt or those guys play hurt or those guys aren't up to snuff, and you have to replace them with backups in today's game, it's just different. Like when I came into the National Football League and I'm playing for the Washington Redskins, every one of our backup offensive linemen had 4 years of starting in the league at some other place. And they came in, and so when somebody went down, somebody came in for the most part and had, a lot of time, a lot of service in the National Football League. And it's just the way rosters are constructed. We pay so much money to the superstars that we try to cut corners and save money by keeping guys on our roster that really don't have a lot of experience or really shouldn't be playing in the National Football League. So there's an issue there. I think the other thing, frankly, is 3 straight years to a Super Bowl or an NFC championship. I think that's a mentally and physically tired football team. You're playing another, 4 weeks, 3 games, whatever it is, over the course of 3 years. It wears on you. And I think you saw a team that just got tired and physically tired and mentally tired and the whole 9 yards. So, I think there was a lot to overcome there. And, I look for them to bounce back, to rebound, and be right back to being one of the top teams in the NFC next year.
And facing a last-place schedule next year and also taking on the South in the AFC and the NFC should help unless those teams do get a lot better. I want to ask you about the depth, Stink, and particularly the offensive line and the running back position. When you look at what this team was putting out there toward the end of the year, is that where they started to fall short, just not having enough good quality NFL players on the O-line?
Yeah, that's huge. When you're starting a left tackle who was on the practice squad of Arizona, a week earlier, that's hard. Like that's hard to do that. And then you start to think about, when you have that situation, then you have to understand we got to mitigate the potential issues there. So what are we going to do from a protection standpoint? What kind of plays are we going to call? How much does it limit your playbook when you're playing with backups? How many things can you do? How many things do those guys understand? How many things can those guys execute? So instead of attacking your opponent offense or, as an offense, instead of attacking your opponent, which you're normally trying to do, half the time you're just trying to mitigate potential disaster. So you're not going after somebody's weaknesses as much as you are just trying to protect your own weaknesses. And so all that stuff lays into it. All that stuff plays into it. I know that it's disappointing, but at the same time, I still watch them on film and still see what they're capable of, and think, boy, they get healthy and they get that right, that they're going to be a good football team.
Stink, we were just debating the merits of Dre Greenlaw going forward. He's a free agent, and so it's hard to figure out based on the injury situation and when he came back. He kind of gets hurt again, but he's been such a great player. As someone who's had 4 million surgeries like yourself, Can you speak to what that's like when you have a major injury, and can you come back and be yourself again?
Yeah, can you come back and be yourself? I think that's the interesting question. One of the things I always tell guys, and I get occasionally, people reach out to me, agents reach out to me, or players reach out to me that have had some injury issues. And one of the things I always tell guys is that you've got to create a new 100%. And that new 100% may be 80% of what it used to be, but that's your new 100%. And then you've got to just go, I'm good enough to be really good and have the challenge of playing that way. But I see a lot of guys, or I think, this way, that a lot of people will kind of, I'm not quite 100% myself right out of a job. And when you're cleared to play, you're healthy enough to play, it may not be 100% and it may not be 90%. It may be 75%. But you got to figure out how to play, what your new parameters are at 75%. You got to be able to go out there and not only play, not only start, but go out there and play well. And so I think that's the challenge mentally of getting over that and being okay saying, hey, man, I'm 85% of what I used to be, but I'm still really good, even at this 85%. And that's where your mental growth of the game really starts to take over. So as you lose athleticism and as you lose ability, you better be gaining those mental edges and how I can cheat this game to produce, and how I can study and how I can see things through a different lens. And so there's a lot that goes into being able to play hurt. I've always said, hey, man, not only do you have to play hurt in this league, but you have to play injured. And more importantly, you have to play well, hurt, and injured. And it was one thing over the course of my career I could always do. I could always go out feeling like garbage and being injured and still find a way to whip your ass. And that was, that's a badge of honor, and that's something that was what I truly embraced. And that's something that you've got to be able to do.
Yeah, and it's something Fred Warner did all year long when he was playing hurt, and he probably was playing injured. And you had me thinking about Brock Purdy when you were talking about the mental aspect, because I was watching him all year, Mark, and it seemed like he was playing with a little bit of the thought in the back of his mind, like he had to do something special to try to earn the contract. How hard is it to be in a spot like that with big money awaiting and still go out there and trust the process and still play the way you're supposed to play?
Yeah, I think ultimately it's easy to say, well, you just got to, put it to the side and not think about it, and it's just not realistic. You're human, and it's interesting. Every guy is different. I always kind of marvel at the guys who have a lot of things going on in their lives, a lot of issues or whatever. They can use the field as a sanctuary, and just forget about problems, forget about issues, and just go out there and play their butts off. I wasn't one of those guys, man. Things had to be right. Like I couldn't have a lot of strife in my life or anything. Things had to be good for me because I wore that stuff on my sleeve. So I just think that's a really hard thing to do. And you think about those things, and you want to be perfect. You want to go out there and earn that. You want to show the organization that you're worth it. And ultimately, I think Brock Purdy played pretty well considering all the injuries up front, the injuries to all the running backs, the changes you have to make offensively as a coaching staff because you can't do the things that you're normally capable of doing. Like all those things, you limit your playbook, all that stuff. So I think ultimately he played really well. And, and again, he's not like he's up for a contract renegotiation, but he still has another year left on his contract. So you're going to have to come to grips with, you're probably not going to get top dollar. You're probably not going to break the bank or set the market, but you can still make generational money. So you've got to come to grips with that about getting a new contract done.
Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. You can purchase Hellman's at your local Walmart, Kroger, or grocery store to add extra deliciousness and creamy flavor to your game day dishes. This football season, we're hanging with Stink, Mark Schlereth, right here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Mark, how did you view the Deebo Samuel year? And I think the two answers seem to be he's lost a step or the way he's being used, defense is sort of caught up to it. How did you see it?
I saw it as, one, a guy that had some nagging injuries throughout the course of the season that really bothered him. Two, Debo's superpower isn't I'm a great route runner. Debo's superpower is I go out and catch the ball and run you over. So for him to be an incredibly effective football player, you got to get the ball in his hands. And the way they got the ball in his hands over the last few years is run the snot out of the ball, set it up, open up that play action, get him the ball in space with nobody around him, and he's going to break tackles and make big-time plays. Those things got shut down this year. Those things with the multiple different backs. You don't have Christian McCaffrey as a threat. You don't Jordan Mason wasn't the greatest pass catcher out of the backfield. You used five different backs over the course of the year. So you never really were able to consistently get into the plays and into the playbook part that really where Deebo Samuel just excels. He's not an X or just lining up over here and running this great route. I mean, he just uses his body. He's so strong at the point of the catch. And Kyle Shanahan is described to me on more than one occasion as a fullback that happens to play wide receiver. That's who he is with his body type and the way he plays.
So when you look at ways to get him into that spot, did you look at the team this year and think that it was the scheme that was unable to get him into those spots that we've seen in the past, or is it more just a byproduct of not having McCaffrey and not having Ayuk, and so defenses were able to key on him much more readily?
Yeah, I think it's the latter. I mean, you don't have Ayuk. Ayuk is a legit threat out there, right? And he's a guy that you've got to contend with, and so he ties up more people in coverage. You're less likely to just single him up. You're more likely to have somebody over the top, or maybe a safety over and swoop a linebacker underneath, or something of that nature, where you're trying to take him away from that. I love Juwan Jennings, but he's not the same guy out there at X. He doesn't do that for you. So yeah, I think a lot of it had to do with just the way the season played out. I don't think it's like, I hear these ridiculous things about, Kyle Shanahan, that everybody's catching up to his system. No, that's not it. It's that you didn't have the same horses. You didn't have the offensive line. You broke down at the running back position. You don't have a running back that motions outside the numbers and threatens you like a wide receiver. There's a lot of different things that went on there. And it's funny, sitting there talking to defense coordinator for Arizona, the Cardinals, a guy by the name of Nick Rallis. I mean, he will tell you it's the toughest. Kyle Shanahan is the toughest coordinator, toughest play caller that I have to face every single year. And as a matter of fact, before I became a play caller, before I became a D coordinator, when I was a quality control guy in the off season, I used to study the Niners and then make up game plans, entire game plans, how I would do this or how I would try to do this. That's the kind of respect that Kyle Shanahan has around the National Football League. And that's not unique to Nick Rallis. That's everybody you talk to. So, it is one of those things. It's an unfortunate year. You won 6 games. It's not what you wanted to have happen. But I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just trying to give you reasons why things happen.
Sting, can you expand on that a little bit? When you have a conversation with a defensive coordinator and he says Kyle Shanahan's the hardest play caller to prepare for, why? What is that makes it so difficult?
He does a great job of attacking your weaknesses, a great job of setting up big plays off the things he calls, and a great job of adjusting to anything you give him. So, he's got a photographic memory of what you're doing, what you're trying to take away, and what works against that. And, ultimately, he's got such an unbelievable knowledge of what you're doing on the defensive side, what your rules are on the defensive side. Kyle Shanahan operates an offense as though he were a defensive coordinator. I believe he could probably call a game as a defensive coordinator without an issue. He's so versed in what you're doing and so good at attacking the things that you do well the things that you do poorly. And so, like I always say, it's not just guys who call plays, it's guys who call an offense. Like guys who understand what they're setting up, why they're setting something up, what they're going to get, and how they're going to attack it. And his dad was the same way. His dad would sit there and tell you, this is the same thing Kyle does. Like, this is what we're going to run. This is why we're going to run it. This is how it's going to work. And this is what they're going to give us. And, and then this is, the benefit of doing this is you're going to get, an explosive off the play action off of this, and you're going to get a big run, and you're going to get a catch. And like, he's always been able to do that. And we're going to hit them, after we set them up and tenderize them with this, then we're going to get them over the top with this. And it just ends up, I can't tell you how many times I've heard Mike Shanahan, when I was playing, say, oh, dude, we're going to run this, X number of times, then we're going to get this off of it. And then all of a sudden, the second quarter, here it comes, and you can see it. And he's like, all right, here we go. We're going to get him on this one. And sure enough, it's wide open. He did the Super Bowl. In Super Bowl 33, the big play over the top to Rod Smith, that was set up during the week. We talked about that during the week. And sure enough, we got them in that position in that defense, and Rod Smith goes 80 for a touchdown. It's just what they do.
And I love the idea of tenderizing. You had me thinking about dinner tonight and tenderizing a steak, because you're right, the way they do tenderize. And Mark and I were talking before the show about how they had the number one most 20-plus yard pass plays in football this year, yet they were one of the worst red zone offenses. What do you attribute that fact to, the idea that they got in the red zone and then Kyle and the offense couldn't get it done?
Well, that's, again, I would point to personnel. When you get into the red zone, there's so many. I get this. It's always funny to me. I hear coordinators say, hey, and you guys have heard this. Oh, 8-man front. We didn't want to bang our head against the wall. We had access to the outside. We're going to throw the ball in these situations, right? And I said, okay. Well, I always say, okay, well, what are you going to do when you get inside the 20? Because everything's an 8-man front. As a matter of fact, everything's a 9-man front. So now what? Now what are we going to do? And teams that know how to run the ball in those situations have great success. And ultimately, when you've got a revolving department store door at the running back position, and you got a beat up offensive line, and you're not running the ball effectively, then teams play you different. And then all of a sudden you lose, weapons with Ayuk being out and some of the other things that happen. Like, it just is, it's different. When you've got, McCaffrey in your backfield, you've got the threat of the run, and you've got the threat of the pass, and you've got all these, you can dump it off and you can break tackle. It's just different. So there was some things that went on there, but I think it boils down to how well you run the ball in the red zone, and how well you set up your play action off of that stuff to create a little bit of space, because there's not a lot of space in the red zone. When you run a high-low combination route, you're trying to separate a defense. It just doesn't separate. Everybody plays kind of high to low. So being able to run the ball in there, in that area, is just imperative to you having success.
Stink, if I took away the 1 seeds, who do you think would go to the Super Bowl?
I think right now, Baltimore, they've fixed their defense. Their defense was atrocious for a long time. They've made some adjustments on the defensive side of the ball, and they're playing really well. That Hamilton kid is playing. He still plays a lot in the line of scrimmage, but they've moved him back more to being a free safety, and he just erases plays. He's still a great run defender as well. I think Humphrey at the cornerback position is playing great football right now, and they're just better. They've just gotten a lot better up front. They're starting to pressure people and win their one-on-ones and do those things. So they're just playing a lot better there. And then they know how one thing I think they will not forget this year is how they are built, how they are structured, their identity. They have got to run the ball both with Lamar and with King Henry. And then, off of that, they get all those one-on-one opportunities in their drop-back game, all that man stuff, all free access to the outside. And Lamar has just been pinpoint in that stuff. He's been so good. the one thing they can't do, if you drop back 40 times, you do like you did in Kansas City, where you gave last year, you gave your running back 6 attempts or 8 attempts or whatever it was. I just don't think they're going to fall victim to that again. They are going to run the ball. They're going to run their team the way they've run it all season, or at least these last 6-8 weeks, and they've been exceptional doing it.
You like anybody in the NFC?
In the NFC, other than Detroit, I like Philly. Now, again, I think they're the 2 best rosters in football. Detroit's been beat up. Anzalone coming back the other night was big time for them. He was really, really good. I think Detroit, you can make an argument, has the best roster in football. But, Jalen Hurts still hasn't passed the concussion protocol. So, that's really interesting to me. I think, we all assume he's going to be fine. I assume he's going to play. I don't think it's going to be an issue, but I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, that game's coming up here pretty quick.
Yeah. 1:30 Sunday. Yeah.
Hey, Stink, wonderful having you as always. Wonderful all season long. Thank you so much.
It's my pleasure, man. Be well.
Okay, you too,
Mark. Yeah.
That was Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. Insider calls are brought to you by Hellman's Real Mayonnaise. Mayo game day, be delicious. What stuck out other than the fact that Kyle Shanahan is the best coach in the National Football League?
Well, and he played for Kyle's dad.
Yes,
so,
he did.
We want to make sure that gets entered into the equation. Just the idea of, teams have not caught up to Kyle Shanahan. And I do think that what he says about the red zone is a fair way to look at it. It is personnel. When you get down inside the 20 and the Niners were bad this year and you're facing an 8-man front and you've got a running back, Jordan Mason, who's not a great pass catcher, well, there goes that option. And then Deebo Samuel, not a great route runner, there goes that option. And your best route runner tore his ACL, there goes that option. So you got Juwan and George and a non-blocking, non-pass catching running back and a weak offensive line. Good luck.
Yep.
I mean, that's kind of what I took from him about the red zone.
And you asked me a question this morning that I think is relevant in this conversation, which is, do the 49ers need another wide receiver this offseason?
Yeah, right.
And my answer to that is no, especially if you're talking about the allocation of major resources. I don't know what you meant by that. Did you mean like drafting one early? Did you mean free agency?
Just in general, I'm looking at Juwan and Deebo and Ricky Pearsall.
And at some point in the year, Brandon Ayuk. Like, he's not going to miss the year.
No, but I'm looking at probably November or October, whatever it is. Yeah. It won't be week 1, I don't think. But I was thinking about it in a vacuum because you look at a lot of these other teams. Philly's got 2 really good ones. And, Detroit's got an elite one. Minnesota's got one of the best in football. The Rams have 2. And you've got a non-route runner. You've got 3rd and Juwan. And you've got a rookie who is starting to flash. Do you need more than that?
Well, we can get into that a little bit more. And what do y'all think? 888-957-9570. Niner wide receiver room set, yes or no? We can get into that. Also, we mentioned Ross Tucker was on with Steiny and Goo, had a little bit of a different take on Brock Purdy's comments from yesterday. We'll play that for you. And Terrell Owens is going to be in studio in a freaking half hour, okay? We're sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safe travel in the new year starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians will check fluids, wipers, lights, and more. No need to get out of your vehicle. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. This is Willard and Dibbs.
This game day traffic report is brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. If you're heading towards Chase
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, dog, you go first. What's your answer? Niners need another receiver?
Do they need another receiver? Yes, they do.
Okay.
They need another receiver.
What do you mean by that?
Well, what I mean is you've got, right now, as it sits, you've got Deebo Samuel, not what I would consider a prototypical receiver. He's a football player, and he's a good one. You've got a tight end who's a really good receiver. So if you want to rank your receivers right now, George Kittle is number 1 on your team. Number 2 is probably Juwan Jennings. And, okay, what can he do for an encore? If he can do what he did this year, next year, that's great. And then your number 3 receiver for me is a toss-up between Deebo Samuel and Ricky Pearsall. I don't think that Deebo Samuel is really a prototypical receiver. He's a football player. He's a guy who you want to have the football in his hands, but he oftentimes doesn't run a lot of routes and do a lot of catching of the football in a traditional way.
I mean, I think important for people to hear what Stink just told us about Juwan Jennings, who we all have these wonderful feelings about right now, and we should. He overperformed. He did some things that I certainly didn't think he could do at the beginning of the year, but he was playing Brandon Ayuk's position. We call wide receivers, well, there's the 1 and the wide receiver 2 and the wide receiver 3, and that's very fantasy football-esque in the way that our minds as fans work.
Right.
But there are positions. There's the X,
yes.
And that's right. That's what Juwan was playing this year.
The X,
and
exactly.
he's not as good at that as Brandon is. That's not what Juwan has done in the past.
Exactly.
And in theory, I would bet that if they come back next year and Brandon's not ready, I would bet that Ricky is going to get that position. That's my projection, my prediction, if you want.
Right.
And so I don't think they need another receiver, at least not as far as allocation of resources. If you're talking about an early pick or some sort of a free agent, do they need some more bodies? Sure. I don't know yet what their plans are for Jacob Cowing and the Chris Conleys of the world, but
yeah, fine.
If you're asking me if your core receiving core can be Pearsall, Deebo, Jennings, and when Ayuk gets there, call it week 5. I think that's all right.
Yeah,
I'm okay with that.
I don't think it's good enough, and it's kind of a mixed answer because on the one hand, it's not good enough, but on the other hand, you don't do, as we've talked a lot about, and I don't want to bore you with personnel groupings because I know your eyes glaze over when I hit you with 21 personnel,
what?
But they do run a lot of 2 running back, 1 tight end, which is 2 wide receivers. They do a lot of 22, which is 2 tight ends, 2 running backs, 1 receiver. They don't do a lot of 3 receiver. They almost do no 4 receivers. But I look at if your 3 receivers are Pearsall, Jennings, and Deebo, and I know Brandon will be back by week 2, 3, 4, 1,
Don't forget
7.
Christian might be on the field now, and that changes things as far as throwing the ball.
It does. But I look at this year when you didn't have Christian, you had Christian for 2 games, 2.5.
It felt like
roughly.
It felt like they had the Christian that we know for a half of football in Buffalo in the snow.
Right.
But
Did you
I don't know. It was 3 or 4. Yeah.
You never had Brandon, Christian, George, Deebo, and Juwan.
Well, you never had Brandon and Christian, period.
Right.
Yeah.
And so you had Brandon for about 3 games, 1 of which was good. You had Christian for about 3 games, a half of which was good. You had Deebo all year, and it was really up and down. George Kittle was amazing, and Juwan was fantastic. And Ricky Pearsall, my God, the last 2 or 3 weeks was
flashed at the end.
All right, Ricky.
I'm high on Ricky Pearsall.
I'm excited about
time.
Ricky, but when I look at other teams against whom you're going to compete and you want to compare just receiving groups and take your top 3 against their top 3, and Detroit's better, Green Bay's better, Minnesota is better.
I'm not going to argue that, but
Rams is better.
But I don't look at it that way.
Seattle's is better.
But I don't look at it that way. It's not about I'm going to take your receivers and you put my receivers and let's stand them next to each other in the hallway and you tell me which you want. I look at it more in terms of the entire offense that is playing. So
and I'm with you.
If you give Brock Purdy a good offensive line, if Christian McCaffrey's out there, if Kittle's your tight end and your receivers are Pearsall, Jennings, Deebo, and some Ayuk when he gets there, I think the defenses will have a problem. That's what I would say.
Well, I would say that when healthy is pretty good, but it still is not as good as what Seattle will roll out. It's not.
Oh, I think it's way better than what
Smith
Seattle will roll out.
and having DK Metcalf and Lockett.
Yeah, but in a completely different system, I think Lockett, by the way, is absolutely on the way down. I think their quarterback is
you think
worse.
He's lost a step?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what Jackson Smith-Njigba has taken over.
And DK Metcalf is still the truth.
He's a very good player. He's a crazy person.
That's fine.
Yeah, he's very up and down.
I look at Arizona's up-and-coming core with a great tight end and, Harrison Jr., who
Harrison Jr. was
up and down
mildly disappointing. Yeah.
Better rookie year than Ricky Pearsall.
Well,
I mean,
yes, that's funny,
what are we doing?
Yes.
Are we having a discussion?
Yeah.
I mean,
yes, we're having a discussion.
And you look at Green Bay, they're better. Minnesota's better. Detroit's better. So do they need a better wide receiver? I would say yes.
Yeah,
now, do I want them to spend $30 million on a guy? No. High draft capital on a guy? No. Is there a veteran you could bring in a la, I don't know, Anquan Bolden when you brought him in toward the end of his career?
I don't mind that, but it's like whoever you're bringing in, what are you asking them to do? If you're high on Ricky Pearsall and you say you are, and I am, well, now you're like when Brandon gets back, you're 4 deep. You don't have a lot. Like you've said this many times, it's not that many balls to go around in San Francisco.
Right.
Don't throw the ball as much as others, and they've got all these mouths to feed. What would you be asking someone else to come in and do?
At least
there's not that much to do.
Well, you can at least be a depth piece. And,
sure, I don't mind that. Yeah,
and I don't know about Deebo Samuel as a true wide receiver, and I look at this year, Kittle had 78 catches, Juwan had 77, and then, big drop down to Deebo, and Ricky Pearsall, another huge drop down to Ricky, and Ayuk was never really able to get going, and I don't know what he's going to be, so I wouldn't mind a little insurance, and again,
I don't mind that.
I don't want to pay, 3 years and $60 million for a guy.
You're talking depth pieces.
Yeah,
I don't mind that. Yeah, if you want a veteran, something here, there, whatever, make it a little deeper so that when there are injuries or if Brandon struggles, we don't end up with Ronnie Bell on the field.
Exactly.
That I'm with you there.
And this year you had Ronnie Bell and you had Chris Conley, God love him, but he wasn't a guy who was ever able to really contribute. And I don't have a lot of faith in Deebo as a guy who's going to go out there and be a receiver. For me, he's become more of a change of pace guy, running back.
I think he can be who he has been in the past. Like, I'm still pro Deebo, man.
I'm still pro-ish Deebo.
I want that guy on this team, and I have full belief that if the system all gets back, like Schlereth was talking about, if this gets healthy, if the offensive line produces better, I am still very, very pro Deebo. I still think he's the same guy he's always been, which is your job is to get him the ball in space. And then he's very, very dangerous. He's never all of a sudden this year, this became this thing. Oh, Deebo's not a traditional receiver. He's never been one.
Right.
He never was.
Well, and you didn't give him the ball as a running back because
he can still do all the things he used to do.
I mean, can he?
I think so. I think so.
I don't think so. And, I think that he took, I'm not saying that he lost a step, but he took a step back, and whether or not it was the offense, the scheme, him, all the above, but you look at him as a running back, and he was one of the least efficient running backs in all the football.
There's one thing that I would say about the wide receiver core. It's not so much a person or where he would be in the pecking order. I don't know if this is just anti-Shanahan philosophy. I would love to see the 49ers be able to stretch the field a little bit further with their speed. I would love for someone to scare the defense over the top.
You sound like Steiny right now.
Well, they're so good right around the line of scrimmage. They can be so creative, and Purdy is so good in the middle of the field, and Kittle is good in there, and Juwan is good in there, and Christian McCaffrey, my God, is just like a weapon of all weapons right there. And they do so many things there. I feel like the defenses now, we all know that they're like, we're going man, and they're just pressing up against the line of scrimmage. I want someone to come out and scare them where they're like, wait a minute, we got to make sure that guy doesn't fly over the top. And they didn't have that this year. And even the guys who can sort of do that, Ayuk can sort of do that. And then he was gone. And then you ended up with Juwan Jennings and Deebo Samuel. And you're like, well, what? And I think Ricky can do that a little bit.
Well, and the guy who
did
can
against
do it
Detroit
is Garendo, and they did that out of the backfield a few times where they run the wheel route, and you get a guy with 4.3 40 speed into space. That's not exactly what you're talking about, but
right. I'm talking about a receiver, but yeah.
Right, just off the line, and boom, you're gone, and we're gonna go 7 steps, and we're gonna chuck it.
I think what they wanted Danny Gray to be,
right,
and wasn't.
Yeah, and I don't think that. This year the offense didn't have the O-line protection to do that.
Right.
And I don't think that Kyle Shanahan is normally built to want to do that a lot, but I'm with you. Like a time or two, let's go ahead and cut it loose, as Lo Neal would say.
Yeah.
And they didn't do that this year at all.
And maybe it's not their strength. I get it, right? Like, I mean, Brock Purdy is not... He's not got the biggest gun in the league, obviously.
Yeah.
It's never been Kyle Shanahan's thing. It's never. That offense is never, whether it's been Jimmy, Brock, whatever. This has never been like, let's just chuck it, bro. Like, we're not,
right.
The Niners are not the Raiders. That's not what they want to do. And so that's fine. I mean it more, not like decoy's the wrong word, but I'd love to see the defense be scared about what could happen over their head.
A threat. It's like you as a parent, where it's like, the idea of I mean, in a vacuum, all of us as parents, like
kids are looking at me like, "What are you gonna do,
dude?" That's like me with a 2-year-old. It's like, if you don't clean up your toys, and my wife looks at me and goes, "She's 2," and I say, "She knows exactly what I'm saying."
That's my favorite when parents are like, "Well, when the kids get old enough to where they can look at you and they're gonna be like, totally calling your bluff."
Yeah.
Like you walk into Disneyland and that kid is misbehaving and you're just like, if you don't shape up, we're out of here. And the kid looks at you and goes, I know how much you spent to get in here. You ain't going anywhere.
$1,000, Dad. It's the whole idea.
I'm out.
The if-then proposition. Yes. What you want from Kyle is to be able to look at the defense and say, if you don't respect our deep threat, then
we're going to pop one over your
head.
We
may leave Disneyland.
That's right. We're going home.
We're going home. And right now the defense is like, we know what you paid, Shanahan.
You're not going
we know
anywhere.
You're in love with time of possession. We know you love 3 yards and a cloud of must and all the rest of it. So I'm with you in a vacuum, but I just don't think that Kyle is, I can honestly say he's not built for that.
Oh, nice shot.
Yeah.
Well, let's hear from some people on this. By the way, those of you who are...
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Excited about T.O.'s appearance as we are. He's coming. I think we just got a phone call, a little behind schedule. No surprise. That's the way life works. Yep. But he'll be here maybe a little bit closer to 4:30 than 4.
Okay.
But T.O. in studio is on the way. Never fear. T.O. will be here. Let's go to Austin in the city. Hi, Austin. Thanks for the call.
Hey, no worries. Thank you, too. Hey, I just want to say this, man. We do need a wide receiver. Shanahan really messed up in the draft when he drafted all the way down and get Trey Lance and passed up on Jamar Chase. That helps you beat you over the top and take so much pressure off. And then I give Debo for the slants. We can't gain separation with the receivers we have. So I don't want to go in the next season not gaining separation. And then only last separation we had was Sanders, and he came in with an off an ACL injury. And how many Super Bowl quarterbacks are we going to waste? Well, so yes, I believe we do need a wide receiver that can beat you deep.
Austin, can I ask you this, though? The separation thing, which we've never worried about in the past until this year, and all of a sudden this year, you're not wrong. Like, you're not wrong. They struggle with that this year.
Even in the past with Kyle Shanahan, even in the past, he was barely gaining separation.
I mean...
Yes, until we got Sanders... That made Jimmy G throw the ball down the field and throw the interception. He was throwing the ball down the field.
Well, right, but that's
wasting all these Super Bowl quarterbacks.
But that's going way back. Like, my point would be that as long as Christian McCaffrey has been on this team, if we just go back that far, if we do that, which has been a couple years now, I don't think the Niners have struggled with separation because the defense, their eyes, and I think that's what Schlereth is getting at. Like, their defense, Kyle Shanahan's really good at getting the defense's eyes to dart all over the place. Pre-snap motion, lots of different weapons, things happening behind the line of scrimmage. And when you start taking the personnel out that's really good at that, the defense this year didn't have darting eyes as much, therefore making it harder man-on-man coverage for people to get open. And they were largely people who don't do that, Debo and Juwan. So I'm not disagreeing with you. I just think the infusion of some new personnel back, whether it's McCaffrey, Ayuk, and now an experienced Pearsall, I think that separation stat may change.
It may not, but if coming to next year, if we don't gain separation, if I'm a defensive team, I'm running man all game. I'm running it all game. We have not shown that we can beat anyone deep. Besides Brennan Jennings and Brandon Ayuk, and Brandon Jennings is a low budget. What's his name? Michael McCaffrey. Other than that,
You mean Juwan Jennings? I know you mean Juwan Jennings.
Yeah.
Brandon Jennings used to be a nice left-handed shooter for like the Milwaukee Bucks or whatever. But anyway, Austin, thank you,
Mr. Jennings, Keith Jennings, former Warrior.
Yes.
As we run through all our Jennings,
we're all going to do this when we say, it may work, it may not. We're right. The Niners under Kyle Shanahan have never been a beat you over the top team. I'm with you that I'd love to see that threat. But even if that threat is there, let's be real. It's not like that's going to be their bread and butter.
No.
It will never be Kyle Shanahan's bread and butter.
No, it's always going to be with the fullback half the time and using the tight end and 2 tight ends and running a lot of play action and the underneath and between the numbers and all the rest of it. I did find it interesting, Mark, and you kind of came back at me on our show thread today. You're like, or Lucas was like, put this into context. What does that mean? And I was looking at the numbers of the most 20-yard receptions by team, and the Niners had the most. So we all want them to throw the ball deep, but the Niners led football in most pass plays that resulted in 20 yards or more.
20-plus yards, yeah.
So
they were number one?
Number one. And they were number 2 in percentage of completions. Only Green Bay had a higher percentage.
I think that's why when you hear George Kittle go, dude, we move the ball up and down the field all year. And you guys suck.
Number 1.
You guys suck, but he's not wrong.
And that's where we were talking before about net yards. They were top 5 again for the 6th straight year in net yards gained versus yards allowed. They again were in the top 5, and yet
6 and 11.
6 and 11.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of things more than just throw it down the field.
There's some more people want to weigh in on this. We'll get right back to you shortly, but we're going to hop out to the River Islands guest line and bring in our very good friend, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, the Niners season is done. There's still plenty of injuries to talk about. We'll have more injury news with the Warriors and be checking in with you and Doc Feely throughout the season, but glad to have you here today and want to get to a lot. Can you first off weigh in on a debate that we were having earlier about Dre Greenlaw? This was year 1. He missed most of it. He came back. He kept getting hurt. What do you see as the long-term viability of Dre Greenlaw looking like his former self?
Yeah, so I was listening to you guys. You both are right. And I think there's some nuances on both sides. I think number one, if you look at the vast majority of NFL players coming off Achilles, a lot of them don't return. So the fact that Dre Greenlaw returned to the NFL and played at a game already puts him in a different tier of, people coming back from an Achilles. The second thing is that his age is definitely working in his favor, as opposed to being 35 or 40 like Aaron Rodgers. He is younger, so that works in his favor as well too. But if you look at the subset of players who come back from an Achilles successfully, linebackers are the one that have the biggest impact in terms of their performance. The key question, which we don't know, is what does Dre Greenlaw look like next year? Yes, he's going to play better, but how much better will he get, and what is his ceiling? And that's the great unknown that we don't know with him. He's young. He's played well that game back. So I think that's really going to be the determination of whether the 49ers want to potentially bring him back or what's going on with social media with all those posts with him. So I really do think that, yes, he has the potential to be back. Things are working in his favor. But the data is something that he has to battle against because players at this position just don't do well historically.
Yeah, and the subset you were mentioning about linebackers, how much of this is, I guess, predicated on the fact that he does have to go forward, backward, left, right, and make movements in all directions?
Yeah, I think that's probably the biggest factor that makes it difficult for this position to do well, and also probably gives teams pause at this position. If he was a quarterback, even if he's a lineman, a lot more things are in his favor, but the fact that he's constantly cutting, he's pivoting, he's being explosive, he's changing directions, and he had these issues with his other calf, he's got this knee. All these things are things you worry about. Now, in an ideal world, potentially he'd had 5 or 6 games to kind of show how he's playing, but he had one game, he played well, then also he got injured. So there are a lot of questions where it is a little difficult to predict what he may do, even though he has some things in his favor.
Doc Pandia with us on Willard and Dibs. I don't want to ask for wild speculation, but what can you say as far as when we should expect next season to see Brandon Ayuk?
In general, when you look at NFL wide receivers, you're looking somewhere between 10 to 11 months. Now, he had MCL and potentially some other stuff as well, too. So I would anticipate 10 to 11 months from when he had his surgery done. I think the same thing, just like with Greenlaw. If you look at the positions that do the worst coming off ACLs, it's wide receivers and running backs that have a very difficult time coming back. So they do come back, but you see players that come back, but potentially then have that first or second season where it takes a longer time to get that skill set back. So I would say probably middle of the season, I think that's where it lands. So that gives them some time to kind of slowly ramp back up. But I think expecting him potentially be right back in August could be a little difficult, particularly at the position that he plays.
Brock Purdy, everyone was scared when he went out with the elbow injury, and you could see the expression on his face. It was kind of deja vu back to Philadelphia. It turned out to not be a UCL injury. Is this just complete coincidence and happenstance that it happened in the same elbow where he had surgery?
I think there's a little bit of just kind of bad luck. If you get hit in that area, the other players who can have kind of like tingling in that nerve. I think the one thing with Purdy is that nerve area is probably a little bit more sensitive because of the surgery. A lot of times when you do UCL surgeries, you do move that ulnar nerve around and it gets a little bit more sensitive. So I think part of it was probably just bad luck. He got potentially impacted in that area, but his nerve is probably a little bit more sensitive than someone else's nerve. And if we remember back to when he was going to have his surgery done, there was a little bit of a delay because the nerve was irritated. The surgeon he saw came out openly and said, hey, we're going to wait a little bit because that nerve is irritated. So I think that nerve is probably a little bit more sensitive, but I wouldn't worry about it into the offseason. I think it was just bad luck getting in a place that's a little bit more sensitive.
Doc, want to ask you about Jonathan Kuminga. What do you see with that injury, and what are we looking at, and particularly with the trade deadline coming up, and what should Warrior fans be thinking about that one?
Yeah, I think anytime you have a player who at the time of injury, the team's already saying, hey, this was a severe injury, it's a little bit more significant. Even before you get an MRI, based on how he looks, you do get a little bit more concerned. And when you see this 3-week reevaluation timeline, doesn't mean typically that he's going to be, quote unquote, playing in 3 weeks. It could be another 3 to 4 weeks afterwards. So when you get these more moderate to severe sprains, you're looking at 6 weeks. And for a player who's explosive and moves around a lot, you don't know how that's potentially going to impact his performance. So if there was any potential that he was going to be moved at the trade deadline, it's hard to know how he's going to be playing because teams are going to wait to see what he's doing on the court. So you worry about how he's going to do. He's young, he's healthy. It's not a 3-month-long injury, but you do get a little bit concerned how this is going to potentially linger as the rest of the season goes on.
Yeah, I had it as a grade 2, Doc, just based on the timeline and what I saw. I'm not trying to overstep the real doctors, but the radio doctor had it as a grade 2.
I agree with you, Dan. You're usually 99 to 100% right with your radio doctor. So I give you credit for that.
Coming up in 10 years, I'll be a real doctor if I can make it that long.
I'm glad that when you were about to say you're usually 100% right, you stopped and changed the number, Doc. Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah. I noticed it. Hey, Doc, thanks. Great to hear from you as always.
No problem. Take care, guys. Yep.
All right, there he is. The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're here for Terrell Owens. He's going to be here in about a half hour. But coming up next, we're going to continue this discussion about do the Niners need another wide receiver? We see some of you want to weigh in. We're coming to your phone calls, 888-957-9570. And we got to play for you what Ross Tucker said about Brock Purdy's comments yesterday. That's around the corner on Willard and Dibs.
Where can you kick off the new year with big savings on gigs?